one and only day in court or days in court to have you have a chance to weigh in on what happened, who's responsible for the injuries he sustained. And so I appreciate your attention. Most of us probably couldn't tell you what in the world we were doing on August the 12th, 2019. Ron Shackelford can tell you exactly what he was doing on August 12th, 2019, and the hours that led up to it. Our story kind of begins the night before. Ron went with his brother, very close with his brother, they do things together. Went with his brother. I believe they started out just intending to go get some cigarettes, just kind of going out on Sunday evening, intending to drive around. Ron's brother drives over to a house that Ron doesn't know who these people are. Ron's brother says, "Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get something." I think he even said he's going to go get some gas. Ron's brother drives away, and Ron gets a call later on that Ron's brother has unfortunately run out of gas. He's out there stranded somewhere. So Ron finds himself in a situation none of us would want to be in. He is on the other side of town. He's at a house that he doesn't know any of the people in there. It's getting to be late at night. He doesn't feel comfortable knocking on the door, doesn't know these people, doesn't know what they might be up to, if it's a safe situation or not. His brother has told him, "Hey, I'm stranded, I'm not able to help you." And then to make matters worse, Ron goes to call his girlfriend, I believe, Miss Susan at the time, and his phone goes dead. So Ron is in definitely a bad situation that none of us would ever want to be in. None of us would even imagine being in. He's basically stranded. And it's late at night on a Sunday night. Doesn't feel comfortable talking to the people in this house that he doesn't know. So he makes, Ron's in fairly good shape. He's physically able person. He makes the fateful decision that, you know what, I'm just gonna walk across town and walk up. So I believe his testimony, the testimony you can expect from him is that he started that walk right around, in the early morning hours, midnight or so of August 11th, going into August 12th. And he had several miles that he had to cover. Ron's testimony is going to be that, what we'll be talking about for a lot of this trial is Highway 106. Ron's testimony is going to be that he was walking along the left-hand side of the road where there was a sidewalk. He used the sidewalk. And then I believe it's the case that he crossed over a bridge, walking on the left-hand side of the road. But then after that bridge, shortly thereafter, there's a stretch of the road where unfortunately there's no sidewalk. There's no place for Ron to walk. So of course in that area he's walking on the shoulder of the road. Mr. Shackelford, getting into the early morning hours of August 12th, he's finally getting there. He's getting to his house. Again, he had been in a bad situation, but he kind of sees the light at the end of the tunnel. He's going to be having a right-hand turn up ahead to get onto his road, which by that time he's kind of back in a subdivision, or his house is right off of that road. It's called Oak Road. So Ron goes ahead. It's a two-lane, the road we're talking about, Highway 106, a two-lane rural highway. Ron goes ahead and crosses over to get on the right-hand side of the road. He's going to be making a right-hand turn up ahead. I should point out, it's going to be important for your considerations and what you'll hear during the course of the trial is that on this night in question, there was a full moon, or almost a full, I apologize, an almost full moon. It was just a shade less than full. The weather was, you'll hear testimony from the witnesses that the weather was clear. You'll hear testimony and you'll see pictures of the road that show the road was fairly straight on this stretch of this highway. You'll also hear testimony from Ron to what he was doing at this time, how he was generally walking along the road. Was he had one foot kind of on the edge of the pavement. If you look at a road, and I'll show you, this will be one of our exhibits. I'll just show you real quick. You can see here, there's the road, there's this bright white fog line, and then there's a little bit of pavement that's on the other side of the fog line. Mr. Shackelford's testimony is going to be that he was walking along the road, his left foot on the edge of that pavement, so to kind of keep his bearings, know where he was, and his right foot off in the grass. That's how he was walking. There's Mr. Shackelford, also hear from him that he had some past experience walking on roads that didn't go so well, where he was way off on the shoulder, he got bit by a snake. So his past experience was, I better stay out of this tall grass over here because I might get bit by a snake or some other animal. So that's what Ron was doing. You'll also hear testimony from Mr. Morris. Now, let me back up just a moment. We'll kind of tell you what happened, and then let you know what Mr. Morris had to say. Right about that time, so about 6 a.m., early morning of August the 12th, 2019, Mr. Shackelford was walking as we described. And at that time and place, that's when Mr. Morris comes along in his Georgia Power bucket truck. You'll see some pictures of the bucket truck. It's what you would picture as a utility truck, a big bucket truck. Takes up most of the road. Mr. Morris's testimony we're expecting is that he's going to say he got up that morning. He had to be in Athens at 7 a.m. He headed on out at about 5:15 or so. He got to the this location where the accident was about around 6 a.m. That morning. Mr. Shackelford, like I said, was walking along. He testifies that, or his testimony is going to be that he sensed these lights up behind him. There was some traffic coming. So senses this truck coming up on him and kind of just moves to get a little bit more out of the way. At that time and place, that's when, unfortunately, that's when Mr. Shackelford's life changed. The right front tire of the Georgia Power bucket truck that was being driven by Mr. Morris ran over Mr. Shackelford's left foot, over his entire left foot. Mr. Shackelford, you'll see the photos of the accident scene where the paint marks where he ended up. He ended up several feet off the road. That's where he was at the time that all this happened. You'll hear testimony from Mr. Morris. He's going to talk. We're going to talk with him at length about, as you might imagine, if you're driving a bucket truck, you're driving that big truck that takes up most of the road. It's totally different from driving a little sedan. You've got to have some specialized training. There's certain things you have to be aware of, things you have to do. It's not as easy to stop a bucket truck or to turn a bucket truck as it is the cars that probably most of us are used to driving. So Mr. Morris had to get some specialized training. And we'll go into with him what all that involved, what all he's supposed to do, what all his obligations are when he's driving a bucket truck. One of those is keeping a lookout. The specific educational material that he has is that he's supposed to keep a lookout up to 15 seconds ahead of where he plans to be. And the reason for that is, again, it takes a while to stop a bucket truck. It takes a while to move a bucket truck. One big consideration for you is going to be, of course, where exactly was Mr. Shackelford at the exact moment of impact? And that's something that we've been debating and trying to figure out throughout the course of this entire case. But just as equally important is that, and one thing we expect the judge to instruct you is that just as Mr. Shackelford has responsibilities as a pedestrian, there are responsibilities that a driver has as well. And so one thing you're going to have to be asked to consider is who fulfilled those responsibilities, who did what they were supposed to do, and how does that factor into who's involved here. You're going to hear, like I said, I told you much of Mr. Shackelford's testimony. Mr. Morris is going to speak to, again, what his standard of care is. Now, I should alert you, because as soon as the other defense counsel gets up, they'll make sure that you know about this expected witness. There's a young lady named Jeannie Huddleston, and she's going to testify that she was driving along about an hour before this accident, and that she was coming the other direction, from where Mr. Shackelford was when he was walking, and that she saw him, walking on the right-hand side of the road, which we agree that's where he did. And also that she's going to claim that she saw Mr. Shackelford, what she believed was out in the road, walking out in the road a little bit more inside the fog line that we were talking about. With Ms. Huddleston, as with any witness, we're going to ask that you consider what bias she might have. How did she behave throughout this whole process? Was she truly just a third-party neutral person who said, oh, that's definitely where he was? Or did she have some reasons, did she have some internal bias of her own where maybe she, perhaps looked down on Mr. Shackelford for being in the position that he was in? And, perhaps she saw him in a spot that, looking across the street there, maybe he wasn't exactly where she said he was. In any event, what she saw an hour before is not necessarily the case of what happened at the time of the accident, where exactly he was at the time of the accident. So we'll explore that with her. You'll be asked to consider the weight of her testimony and what biases she may have had. One thing Ms. Huddleston is very clear about, though, like we talked about, it was almost a full moon, clear, straight road. One thing she was absolutely clear about, or she will be clear about, is that she had no trouble whatsoever seeing Mr. Shackelford. She saw him even to the point where she could generally tell you what he was wearing that night, which begs another question. That's another thing that will come up in the course of this case. What was Mr. Shackelford wearing? Obviously, if you or I know that we're going out running or walking on a road, we would probably put on some bright colored clothing or a reflective sash or something of that nature. That's what we do. That just makes good common sense, right? That's if you know you're going to be walking on a rural road or running on a rural road. Unfortunately, Mr. Shackelford didn't have that luxury. He found himself stranded, and he did the best he could with what he had. Now, fortunately, he wasn't wearing black clothing, but he was wearing just blue jeans and a light gray shirt. And Ms. Huddleston, some of the testimony you're going to hear from her is that she was able to see generally what he was wearing, and she saw him enough in advance that she could get. Again, he was on the other side of the road, so she didn't have to worry about dodging him. But presumably, if she had been required to, our argument is going to be that she could have. So we think it's fair to consider that, and consider when an hour later occurs and Mr. Morris is coming along in his Georgia Power bucket truck. It's fair to assume he may have had generally that same opportunity. Mr. Morris is going to give his testimony about what happened. And one thing we're going to ask you to do is consider what he says here today in this courtroom in front of the jury versus what he told 911 versus what he told his employer, Georgia Power Company. Are those things the same? What reason would he have to give a different story one time versus another? What I expect Mr. Morris to say today is that he was coming along, that he put his car into cruise control, set it at 54, and he was coming down Highway 106. He was on time to get to Athens by 7 a.m. I have no reason to doubt that. He's going 54, speed limit there is 55. His testimony is going to be that there were two log trucks approaching in the other lane of travel toward him, and that they had their lights on, and that his focus was on those two log trucks. Mr. Morris's testimony is going to be that the first log truck passed him, and at that moment, off to his right, he sees he says saw something, may have been a person. And he's going to, of course, I believe he's going to claim also that he believes Mr. Shackelford was out in the road. Mr. Morris's testimony is going to be that he jerks the wheel to the left, crosses over the yellow line, And then that there was a second log truck coming about a truck length behind, so a truck length behind the other log truck, which is already passed. His testimony is that he jerks it across that yellow line, then sees the other log truck coming and jerks it back. And his testimony is also going to be that at no point in this process did he apply the brake. No, you're on cruise control, you're going 54, you're going to keep going 54 until you hit that brake. Mr. Morris's testimony is going to be that he jerks it to the left, goes across the yellow line, jerks it back to the right, and that's when he hears a thud. He testifies that he is from the front part of his truck. Again, did not apply the brake. His testimony is also going to be that at no point did he sound his horn. Hey, here I come. It didn't happen. Jerks it to the left, jerks it back to the right. So now, again, Mr. Morris's testimony is that he was going 54. He doesn't stop after hitting Mr. Shackford. That doesn't stop immediately. Here's the thud. His testimony is going to be that that's when he applies the brakes. He goes way on down the road, turns into a church parking lot, comes back around, comes back to where Mr. Shackelford was, and uses his lights to shine down and see that Mr. Shackelford's off here in the grass. That's how it transpires. Doesn't stop immediately. Goes way on down before it makes any kind of turn. Comes back to find Mr. Shackelford out in the grass. Now, how has this affected Mr. Shackelford? Well, they had to call the ambulance. They load Mr. Shackelford up. He's in pain. His left foot's in pain. The bucket truck running over his left foot has shattered or broken multiple bones in his foot, and what's called the Lisfrank's tendon that goes across your foot. He's taken over to Stevens County Hospital. They realized very quickly, hey, this is beyond our capability to handle. You need to go over to Athens. They take him over to Athens to get his foot addressed. Unfortunately, due to just scheduling and things like that, they were not able to. What's required is that they have to wait for the swelling to go down in order to address the foot. Because of issues with getting back in to see a physician, it was not operated on as quickly as it probably should have. Mr. Shackelford then goes over to see Dr. Barito. Dr. Barito is a orthopedic specialist with Emory Healthcare. You'll get to hear from him. Dr. Barito's testimony is going to be what we expect it's going to be, and what we know because we've already played the video or taken the video. Dr. Barito is going to say, look, as soon as that bucket truck ran over Mr. Shackelford's foot, he was always going to have an issue with that. Even if we did surgery as quickly as possible, and even if he had the best result possible, he was always going to have a limp on that foot. He's always going to have pain in that foot. He's always going to have arthritis in that foot. We expect Dr. Barito is going to talk about a surgery that may be helpful to Mr. Shackelford. You'll also hear that he's just unfortunately, he's not a great candidate for that surgery. Now, part of the reason, and one thing defense counsel took to point out, is that one of the reasons Mr. Shackelford is not a great candidate for that surgery is he's been a smoker for 15 years. That's just he is where we found him, right? That's where he is. He didn't suddenly take up smoking after getting hurt in this accident, but that's where he is. And since he's a smoker and he has difficulty stopping smoking, it's going to be difficult for his foot to have the surgery that he needs. It's just not a good candidate. One thing that Dr. Barito said is one of the risks involved if you operate on a foot that's not getting good blood flow is you could lose the foot. So that's a very real thing that Mr. Shackelford has had to keep in the back of his mind and had to consider when he's thinking about gee, do I try to have this surgery or do I just keep going? But make no mistake, Dr. Barreto says that even if he has this surgery and it goes splendid, he's always going to have issues with that foot. He's always going to know that's his back foot. Always going to have a limp on it, always have pain on it, always have arthritis. Now, of course, you'll hear from defense about, well, Mr. Shackelford was walking in the dark and he was walking on this side of the road and things like that. And certainly, well, like I told you a minute ago, I'm not perfect, and Mr. Shackelford's not here to tell you he was perfect. He was put in a bad situation. He was trying to do the best he could. What we're going to ask you to do is also weigh whether Mr. Morris met his obligations, whether his recitation of what happened is entirely accurate, or did it change over time? And we're going to ask you at the end of this case to render a verdict that compensates Mr. Shackelford for these injuries that he sustained. Again, he has a foot that's just going to always be his bad foot. He's incurred, you'll see over the course of the case, he's incurred a total of $26,000 in medical expenses. And then there's a possible future medical surgery. It's called a arthrodesis of the midfoot or a foot fusion. That's the future surgery he might require. It costs a total of $36,000. And again, that's the one that the doctor says, that would be a good thing for him to get, but it's just not something that we can recommend as long as he's smoking and having some of these issues. So again, I appreciate your prompt attention. Again, we're prepared to present our case and meet our burden, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Mr. Archer?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Members of the jury, my name is Josh Archer. We met yesterday, and I represent the Georgia Power Company, and I represent Eric Morris, and Eric Morris is the Georgia Power Corporation is nothing other than the people who work for it. And Mr. Morris is our corporate representative. He is the driver of the truck that's at issue, and we're proud to represent him, along with Mr. Morris and myself, with my colleague Megan Peeler, and you'll hear from both of us during this trial. As Mr. Ramsey said, we thank you for your time, and that's the most valuable commodity any of us have. And I recognize that asking for 2 or 3 or 4 days of your time is a big ask. And we understand what we've asked of you, and we appreciate it. And we will try to be efficient with the presentation of our evidence. We'll try to be clear, and we'll try to use your time as wisely as possible and not waste it. We do, as Mr. Ramsey said, have a disagreement, and we need you to solve the disagreement. This case is interesting to me because I agree with almost everything Mr. Ramsey says. The facts aren't terribly in dispute. There are some facts in dispute, but not all of them. But most of them we agree on. As the judge told you at the beginning of this case, it's your job to find out who is responsible for this incident. And that we spend a lot of time talking about responsibility, and that's what you're doing. Who is responsible for this incident? And I believe that the evidence is going to show you that Mr. Shackelford is responsible. And there are 2 reasons that he is responsible. One, he was walking in the road. You've heard about the road. I think you saw a picture. There's no dispute that he's walking on the right side of the road, and that's Highway 106. No dispute at 6 o'clock in the morning. He'd been walking for about 6 hours through Stevens County. He is, I believe Mr. Morris will tell you that he's all the way in the road in this right lane. That is consistent with what Ms. Janie Huddleston, who saw him earlier, on the other side of the road. That's why she saw him. When she saw him, he was walking against her flow of traffic. She saw him in the road. We talk about bias. This is a woman who happened to see him an hour earlier and literally volunteered to tell everyone what she saw, and she's going to voluntarily come here and tell you what she saw. Mr. Shackelford was walking in the road, and even if you determine that his version of exactly where he's walking is accurate, He's got a foot in the asphalt, that's in the road. That's important because there's all this shoulder on the right. And someone who is responsibly walking, the evidence will show, would have been in that shoulder. Yes, it was grassy. It was absolutely easy to walk in. And the fact that you're scared of snakes is not an issue and not an excuse to not be in that shoulder when you're walking on the shoulder of the road. So that's number one. He is responsible for this incident because he's walking in the road. Number two, he is responsible for this incident because he's walking with traffic. So he's in the road with his back to traffic. No dispute about that. You just heard it in Mr. Ramsey's opening argument. There's no dispute he's walking with traffic and he's at least 1 foot in the road. And all of us are taught from this high up, you walk against traffic, not with traffic. He didn't need to be in the road and he shouldn't have been walking with traffic. This is the other side of the road. You heard about the church that Mr. Morris turned into. This is a church. This is the side of the road Mr. Shackelford should have been walking on. And on this side of the road, there's even more grass that he could have been in. So had Mr. Shackelford been doing what we believe the evidence will show you, you will conclude he should have been doing. He would have been on this side of the road, in the grass, out of the flow of traffic, and this never would have happened. So ultimately, that your issue is who's responsible, and we believe the evidence is going to show that Mr. Shackelford is responsible. Here's what else the evidence is going to show. You just heard the description of the events in terms of the 2 log trucks coming in. The only reason that this is not a much worse incident is because of the skilled driving of Mr. Morris. Listen to what you just heard. Mr. Morris is coming down the road. This road, the speed limit's 55 miles an hour. He's in his lane. There's a log truck coming his way on the other side, coming towards him. He sees Shackelford. He maneuvers, stopping at the point he sees Shackelford. The evidence will show makes no sense. The only thing he can do is swerve. He swerves to the left out of the way. Now he's in the left lane and there's another log truck coming his way. He swerves back, avoids a head-on collision, doesn't even get, you can see that's the grass the day of the accident. He never even goes in the grass. He doesn't dump his truck. He doesn't turn it. He doesn't have a head-on collision with a log truck. And the only contact with Mr. Shackelford is Mr. Shackelford's foot came in contact with the tire. We think the evidence will show it probably came into contact as Mr. Morris turns to the left, and Shackelford will tell you he jumps out. So his foot kicks out, probably hits the side of the tire. Hitting the side of this bucket truck tire at 55 miles an hour is going to break his foot. It did not get run over. There's no blood. The foot was not mangled. There's no evidence of missing legs. I'm not saying his foot is broken, but the severity of this injury compared to what it could have been when you come into contact with a 33,000-pound Freightliner going 55 miles an hour, a broken foot is about as minimal as you can come up with. And the only reason that this injury is the extent it is and not much worse is because that man is a highly skilled, highly trained driver. The evidence will show you that Mr. Morris has been driving big trucks since he was 21. He's been doing it for 30 years. He's had a commercial driver's license, a CDL, which you have to take tests for to drive big trucks like this. He first started driving for UPS. The truck he drove for UPS was not the box truck you see in your neighborhoods. It was the large tractor trailer with 2 trailers on it. He worked for UPS for about 8 years, and he kind of tapped out in terms of promotions. And so he decided to take another job with another trucking company called Red Man Trucking Company. And for that trucking company, he hauled lumber from Home Depot distribution centers to Home Depot or Walmart's all over the Southeast. And he's driving a big trailer, 18-wheel trailer truck there. He does that for about 3 years, then works for a construction company where he drives a lowboy trailer, which is a trailer that you pull bulldozers and big equipment like that. And then he starts with Georgia Power about 15 years ago. and he's been driving bucket trucks for Georgia Power for the last 15 years. Put up the first photo of the bucket truck. Put the front photo. That's the side of the bucket truck. I don't have the front, sorry. This is the bucket truck he was driving. That's actually the smallest truck he's ever driven in his career. The first bucket truck he drove with Georgia Power had a trailer on it. This is the front. This T stands for Tacoma. That's because the bucket truck comes out of Tacoma. That was his company car. So as I said, UPS, Red Man, the construction company, and now Georgia Power, 30 years of driving these trucks, a CDL the entire time, one speeding ticket when he worked for Red Man for going 10 miles over, one accident where someone fell asleep, came in front of him, and he avoided it, jackknifed the truck, no one got hurt, never had a suspended license, never had any discipline whatsoever with UPS, Red Man, or Georgia Power. Spotless record. He does not rush to his job. On the morning of August the 12th, he got up about 5 o'clock. That is his routine. He knew he was going to Athens, where he was going to report as what's called a troubleman. What Mr. Morris now does, and he's been a troubleman for about 5 years, is he takes that bucket truck by himself, and when people have lights out, when they have a pole that gets hit, any number of trouble in the electrical system, it's his job to take that truck, report there, and get it fixed. And that's what I say, that's his company car. He takes it home every night. On this day, he was working in Athens. Gets up at 5 o'clock, takes a quick shower, makes his coffee, gets on the road between 5:15 and 5:30. He doesn't have to be to Athens until 7:30 to report at headquarters and begin his day. He's not rushing. He does put on his cruise control. He always does that to make sure he's within the speed limit. And the reason that, as counsel referred, that it's at 54 is because he always sets it a couple of miles below the speed limit. Highway 106 is where Mr. Morris lives. He has driven this road literally thousands of times in both personal cars, personal pickups, and this truck. He has thousands of hours behind the wheel by August 12th, 2019, sorry. He gets on 106 about 10 minutes after he leaves. He has to go through his neighborhood, and he's been on 106 for 30 minutes or so before the incident. In the thousands of times that he's been on 106, he's never seen a pedestrian. The first time he's seen a pedestrian was Mr. Shackleton. It does not have sidewalks in much of it. It is not well lighted. There are not many street lights. That's because it's a rural road. There's not a lot going on. He is trained, and he gets training once a year through something you're going to hear about Smith driving. He has random ride-alongs where his supervisor will say, "Hey, Eric, I'm going to ride along with you today, check his driving." But he is trained to aim high. And you've heard about this 15 seconds. What the 15 seconds is, aim high to about 15 seconds in front of you. What Mr. Morris will tell you is that it is an instruction about what level I keep my eyes. I don't look 2 minutes ahead of me, and I don't look 5 seconds in front of me. I look 15 seconds. I have to have active vision. I'm checking my mirrors. I'm looking ahead. I'm looking to the side. I've got to make sure I've got cushion. I'm paying attention to what's behind me and what's ahead of me. It is dark, and he's driving the speed limit. There is nothing that's going to be presented here that because you're driving a big truck, you're supposed to drive more slowly. I would submit to you, traffic would be even worse if every time it was dark, you had to drive trucks more slowly. What you have to have is operable headlights, which he did. What you have to have is operable blinkers, which he did, and we know that because he will tell you before he got into his truck to drive, he inspected it. He walks around it. He does it every time. And if it's not working, you don't drive it. You call Fleet with Georgia Power, they pick it up and fix it. No question that all the lights are working. You don't have to see 15 seconds in front of you because you can't see in the dark 15 seconds in front of you. You can see as far as your headlights flow. And so the 15 seconds is, how do I keep my head? How do I aim? I aim high. I keep a cushion. I have active eyes. He's driving down 106 and he sees a silhouette in front of him. As with, again, no dispute, there's no reflective gear. We've got regular street clothes on, and he says, he's in my lane. Not, he says, middle of the road. And he'll clarify, he doesn't mean he was standing on yellow lines. He was in the road, right on where my right tire's go. And he said, log truck's coming, silhouette. And he's surprised, and he makes this evasive movement to the left, away towards the yellow line, away from the fog line. I think you'll hear Mr. Shackelford say he swerved into me. If he'd swerved in him, much worse result. He swerved away, and then there's another log truck. Only a highly skilled driver can avoid a head-on collision with log truck number 2, and he does. He gets back in the lane. He doesn't roll the truck. He doesn't even go off into the grass. He maintains his lane, out, in, maintains his lane, and then he comes to a stop. You've heard, to back up, you've heard that it took him a long time to stop. These trucks don't stop quickly. It is not safe to just slam on your brakes, especially after you come into contact with something. So he stops right at the church. It's not way up the road, and he does. He turns around in the church and comes back, because that's the safest thing to do. It's not safe to just throw it in reverse and come back after you think you've hit something, possibly a human. He comes around, he has a spotlight on this truck. And so he puts the spot on the shoulders, and of course he's got the headlights going in. And he goes slowly, looking at the shoulder, looking ahead of him, and he's accomplishing 2 things. He's looking to see what's happened, and his truck is blocking traffic behind him. There wasn't any traffic, but what he's concerned about is, I got to keep the road clear until I figure out where this person is. And he sees Mr. Shackelford, who's laying totally in the shoulder, sitting up. He is, he's not, there's no obvious injuries, no bleeding, no grievous obvious injuries. He is in pain and he's moaning. As soon as he gets out of the truck, he calls 911. He says to Mr. Shackelford, help is on the way. And then another woman comes up and she speaks with Mr. Morris, and she goes and talks with Mr. Shackelford. That woman's name is not in the accident reports, and we don't know who she is, and we don't know what was said from her. Mr. Shackelford, I don't think, remembers her. All we know is that she stopped and she did look at him, and she looked at his foot, and she took his sock off. And Mr. Morris, when the sock comes off, sees no blood. Again, he heard a thump. We are not denying that we came into contact with him, but we are saying that the contact, given what it could have been, is much less grievous than if we had a less skilled driver. And the only reason it happened is Mr. Shackelford was in the road and walking with traffic. If he'd been walking against traffic, it doesn't happen. If you've been on the shoulder, as far as practicable from the edge of the road, it doesn't happen. That's what you should have been doing. And that's why he's responsible. You will hear from Mr. Shackelford, you'll hear from Mr. Morris. You'll hear from Officer Maloney. He's one of the, and that's by videotape deposition. Officer Maloney is one of the law enforcement officers who showed up. He remembers this accident. He's worked thousands of them, but he remembers it because he went to high school with Mr. Shackelford. So he does have some recollection of the event. He'll tell you that based on the accidents he's seen, that the injuries were not as severe as what he sees in an accident such as this. You'll hear from Janie Huddleston. Again, we heard about her in opposing counsel opening. Janie was going to a workout class at about 5 in the morning, so about an hour before it happened, on Highway 106. She is going in the opposite direction of where Morris is going. So she's on this side of the road. And she passes, and she will tell you that she saw Mr. Shackelford in the middle of the road on the other side of the road, walking. And distressed her. She's not used to seeing it, and she thought to herself, that's super dangerous. She goes to workout class, comes home about an hour later, around 6, and passes the accident scene. And when she sees that, she says, I bet that guy has got hit. Now, what some people can do is they just go home, I don't want to get involved. But Janie felt like that she needed to come back to the scene and report what she saw, and she did. And when you talk about bias, I invite you to look for any bias at all. The only reason anybody knows her in this party, in this case, is because of her volunteer status. She doesn't work for Georgia Power. She's not friends with Mr. Morris. She doesn't know Mr. Shackles. She doesn't know anybody in this. She is an unbiased witness who is just reporting what she saw. Did she witness the accident? She didn't. But what she did witness is behavior completely consistent with what Mr. Morris saw. You will also hear finally from one of our witnesses named Jeff Kidd. Jeff is what they call an accident reconstructionist. What he can do is he can take this two-dimensional and make it 3D. And he can show you measurements on the truck, on the road, and we think that will be helpful for you to get a mind's eye. The judge is absolutely right. We didn't ask for a jury view in Toccoa. Toccoa's nice, but you're already giving us 3 days, and spending a whole day driving up there and back would have been a lot more involved. And so what we hope to do with Jeff is to sort of show you what this road looks like through what's called a CAD system, and it will give you some context of the dimensions, and it'll give the third dimension to this two-dimensional picture. So those are our experts. The one last point that I believe the evidence will show, and Mr. Ramsey said, is that you're going to hear some talk of surgery, perhaps, and Mr. Shackelford can't have a surgery because he won't quit smoking, and yet he's seeking damages for a surgery he won't have. And we believe that the evidence will show you that you don't get damages for things that you can't have because you choose not to have it. And that is in some ways symbolic of the case, and as I said, responsibility. We deeply appreciate your time. Megan and I and Mr. Morris will do everything we can to honor it by being efficient, straightforward, and hopefully clear. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Archer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to get to take your first break. We could start with the first witness, but we'd interrupt the flow of that witness's testimony by giving you a morning break. We're a little past 10:30, which is sort of halfway to a lunchish hour. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room. Reminder, don't talk about the case. You actually haven't heard any evidence at all. You've heard a preview of what the evidence may be from both sides. And when we get you back from break, I'll ask Mr. Ramsey to call his first witness. Okay, thank you.
All right, adjourn.
Ramsey, anything we need to cover before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Archer?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's try to be back in about 8 minutes, and then we'll see if the jurors are ready, and we'll press on till lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You having to type all that? Oh my God, how do you keep up? I couldn't. Hard enough for me to text, no.
Radio. Showing you the in-service code 10 with additional. First initial is Adam, last name John. Showing unit on the 82 time, one bell. Leaving Brady Kitchen headed 901 Rice Street, beginning mileage 107, 214, 107, 214. One location, the B75. West Washington Road.
Just to hear it. But-
Yeah.
For 45
Kristen.
going northbound.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, there's a Coke in the fridge too.
Oh, thank you,
And
thank you.
water.
I'm gonna
I
stick
did
with water
not
for now.
forget
but yeah.
that.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't know him from Adam's House Cat, so I didn't know. Folks in the gallery or just the Georgia Power. Nobody's.
Well, my firm investigator.
Oh, okay, okay. Nobody's.
Who's no witness.
I just want to make sure, y'all had asked for sequestration, so I just want to make sure we were
Yeah, no.
doing that.
Bell, first name Melissa, and Mike Bell. All right.
Yeah, it is cool. I don't know.
I'll take cold over hot any day. Yeah. I brought a cloth because I was like, it's gonna be like sweaty. Yeah. You gotta stay in chairs. That's
That's a little new technology, old technology.
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, very small. So Jack, I may move this up there so I can.
Your computer?
So, yes, there's not so much walking back and forth.
Yeah, no, that's fine with
To
me.
show exhibits. I'm a one-man show this morning. So.
I got
I hadn't thought of that. We have filed the video, we've filed the deposition, so I don't think we need to.
Just say we're on the video is not being played.
I think if we file the actual transcripts, is that all right?
I've never had the issue come up. To be
I
honest.
haven't either.
Maybe we can ask the judges.
My inclination is since I think, I don't know if that, obviously Barreto hasn't read and signed, but I don't think either of us say there's anything inaccurate about it. So my inclination is that we just,
Yeah, the one thing with Barreto, we got, and we may want to just revisit this with each one by video. There was that one section we need to cut out.
So I had somebody
Yeah.
cut that out.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Hey, all right, cool.
I can send it to you.
Okay, thank you. Good. I
we'll
was
confirm
worried
with
I
the
was gonna hit
judge,
the
but
pause button.
I think we lean to just saying whereupon the video was played. I know you asked us a question and then we talked and didn't answer.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. It was a good question.
Nancy, you ready for the jury?
Yeah, Ron's here. Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Archer,
Yes, Your Honor.
let's see if they're ready.
Your Honor, if it's, oh. There, is that better? Okay, no feedback, good. Is it okay if I test the share screen real quick, just to make sure it's,
Go for it.
okay.
And I have it fixed, so you're wondering why is it always showing this whiteboard? I just had it locked on the witness. Once we have someone testifying, that's what we want on a big screen as
Okay.
well. Your sharing screen, fine, that'll take over this.
Oh, okay,
There wasn't a camera in this courtroom that would capture either side while they were given openings. In my courtroom, they installed one right above the jury box. So when you're facing the jury, we can feed that for folks who aren't able to be here in court. We're good. Hey, come on in.
All right, adjourn.
It's okay.
Someone joined that just says S. Is that-
that may be me, I don't know.
Well, there's a Chris Ramsey and then there's
Oh.
also an S. That's
think
fine, I
that's
just want to make sure we know who all is in the session.
I see that too.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I forgot to mention is the seats, looks like you moved around, which is great. The seats are not assigned. You should pick where you want to sit. You should feel free to rotate a little bit. You literally get a different perspective on life based on where you sit. The witnesses who will be testifying will be right here. And so one of you is going to be up close and personal with the witness. Some of you will be somewhat distant, and the monitor is going to block it a little bit. That monitor helps the witness see exhibits, and it's a touch screen, so it may be a witness is marking up an exhibit. We can shift it a little bit so that those of you at the far end of the jury box can better see the witness. But when you come back from lunch, if you haven't fallen in love with a particular seat, sit somewhere different so that you see a little bit differently than you did last time. All right, other than that, it is time for plaintiff, Mr. Shackelford, to begin the presentation of his case. Mr. Ramsey, call your first witness.
Your Honor, we'll start off with Mr. Shackelford.
All right, Mr. Shackelford, if you'll come on up to the witness stand, please. Before you sit down, you'll face Deputy Gordon.
Okay, raise right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat. State and spell your name for the record.
Let's make sure your microphone is on. All right.
Mr. Shackelford, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, Mr. Shackelford, I need you to start by giving us your first and last name and spelling your last name.
My first name is Ronald, my middle name Wayne, and my last name is S.H. Shackelford. It's Shackleford.
Great, thank you. Can you move a little closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ron, good morning. Can you just state your name again, for your full name for the folks, for the jury?
Ronald Wayne Shackelford.
Ron, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up?
I lived outside of Tampa, Florida till I was 14.
Okay. At some point you moved to where you are now. Where do you live now?
I live in Toccoa now. My parents had a vacation home in Clayton, Georgia, and we got to like it so much that we sold the house in Florida and moved to Clayton. And then probably 12 or so years later, maybe 15, we moved to Toccoa,
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Raven County High School.
Okay. And how long did you say you've been living in the Toccoa area?
About 12 years.
Okay.
It's
And
not-
the road that we're going to be talking about here today, you've heard it talked about as Highway 106. Is that what you call it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In relation to where you live, where is that road?
If you head south off of, it's the 441 bypass. And you take a right at the Exxon, which is 106. And it would be traveling, I was traveling south.
Okay. And is it fair to say are you fairly familiar with this road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many times in like a week would you typically travel on this road?
8-10 times.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shackelford, tell us a little bit about your family. Are you, do you have any kids?
Yes, I got a 27-year-old
Okay.
daughter.
And I believe you're fairly newly married, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the young lady seated over here to your right,
Yes, sir.
Miss Susan. Okay. All right. Ron, take us back a little bit. You heard, of course, you got to hear my representation of what happened and the other attorney's representation of what happened. None of that, I want to hear from you what you remember happening. Take us back to maybe the night of August 11th, 2019.
Like I said, y'all said I was with my brother, and we went to the edge of Toccoa, which is an real old subdivision, and he left with a girl, said he's gonna be back, and after a couple hours waiting, I was upset at my brother and got tired of waiting, so I started walking.
Where were you where were you? Were you just on the side of the road, or you and your brother had gone to someone's house, or you were at a bar?
Yeah, he went to one of his friends' houses. I didn't
That's
know
where
who he
you were
was.
waiting for your brother. You were at your brother's friend's house.
Yeah, we both pulled up there, and he left with some girl he knew, and said he would be right back. And 2 hours later, he never showed back up. So I started walking home.
So he drove you there.
Yes.
All right. And your brother leaves. Did you have some sort of conversation with him after he left to see what's going on? Are you coming back to get me? Anything of that nature? Okay. Okay. So I may have misspoke a little bit earlier then. Okay. And then about what time is this in the evening?
It was late. It was probably 12 o'clock, 11:30, something like that.
Okay. And you're at this, where exactly are you in relation to this house? There's a house right there. Where were you? You were in the yard or up on the porch or?
Well, I was waiting on him.
Yes, sir.
There was a porch on the front, and I was sitting on it.
Okay. Did you know anybody that was in that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Did anybody come out to ask you, anything like that, talk to you or ask what you were doing there?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable going and talking to anybody in that house?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this way. Did you even know, was there anybody even in the house at the time? Do you know?
Yeah, I know there was, when they had the door open, there was a couple of people in there he was talking to.
That your brother was talking to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So I believe you testified a couple hours go by, your brother doesn't come back, right? So tell us what goes into your thought process then, what decisions you made going forward from that?
I didn't want to stay the night on somebody's porch, and especially people I didn't know or So I started walking back towards 106, and it was a sidewalk all the way to the bypass.
Okay. Let me stop you for just a moment. I know you said you didn't feel comfortable talking to the people in the house. Did you have a cell phone or anything like that with you?
Yeah, but it was dead.
Okay. It didn't have a charge, couldn't call anybody if you wanted to, right?
I tried calling 911. I don't know if it went through or not, because if you leave it off for so long, it'll have like 2 or 3%, maybe come back, and then
So in any event that the phone just wasn't in a position where you could call anybody?
no,
right?
sir.
Okay.
Or I had one of my friends come pick me up, or
On top of that, I think you said it was what, 11:30, 12 o'clock?
yes, sir.
Are many of the folks you know even awake at that hour?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So you were saying that you walk over to, now you're at a house that you don't really know, right?
Yes, sir.
You said, is it fair to say you know generally in town where you are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you walk out to the road. What's the road you said you walked out to?
440. It's 106, or it may change after you cross the bypass. But if you're at the red light and cross through it, you're on 106.
Okay. Did you say 441 as well is what it's called, or?
Yeah, it's 441 bypass.
Okay.
It goes down big mountain, and then when you get come into town, then you can take a right at the Exxon, and that's 106. It goes to where I live.
Okay. So you started walking, trying to walk home, right?
Mhm.
Make sure you say yes or no, and
Yes, sir.
don't nod your head, just so the court reporter can take everything down and jury can hear you well. Would you say at this time, were you in fairly good shape? Could you do that type of walk and walk several miles? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you mentioned something about, so the first stretch of this road, so you get to 106 and you turn right, correct?
Right.
Onto 106. And at that moment, is there sidewalk or just a shoulder, or what are you encountering?
No, just a shoulder. Some of it some of the houses were their grass come up to the road, and some of it was weeds and driveways, such.
Okay. So you get to, is it a 2-lane highway?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you turn right onto 106, where'd you kind of position yourself? Where were you walking on the road at that point?
At that point, I was walking on the left side of the road.
Okay.
It just was traffic oncoming.
Okay. That way you'd be facing the traffic that was coming, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it quickly ran out in 30 yards, I guess.
Okay. When you say it ran out?
The sidewalk.
Okay. So at that place, there was some sidewalk for you to make use of.
Yeah, just from where it crossed over the bypass, and what little bit they extended it, and
Okay. All right. And so you're walking in the sidewalk. This is probably a good time to mention, you described for us what happened in terms of how you got dropped off at the house, that sort of thing. Let me ask it this way. When you left the house that evening, did you have any plans? Did you have any plans at that time to walk several miles to your house in the dark?
not at all.
Okay. So, do you remember what you were wearing that evening?
Yeah, I was wearing, it was really light, blue jean, bleached out coveralls and a gray shirt.
Okay. Mr. Shackelford, I'm going to try to use technology, which is always a dangerous thing, but I'm going to try to do the share screen to show you and the jury what, some photos of your clothing that you're wearing that night. Okay, so bear with me just one moment.
Yeah, I could have brought them. They, when they cut them off of me in the ambulance, then it wasn't.
That's showing. Try this again. Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. All right, Ron, can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's your testimony. These are the clothes you were wearing that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, I believe you said, we'll get into this later, but you were, after the accident, what'd they do with your clothes?
They put them in a bag and put them in the ambulance with me.
Okay. Okay. So you were able to hold on to the clothes you were wearing that night, and then you took these photos of those clothes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
See if it'll let me just.
I think you asked me to, I can't remember.
Okay. So you got your clothes here. You got these are the bleached out coveralls you were talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to, it don't really.
All right. And then
don't look good.
what's this next photo showing us here? The gray.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That's the shirt you were wearing that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Another photo of the shirt. You see that?
Yes.
So just another view here of the shirt and the coveralls. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ron, you see where my cursor is pointing? You see what is that there? You can see where I'm pointing to? Or let me ask it this way. Do you see the kind of the lower left portion of that photo? Is that what appears to be a sock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you see some sort of smudge or something on the sock? Can you see that is it
Yes,
showing
sir.
up on your screen as well, right there in front of you?
No, sir.
Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay.
It's on your screen. Can you click, what is that blue?
Unmute.
Don't unmute. So
No.
click the white one.
So stay muted.
Yeah, press it. There you go. Now you see what's on the big screen.
Okay.
Okay. Ron, sorry, you probably got a little bit better view now. You see the lower left-hand portion of that picture? What do you see? What appears to be a sock? Is that a sock you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what I was asking, kind of direct your attention to this smudge mark here. What all is that?
It's blood.
Okay. So dried on blood.
Yeah. It's after being in the hospital for a couple of days, however many days.
Okay.
Three, I think.
So just want to make certain, just in case we don't come back to it later, is that the sock? Do you know if that's the sock that you wore on your right foot or your left foot?
My left.
That was for your left foot. And so is it your recollection that your left foot, as a result of this accident, at some point was bleeding? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's just where a bone just popped out.
Okay. All right. Yeah. And here's a close up of that same sock. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's this next photo showing us?
That's my left boot I was wearing and the laces they cut off of it.
Okay.
And on the side of it, you can see like, lugs off the front tire.
Okay. Your Honor, if this would be the appropriate time, we would offer up these photos just kind of collectively as an Exhibit A.
Yeah, so in the future,
Oh, yeah.
offer it first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So what exhibit number or letter do you want to give this collection of photos?
This will be Exhibit A, Your Honor.
A,
Yes,
the
Your
letter
Honor.
A?
Letter A, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and it's how many photos?
A total of 6, Your Honor.
Okay, so plaintiff's A is a collection of 6 photos that you've already published and you'd now like to admit.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I
Any
apologize.
objection, Mr. Archer, to the admission of plaintiff's A?
Before I announced that, I believe that the plaintiff was about to testify when he took the pictures. And then it got kind of cut off. I'd like to have that full answer of when these pictures were taken. I thought he started by saying, you told me to take, and I wanted the full sentence before I.
Let's flesh that out
Sure.
and we'll see if there's an objection to the
Yeah.
admission of plaintiff's A.
Ron, do you recall when you took these photos?
Not what day or month at all. I was seeing doctors and whatnot. I was laid up with my foot on 3 pillows for 5 or 6 months.
Okay. Is it fair? You mentioned something about they bagged up your clothes. Is that accurate? And did you maintain them in that, in the bag for until you took these photos? Or what did you do with them?
Whenever I got after a while, when I got out of bed, I took them out of the clothes or out of the bag and put them under my bed.
About how long after the accident did you take these pictures? Ballpark? 1 day, 1 month, 1 year?
Probably 7, 8 months.
Okay. That answers the question. Any objection to the admission of plaintiff's A?
Yeah, with that clarification, no objection.
All right, plaintiff's A is admitted. Going forward, let's admit
Sure.
before we publish. There was no objection. so
Sure,
we're okay.
fair enough.
Let's avoid that risk.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll stop the share at this point. Okay, Mr. Shackelford, I think we digressed a little bit to talk about what clothes you were wearing that night. You mentioned that you were walking, I believe, on a sidewalk on the left-hand side of the road. And then, did I hear you correctly that the sidewalk runs out at some point on Highway 106?
Yeah, just not far, just not past where the store is.
When you say the store, you mean that is it the Owens
Yeah.
Feed store?
No, that's the Exxon by the bypass.
Okay. So the sidewalk runs out. What did you do at that point? Did you just continue on that shoulder, on the left-hand shoulder? Make sure you
Yes.
respond verbally. Okay. Continued on that left-hand shoulder. Tell us, kind of take us forward in the action. What happened next? What was the next kind of decision you had to make in terms of where you were walking on the road?
I had probably 12 miles or 14 miles to get to the house from where I was. And I walked out 106 and until I got there was a couple of bad spots and a big ditch, and so a couple times I was on one side for a little bit and the other side for a little bit.
Okay. If I understand correctly, there was a time when are you familiar with New Hope Road?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And New Hope Road also has New Hope Baptist Church right there on it as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, to you, what, as you're walking, what's the significance of New Hope Road to you as you're walking along?
It's far to the church and the road that Gully Road connects to is trying to think of the name of it.
Is it fair to say you live off of New Hope Road? You mentioned Gully Road.
Yeah, New Hope Road.
Okay.
And then about 3 miles or maybe 4, I live on the left side of New Hope Road.
Okay. So as we're picturing this in our mind, and you're going down Highway 106, I believe you said that you were on the left-hand side on a sidewalk, then sidewalk runs out, you're walking on the left-hand shoulder, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you realize that New Hope Road is coming up, what reaction do you have, or what do you do in terms of where you're walking at that time?
Once I get to where the church lights light up where the graveyard and parking lot is, and once I got to there, I was on the left side for a little bit, and as it got brighter, then I was fixing to have to turn right on New Hope Road, so I crossed the road.
Okay. You were anticipating making a right-hand turn onto New Hope Road, right? And that's to get to your house.
Yes, sir.
You're literally coming down the home stretch at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was that you got to that area?
Maybe 5 o'clock, 4:30 something. I
Okay.
couldn't tell you.
Around 4:30 or 5 o'clock. That's about when you would have crossed over onto the right-hand side?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
something close like that.
Okay. Now, once you cross over onto the right-hand side of the road, tell us where you were walking at that point.
When I was going down New Hope,
No,
or,
sir, when you going down Highway 106.
oh, when I got where the lights from the church was, when I crossed over, and I passed, I mean, dozens of cars and trucks had passed me without any problems. And when I was on the right side of the road, truck lights were like really bright on me, like shining on me, not straight.
Now, when you say you felt truck lights on you, explain to me which direction those were coming from.
From my rear.
From behind you. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of, precisely where your feet were in relation to the road at that time?
I had probably 1 foot over the yellow line, and then one at the just right at the edge of the grass. I try to stay out of the grass.
Okay. So one foot on, you heard it described earlier, one foot on pavement, 1 foot on grass?
Yeah, it was right on the yellow line, and the other one was at the edge of the grass.
Okay. And you said yellow line. Do you know what
Fog line.
When I talk about fog line, do you know what that is? Or you've heard it mentioned? Here, might be helpful to, this is probably a good opportunity for us to look at Your Honor, we have proffered Exhibit B, which is a series of photos taken at the scene. I think we've shared those with counsel.
Yeah, let me just see them. We can.
Yeah. Give another copy.
You'd summarize these as photos of the scene, meaning that spot on 106 where the accident occurred.
Yes, Your Honor, the scene and also some of the vehicle as well. I think We've shared these before. They're from the Department of Public Safety.
No objection to, if he's proposing to introduce them in evidence, we would use them as well. No objection.
Great.
Okay.
Then they're admitted.
Okay.
Plaintiffs B, how many photos?
Oh. I apologize, Your Honor. 12, Your Honor.
All right. They're admitted. You may publish as you see fit.
Mr. Shackelford, I'm going to show you a series of photos to help us understand what the scene, the area that we're talking about here today. Okay. Ron, are you able to see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to try to use my cursor as well.
So the witness, I don't know if this will help you, the witness is able to, any witness can mark on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to use that feature, let me know. I just have to get the witness to turn it on. You're welcome to use the cursor and handle it any way you want. That happens to be a touch screen also.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I thought was I got the white and yellow line confused.
Okay. And I believe you referenced it earlier as being the fog line. Is that your
Yes.
understanding of what it's called?
Yes, sir.
And in this picture we're looking at here, what is the fog line?
I assume the fog line was the white line.
Okay. Okay. And does the fog line have any, just as a layperson, does it have any significance to you of what the fog line represents?
To be a guide to keeping the road.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the fog line delineates the drivable portion of the road for a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's your testimony that where was your left foot? And this may be a good place do you want to be able to mark exactly where?
So let me, before you go, tap the screen, just at the bottom somewhere, tap the screen. And then see that is a little pencil circle with a pencil that showed up all the way over to the left. I actually don't see it on the screen.
Yeah, it's up here. No.
Tap the screen
There it is.
again. No, it's supposed to be in the lower left hand. Can you take a look at the corner? It usually pops up in the lower left hand corner, but I don't see it there.
Oh. Is there more? Should I hear more?
Yeah, hit more. No? All right, we'll get IT to come in. You can press on. You didn't know it was touch screen, so you're in the worst off position. We'll get them to make it work.
Okay. Ron, can you just describe for us where you recollect your left foot was and then where your right foot was?
My left foot was maybe a little bit over the white line, and as cars would come and go, I would get out of their way, and it would narrow from how much pavement I had at different spots of the road.
Okay. And where was your right foot?
It was on the right side of the white line.
Okay. Okay. Was there any time when you had your right foot over in the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had your right foot in the grass, where would your left foot typically be?
It was probably 3 or 4, maybe 6 inches on the right side of the white line.
Okay. On the right side of that white line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you were walking along the road there, that was how you would typically be walking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you mentioned that you felt headlights from behind you, if you felt a vehicle approaching, what was your, or you
Yeah, I
sensed a
could-
vehicle approach, what would be your response?
I could hear it and could tell it was a big truck.
Okay. And then if you sensed a vehicle coming, what would be your reaction?
I thought I turned around and
And Mr. Shah, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Just in general, what would your reaction be if was this the first vehicle that approached you, or were there others that had approached you from coming up from behind?
oh, there was several that come from behind.
Okay. And I think you testified a moment ago that when you would feel the lights or sense something coming from behind you, you would move over to the side a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And when I got over to the white line and I turned around and he was coming dead at me. And
And I want to make sure everybody, you said he, just take us back. a
Mr.
little-
Morris.
Okay. Yeah, obviously you didn't know it was Mr. Morris at the time, right?
No, sir.
Okay. But you sense lights coming up behind you, right? You hear the
Here's the
sound of a
truck.
vehicle coming. Okay. Tell us what you did then.
When I turned around and seen where he was, I dove out of the where my feet were on the road. Because if there's a picture of the front, the wheel is tucked in up under the fender. And if I would have been standing up, then he would have run me over and killed me.
Okay. Your testimony is you were going to get out of the way.
Yeah, I was getting out of the way. That shows my boot. It shows the lugs of the tire on the side of my boot.
Okay. All right. And it was in that moment that do you have a clear recollection of how your foot was struck?
It was more probably in an angle like that. Because there was, I don't know how many broken bones and tendons, and I had one bone that was sticking through the skin, and at the hospital, and the doctor pushed it back in, and I had a cut on my heel, and they were both like getting infected because I couldn't get a doctor to call me back. And
Okay, well, let's back up a little bit. Let's make sure. So you're at the scene of where there's just the Georgia power truck has just run over your left foot, right? As you described a minute ago. Help me understand what so when you get up, or when you're able to kind of realize what's happened, where are you at that point?
probably 3 feet over in the grass.
Okay, about 3 feet over in the grass. Okay. And Ron, let me see if I can find, I believe there's a, have you seen a photo where there's some marking, some orange marking on the grass? Let me see if I can show it to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
if we have, do we give these?
So the questions you hold on to
Okay.
till the end,
Okay.
because it may well get answered by one of the two lawyers. You'll see, and you may be the first to do it, like you tear that card up because the question gets asked. Nothing wrong with writing it down now. But when both sides are done with their questions, then I turn to you all and say, any questions? And you don't actually play the Jeopardy music, but you get a chance to write down additional questions. And then Deputy Gordon scoops them all up. So hold on to them in reserve until then. I promise not to forget, but we don't pause for that because it may well be that between these two lawyers, we cover a whole bunch of things that are already going, wait, what's this orange paint? The question might be, okay, but thank you for asking. Back to you, Mr. Ramsey.
Sure. Ron, take a look at this photo. This is, part of our Exhibit B, one of the photos that was taken at the scene. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And there's an orange circle drawn in the grass. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What significance, if any, does that orange paint have for you?
It don't really. I don't. It may have been where my body was, or my foot, or I don't.
And Ron, is it fair to say you don't recall there being orange paint on the grass when you were laying over on the side of the road, right?
No, sir.
Okay. If this is the area where it happened, then this orange paint may have been added at sometime later.
Yes, sir. When a friend of mine that lives on my road, when he come out and was going to town, and he said there was probably 30 Georgia fire trucks and state troopers and.
Well, and be careful. Don't tell us anything that someone else may have told you. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, here's Ron. Here's another view, and this may be a better photo for you to kind of get a good reference point. I believe your testimony earlier was that you ended up in the grass about 3 feet from the road.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and does that? I realize the orange paint wasn't there at the time, but does that roughly show how far off the road you ended up?
Yes, sir. And on the top of the screen where the front tire is on the truck, it's tucked up under the truck. And if I would have been standing up, I mean, he would have run me over.
Okay, I think I understand you correctly. That you were.
Yeah, once I seen him, I dove to the side, and the furthest thing sticking out was my foot, and that's what he got.
That's what got hit. Okay. Do you have any recollection? Trying to take you back 3 years. Do you have any recollection of approximately where your left foot was at the time you're leaning over and trying to get out of the way?
It was on the white line.
Right about on the white line.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ron, is it showing you this photo here? Again, does this kind of depict the area that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was it a straight road at
Yes,
that
sir.
location?
Yes, sir. Pretty straight.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of what the weather was that evening or that early morning? Was it clear? Was it cloudy? Was it raining? Do you remember?
Oh, it was clear and warm, and I mean, you could see without any lights where you was.
Okay.
As far
This
as,
was in August, right?
yes, sir.
So, okay. Ron, do you have any recollection of, was there a full moon? Was it a half moon, no moon, or do you have any recollection at all?
No, it was a full moon. You could see and walk and see where you was going.
Okay. So Ron, you've struck your left foot. You're about 3 feet off the road. I assume, were you laying down?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're laying down.
I couldn't get up. I mean, my whole leg was just throbbing. I mean, I couldn't move it. not my foot, not my knee. It was just, I thought he run over my upper leg instead of just my foot.
Okay. Ron, one thing that's gonna come up, I think we made reference to earlier. There's some reference to two log trucks. Do you have any recollection of seeing any log trucks coming the other direction, that early morning?
I don't.
Okay. All right, is it fair to say the only truck or only vehicle that you were aware of at the, right around the time of the collision was the Georgia Power truck coming up behind you?
Yes, sir. And these trucks all have cameras on them,
Okay, well, yeah, I understand. Okay,
and the state trooper that,
well, let me, yeah.
Folks said.
right, let
Okay.
me stop you. I know you're trying to jump ahead. It's okay, Ron. All right, Ron, tell me a little bit about, so you're laying there, side of the road, 3 feet off the road. And tell me a little bit about what happens with the Georgia Power truck at that point, if you know.
oh, he went on a site where I couldn't even hear him.
Okay. Georgia Power truck goes on down the road.
Yeah.
What happened next, if you recall?
There was a couple of guys that stopped, and I told them that I got run over and said they was gonna call 911 and go down 106.
Okay, so let's make sure we understand. You said a couple guys stopped, they were in some vehicle?
Yes, sir. A little white S10.
Little white what?
S10.
S10.
Yes, sir.
That's a little truck?
Hmm.
Okay. So these gentlemen stopped to check on you? Or,
Yeah, I was pulling myself over to the road because I couldn't move my leg. And I was waving to other vehicles passing by to get them to stop to help me.
is it fair to say you kind of flagged this S10 truck down, right?
Mhm.
What information did you convey to people in that truck?
I told them that a transfer truck had run me over. I didn't know it was a Georgia Power truck or anything like that till I just know that when I got hit and I heard a big diesel motor, and that's
What did you ask them to do, if anything?
if they seen the guy to get him to come back.
All right. Do you have any recollection of, did the driver of this Georgia Power truck, did he eventually come back?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. What was your sense of time from the moment you got hit to how long it took him to come back and check on you?
I was in shock, and I thought that my leg was smashed because I mean, I couldn't move it. I couldn't feel it. It just throbbed, just the worst. Like if you hit your hammer or hit your thumb with a hammer, it was 100 times worse than that.
Do you recall the driver of the truck coming back and having any talking to you or saying anything to you?
The only time that I remember him talking to me, I was in the ambulance, and he apologized a couple times, Mr. Morris.
Do you remember, precisely what words he used or how he said it?
He said, "I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry." That's,
And that was as you were being loaded up in the ambulance?
yeah, I was already loading up, and they was cutting clothes off.
You remember, where did in terms of when you were laying on the side of the road and and the EMTs got there, do you remember anything that they did to you at that time?
Yeah, they, when they started up my laces and took my boot off, there was a little hole, and at my heel, there was a little hole, or it was actually a bigger hole. And whenever they taped it up at the hospital, they waited on it so long that the gauze had growed into my skin.
Okay, and you're referring to something maybe like a few days later or a week later, or how long after that? You're talking about gauze growing into your skin. That was.
Yeah, that was like 4 weeks later.
Okay. All right, so do you remember where you were taken to with your, after you got, when the ambulance loaded you up, where you went from there?
I know I went to Stevens County, but I don't remember it. They give me 2 shots of pain meds, and I was it's the drug that's going around that's killing a bunch of people.
Oh, is that maybe oxygen?
Fentanyl.
Not that I know.
Well, yeah, so Ron, you got some medications, because of the injury to your foot and the pain, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Probably need to backtrack a little bit. Let me make sure. Do you, at the time of this accident, were you taking any medications regularly or anything that, that would, just any medications you were regularly on or anything like that?
Not that I was on every day, but I took a half of Suboxone.
Okay.
And I was hit in the back and pinned in my car, and it was 12 years ago, and or more. And they had me on pain meds, and then they switched me to that because I didn't want it controlling my life.
Okay. And Ron, I don't want to get too much into you were in a previous car wreck at some point where you hurt your back.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result of that, they put you on some painkillers.
Mm-hmm.
And in lieu of continuing, did you develop some level of addiction on those painkillers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the Suboxone is to kind of help avoid that or wean off of that addiction to the painkillers?
Yes.
Okay. Just so everybody understands it, what effect, if any, does the Suboxone have on you when you take it?
Probably takes half the pain away.
Okay. Does it, I don't know if it, does it impair your mental abilities or your physical abilities in any way? Okay.
No.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you get assessed by the EMTs there at the scene. They load you up onto the ambulance. I believe you said you went to Stevens County Hospital. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what they did for you there at Stevens County Hospital?
They said that they couldn't do anything for me. The injury was too bad, and they said they was going to have to take me somewhere else.
Okay. And so then, you're already at the hospital. So in order to go from one hospital to somewhere else, did you have to get an ambulance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So did you remember where you were transported by ambulance from Stevens County?
I remember them saying either Emory or Athens.
All right, and so you, did you say, do you have a recollection with you, if you went to Emory or Athens?
I don't know. I was in the back and.
Sure.
But
By this point, you had gotten some pain medicine, right?
yes,
Okay, fair enough. Ron, when you got to whatever your next destination is, did you remember what they did for you there?
they wrapped it up and the foot doctor there said he was gonna do the surgery in like 3 or 4 days, or which never come. I called him after the 3 or 4 days ran out, and I couldn't get him on the phone. I couldn't get no response from receptionist.
You were making an effort in the days following the accident and your injury. You were making an effort to get a follow-up appointment.
Yes.
Was he a surgeon?
Yes.
Okay, you were trying to get that surgery scheduled and just didn't have any luck getting it scheduled.
Yeah, he was on call, and whenever I woke up in the hospital, he come and said, were you going to do a couple, 2 or 3 surgeries? And
All right, and just just
Yeah.
weren't able to get that scheduled. Okay,
so
who was the next?
Your Honor, I understand we're trying to get the story out, but Mr. Ramsey has gone into essentially testifying. And so I'd like the witness to answer the question as best he recalls, and Mr. Ramsey not give the information in his question.
Okay. We've got to strike the right balance here, but
Sure.
the more you can say what happened next.
Right.
Whatever the open-ended question would be. the
Okay.
better. I also understand you're helping get Mr. Shackelford in the direction that you need the questions to go.
Sure.
But,
Sure,
let's strike a better balance.
absolutely. Ron, you mentioned the issue with getting scheduled for surgery. If you recall, who did you see? Is there a doctor you saw next? Is there somewhere you went next in the process?
after seeing him in the hospital, that's the only doctor I seen. And after waiting on him, they released me. And he said, "Oh, we're going to fix your foot up." And he just plumb ignored any of my calls, messages.
Okay. Was there another, so understand on that medical provider, was there another medical provider you saw after that or who, if any, was the one you saw after that surgeon that
I looked up Dr. Barito as far as his education and
Okay. And tell us who Dr. Barito is.
he's a orthopedic surgeon.
Okay. And do you know what his area of specialty is?
Foot and ankle.
Okay. So was that something where you looked it up on your own, or did you get a referral over to Dr. Barito, or do you remember?
I looked it up on Google.
Okay. All right. And you were able to get an appointment with Dr. Barito?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't want you to say things that Dr. Barito said to you, okay? But I just want you to tell us what, after your appointments with Dr. Barito, what was your understanding of the condition of your foot?
He asked me how long I've been smoking, and he thought that I wasn't a good candidate for surgery since I've been smoking so long. And he said even if he did fix it, it's called the leg spring, and the bone that goes over top of the top of your foot and holds all them bones together. And he said after I would need plates, pins, and screws.
understanding you don't have any medical knowledge, but what was your layperson understanding of what had happened to your foot?
That it was, he was calling it a leg strength surgery.
Okay. Did you have an understanding that any of your bones in your foot were broken?
Mhm.
That's a yes.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the Lis Frank tendon.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I believe you, again, your understanding is that there's a surgery out there. Did you know do you know what it's called?
Just the leg strength is all I know.
Is your understanding that surgery might be helpful to you?
It was risking my foot losing it. And
No,
because after I couldn't get a hold of the doctor that visited me in the hospital, the orthopedic surgeon, and he never, the one I couldn't get a hold of again. And then so I looked Dr. Verito up online and read about his medical history and education.
And we talked about kind of the diagnosis, right? What your understanding is of what happened to your foot. Do you have a sense through your interaction with doctors? Do you have a sense of what your prognosis is? You know, what are your long-term expectations for your foot?
When I had an MRI done, one of the bones didn't show up bright, like on the X-ray. The rest of them was bright, and there was one of them that was dark. And the doctor told me that that's a sign of a bone infection. And that if it was infected, then they'd have to cut my foot off because I guess it spreads from bone to bone. I'm not the doctor, but.
Sure. So that at some point you had, through your experience with doctors, you had the understanding that there may be an amputation of that foot in your future.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, that was.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
I got it. You started the question with, in fact, might be good if this was cross-examination.
Sure.
But
My apologies.
no problem.
Mr. Shackelford, tell us a little bit about, we've talked about the impact on your foot.
Mhm.
Did this have any other
Yes.
impacts on you, on your physical health in other ways?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Tell us a little bit about that.
I was having to crawl back and forth to the restroom for months.
Okay.
And because I couldn't put no weight on my foot. And Dr. Verito, he put one of them black boots on me. They got Velcro and you can tighten them or loosen them. And
Okay.
And so when I have to go to the restroom, I'd take it off because it was so bulky and in the way. And besides, I mean, I couldn't I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't without help, like going upstairs or it was especially when they told me I might lose my foot. I mean, it hurt. It got to me. cried for a while. It was scary.
What about what about your pain level? Was it manageable with the pain medicine you were taking, or how was that?
It helped a little bit, but not all the way. I mean, they say that no pain meds takes all the pain away. And it was, I rolled that sleeve off my foot and put that big giant black boot around it and then pump it up. And the first time I seen it, all the way to my knee was black. I mean, really dark purple and black.
You told us about Dr. Barito. You told us about the other, the day of the next day of the ER visits, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any other times that you had to go seek medical help outside of Dr. Barito and outside of those ER visits?
Yeah, when I was still seeking out surgery or whatever they could do to help me, because Dr. Barito wasn't gonna do it. And so I've seen the doctor at the where they work on the bulldogs at,
Okay.
the sports orthopedic something.
Okay.
And I went there and he took x-rays of my feet, and the difference between like my big toe and my next toe on my right foot was just like little bitty. And on my left foot, it was 3 times that size.
Okay. So that was the, I think you said it was the people that help with the bulldogs.
Mhm.
All right, and that was in relation to your foot as well, right?
Yes, sir. And he told me that I should stay off of it because I shouldn't be on it more than 30 minutes a day. And he showed me on the x-ray how much the arthritis had already built up just in that shorter time.
Mr. Shackelford, we've been talking about your injuries. Your Honor, this is probably the time these have been shared already, but there's a series of photos of the injury.
Exhibit C.
Yes, Your Honor, and this is, I count 5 pages, I believe. As proper exhibit C.
Right, Mr. Archer, any objection to the photos that make up exhibit C?
I don't think so. I would like him to look at them and just give us a sense of who took them and when they were taken.
Sure, when in time in relation to the incident.
Right, I was just,
That before you publish anything.
okay. And well, I guess I just need to do it in person then, and yeah. I apologize.
Those pictures, he'll look at them, you ask what you want.
There you go.
Okay.
Ron, can you take a look at those photos in Exhibit C? Can you just tell us a little bit about what's shown there?
Exhibit C, that's where.
Don't come to.
Leave them right there on the
Sorry.
table. And all you need to do is flip through the photos.
So no comment on them?
Just let me know when you've looked at all 5.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you recognize those photos?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
Pictures of my left foot.
When roughly were they taken in relation to the time of the accident?
Uh, probably 2 months.
After the incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions you want to ask Mr. Ramsey in terms of laying a foundation?
Ron, do these photos accurately show the condition of your foot at the time they were taken?
Yes, sir.
Any other concerns, Mr. Archer, or do you not object to the admission of and publication as the lawyers see fit of plaintiff's exhibit C?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're in.
All right, Ron, I'm gonna display this for you real quick. All right, Ron, are you able to see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think if you can repeat again for us, what approximately when were these photos taken?
These were, it was weeks after the accident.
Okay.
I can't put a date on them. I just,
There's a red mark there. Do you have any understanding of what this red mark right about the middle portion of the top of your foot? Do you have any understanding of what that is?
there's the spot in the middle and just to the right of it's where a bone come through my skin.
Okay. All right. And I think you testified earlier that when you went to the hospital, were they able to push that back into place?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I had a cut on my heel, and the doctor that was on call at the hospital that I couldn't get no response return from, no call back, no nothing.
Okay.
And they just taped it up and put gauze, which you can see the gauze that they put on it. It like grew into my skin, messed with it, and to change it, they was trying to like ease it off, and it done grow together so much it was really painful.
Okay. And here's another one, Mr. Shackelford. I think this one may likewise showing the condition of your foot at that time.
Yes, sir.
Same here. This next view, that's an accurate depiction of your foot at that time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then this, I believe this is our last one. Let me double check. Yeah. Explain what's happening here. It looks like, first of all, Mr. Shackelford, is that a set of crutches there in the background?
Yes, sir. And walker, because I fell twice with the crutches
Okay.
trying to go up steps.
Okay. So you tried to use the crutches, but had a fall?
Yeah, trying to go up steps and it didn't work out.
And then you were mentioning something about the gauze, being kind of, I don't know, kind of stuck in there? Is that what we're seeing here? This is your foot wrapped up after the accident?
They changed the wrap like 3 or 4 times.
Okay. All right. And then I believe your testimony earlier was that you had to walk around in in some sort of boot for a little while?
Oh, yeah, for months.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about that. What was the boot helpful to you?
Yeah. Yeah, versus the walker, it was hard to get around, down, around doors, through doors, around hallways and tables, stuff like that.
Okay.
The boot it kept my foot where it needed to be straight. And so I went with that, and it worked out good until they changed the gauze on it for the second time, and then it was no more gauze. I was done with the gauze.
Okay. Ron, we went through some of your medical visits. Are there any other medical visits that you recall related, stemming from this accident?
I went and had an MRI done at Stevens County.
Okay, no, that was of your foot.
Yes, sir.
Aside, putting your foot aside for a moment, was there any other effects it had on the rest of your body that ever caused you to have to seek medical treatment?
Besides going back to Emory to trying to get that guy to talk to me, and he just sent his PR, I think is what they called him. And he came down there and wrote me a script of meds, and he says, we're gonna do this next week. And he said, what's your number? I said, y'all got my number. And I was upset with him, really. And he said, well,
Instead of getting into what he said, the question is whether there were any other medical conditions you had beyond your foot that flowed from the injury to your foot, gave you a bad elbow or headaches or anything like that. That's the question. And
oh
is there
yeah,
something you have in mind that you want to help Mr. Shackelford work?
Yeah, I was just trying to avoid
it was
an objection.
like I had PTSD from it. I would wake up screaming, kicking. I fell off the bed on countless times. I fell off the bed and cut my eyelid like wide open, like he took a razor and just, it wasn't a deep cut, but it didn't look like I hit the corner of a dresser. It looked like a razor cut it. It was that clean of a cut. I mean, I was having trouble with my knee, my foot naturally. It was the PTSD is what was really working on my psyche.
Okay. Mr. Shackelford, you've been kind enough to take us through different medical facilities you saw, different providers you saw. As a result of all that, did you receive any medical bills for your treatment?
The ones I've got at home in a box.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to hand the witness some proffered exhibits and let him identify.
Sure. Make sure you show Mr. Archer what they are. Let me know what letters we're working through.
And Your Honor, just to be, we spoke about the summary. Do we want to omit that at this time?
There's nothing wrong with this. Question is whether it goes back to the jury later on.
I understand. Okay.
So what letters are we working with?
This is Exhibit D, Your Honor.
Okay.
Proper Exhibit D.
Is there any?
Marked as Exhibit D, and pretty good stacks. If you can just take time and look through it.
So Mr. Shackelford, you don't need to read every line of every page. The question is whether you recognize these documents.
Yes, sir.
And Ron, what are those documents?
Records from ambulance in Piedmont.
Records, medical bills?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are these, you referenced a lot of the treatment you got. Just a moment ago, we spoke about that you received medical bills as a result of that. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do these appear to be the medical bills that you received?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it your testimony these medical bills, do these medical bills relate to or stem from the accident that we're talking about here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's let's see if there's anything else.
Tender.
We would at this.
D.
Yes, Your Honor, we would at this time.
All right, based on what we've heard from Mr. Shackelford, Mr. Archer, any objection to the admission of plaintiff's D?
As to part of plaintiff's D, the last entry in the last part have to do with the future procedure. And that has, it's admissible for a number of grounds. I think there's also been now an admission on direct that this is not surgery he's going to have. So in addition to it being no foundation for it, it's irrelevant.
So I didn't realize that you included in D, the surgery that hasn't happened. In other words, the estimate of what that cost would be. Let's remove that from D.
Okay,
Because you're still working on that project.
understood.
So if you
Understood.
take out of D, if in D right now are pages that relate to an estimate for surgery that hasn't happened yet, that should not be made part of D. That can be a different exhibit later if you meet some thresholds we've talked about outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
Other than D, and I know you've got a concern about the cover page, the summary, which I think is admissible, as in it's made part of the record. I also think it's publishable. I don't know if it goes out with the jury. We'll cross that bridge later. But if it has an entry on it for the estimated cost, then that's not something that should be shared at this time because
Okay.
we haven't sorted through that estimate.
And Your Honor, just, can we reserve the right to recall him just as to that one specific issue? We would ask to do that if that's permissible. Okay.
So I am admitting D minus whatever pages relate to the surgery that has not occurred.
Right.
And that cover summary needs to be redacted or edited. So anything that refers to any estimated cost of the surgery that has not occurred is not included in there.
Okay.
Unless I rule otherwise later on down the road.
Okay. Okay. If it pleases Your Honor, I will just refrain from showing the summary page at this time.
Sure.
Just in the interest of not having a redacted version and then a later version that hopefully has it. So I'll refrain from showing that at this time, and we won't show, of course, we won't show the future at this time either. We'll just reserve the right to recall him as to that specific issue.
And that'll be a different exhibit. So I need you to take out of D any of the pages other than the summary page.
Right.
That deal with estimates for a surgery that has not happened.
Okay, we'll do that as a separate exhibit, hopefully later.
But take them off the podium.
So is D going to have the redacted summary page or no summary page?
So I'm admitting D with the summary page on it. The summary page cannot be published in its current form. And again, we're gonna talk later about whether that summary would go back to the jury. If it does, and that question about the estimated cost of the surgery that hasn't happened is resolved unfavorably for Mr. Shackelford, then it will need to be redacted.
Okay, but it won't be published at this time.
Not until that figure is not on that.
Gotcha. Thank you, Your Honor.
The estimate.
Okay, so that's gonna be exhibit Q or something else later on if it comes in.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. That'll be
D
later.
as it now exists in front of Mr. Shackelford is admitted. You will not publish the summary.
Okay.
Great. I have a question before you get into medical records, which I'll let you do in just a moment. Do you have, we're gonna break for lunch shortly.
Okay.
We've started medical records, so we should finish talking about medical records. Do you have much beyond that with Mr. Shackelford?
I don't think, what's Your Honor's, I think we can be done, if it's acceptable to break around. I think I can definitely be done by 1, with his direct, if it's,
Probably won't wait till 1, so why don't we
Okay.
finish medical records and then
Okay.
we'll break for lunch?
that's fair.
All right, and then
Okay.
when we come back, you can wrap up your direct.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Bear with me, Your Honor. I'm just trying to make sure I don't accidentally publish something I don't want to publish. Okay, Ron, can you see that okay on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You see that bill, and I'm not asking you to be an expert on medical bills, but do you see what that page shows there?
Stevens County Hospital, 11/10/21.
Mr. Shackelford, do you have it? If you look down there at the very, toward the
Bottom.
bottom, it says emergency level 1 services. Do you see that?
Yeah, 8/14/9 or 8/12/19. ALS emergency level 1 services.
Okay. And what do you have an understanding what this bill was for?
I assume it was for transport to Emory.
Right, the ambulance bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, now it would have been better if I could have showed you that page first. I'm sorry. Yeah, that next page you see there, it mentions ambulance. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next page shows, you got another bill here. Do you see that?
Yes,
And I
sir.
apologize for the tiny print. Let me see if I can go to the second page. That might help you. Do you see there? It also mentions, you see where it mentions ambulance?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, he can testify to what he knows. Mr. Ramsey is reading it again. And so if Mr. Shackford explained what he knows, rather than it being prompted by Mr. Ramsey.
And Your Honor,
The records are in evidence now, so you can ask any question you want about what's in the record. I don't know how much it helps to have Mr. Shackelford just read what's on the page, but these are in. You can ask what you want about it, and you can orient Mr. Shackelford to it, but you shouldn't testify as to what's on it.
sure. And I thought, Mr. Shackelford, I was just trying to direct your attention to the wording right here. What's this bill, if you have an understanding what this bill was?
It was 11/10/21.
So
I think it's,
hold on one second. Yes, Mr. Archer.
Just in the interest of efficiency, I'll stipulate that all of these charges that we're about to go through are the actual medical cost associated with the incident. And they add up to what they add up, but we're not challenging that, and we can move this along if that would
Okay.
help.
That would be very helpful.
That's usually, okay, we're good.
Thank you, Mr. Archer.
Thank you. Well, as your Honor stated, are we breaking for lunch at this point, or?
Hold on
Sorry.
one second. We're on break, so you just sit. Okay, I'll show you what was. I have a special booth for you. Do you have any other questions for Mr. Shackelford about the medical bills?
No, given defense's stipulation, I don't think we will.
They say what they say, they relate to treatment Mr. Shackelford received as a result of the incident. We're all agreeing on that.
Yes, sir.
And then they add up to whatever number, and if you come up with a summary sheet, it needs to exclude that other figure unless and until
Right.
successfully litigated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1 minute after 12:30, according to the clock on this computer, which is sure connected to Greenwich Mean Time in some way. We're gonna break for lunch. I'll give you about an hour, try to be back by 1:30. We'll pick up then. It sounds like Mr. Ramsey has a few more questions for Mr. Shackelford, and then we'll see if the defense has any questions for him. And then we'll see if you have any questions for Mr. Shackelford. Please, when you go to lunch, don't talk about the case, talk about anything else you want. It's fine to eat as a big group. You don't have to interact with each other at all. You can break into small groups. Being together isn't the problem. It would be talking about the case. But that gives you everything else in the universe to talk about. So you shouldn't run out of things to say, get to know each other, all that kind of stuff. Any logistical questions before I see you again at 1:30? Seeing none, if you'll go with Deputy Gordon, he'll get you situated and we'll see you soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I? Oh,
I'm asking you to, because we need to mess with the touch screen.
Oh, just to test it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had just logged out.
Oh, if you're not in, I can find something to share.
Judge, I can share something.
Great.
Thank you. Sorry.
Make sure that button's right. We're gonna be on the record for one more minute. Sorry, this probably. Mr. Ramsey, don't worry about pulling something up. Do you have anything we need to talk about before I release you for lunch?
I think we're good. I'm gonna double check and see if we can get this record certification and hopefully we've got an associate on it, so hopefully it'll get done.
Excellent. And you've got other witnesses to follow when we're done with Mr. Shackelford?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you will be able to fill the day with witnesses. We won't at 3 have you
Yes.
say, oh, my next witness can't be here till.
I would be, no, we're not going to, because even if, because we know how long Barreto's is, so yes, we'll be able to fill the day with ours.
Great, okay. Mr. Archer, anything we need to talk about before lunch?
No, Your Honor.
It's lunchtime. Thank you. Let's go off the record.
Thank you.
All right, and you're free to step down, Mr. Shackelford. You can head that way.
Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Dorsey, the issue was, Mr. Shackelford was trying to illustrate on a photo just like this. I said, tap the screen.
Thank you for
In my courtroom, if you tap the
agreeing on the
screen.
medical
then in
bills.
the-
Oh, yeah.
That was gonna be
There's a little-
but I was like,
Yeah,
it's like, hey, I gotta do it in case they come back. and say,
Right.
No, that one's not related or whatever, so.
Yeah, no,
Thank you for the professional courtesy there.
sure.
I was gonna put everybody to sleep right before lunch.
Right. So you think you've got about another 30 minutes with Mr.
I think
Shackelford?
I think that's fair.
Maybe a much less useful touch.
If
screen.
I know
You
the
can touch it,
nearest,
but you couldn't
best
drop.
place to grab. That's what
I can't remember.
There's not very many
There's a-
places
yeah,
down here. There may
I
be like a
discovered that last night.
cafeteria, maybe.
Man, last night I left and I was like, I
Yeah,
saw a
it's
couple
like
of drug deals
frozen,
going down. I
yeah.
was like, oh,
Wayne.
Oh, Wayne, W-Y-N-E.
Yep.
I'm gonna come back in probably after about.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Fog, F-O-G, yes, ma'am. Yeah, you're right.
What I,
Well, let's go talk among or, yeah.
maybe we gather up.
Stay in here for a moment. Email the estimate to someone who's emailing it to legal to get us the affidavit.
I'm gonna head back to my office. Will you just let me know
I'll let
if
you
it's fixable or not? I
I
don't
got
want to mislead the lawyers. If it's not fixable, they're gonna have to do something other than use the touch.
Okay, I will let you know.
Thank you. You all set, Mr. Hughes? Great.
Hey, I got a quick question. Are you familiar with 9J and they have a D10 for the witness stand? Do you know why it would not be showing the option, the drawing option?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, because. Oh, okay, so I need to put the license on the witness stand? Say that one more time. Okay, hold up. So I need to like leave the meeting. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 Oh, okay. 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 So I just need to go on my personal device and okay. Say it again. No, no, no. They're on lunch. They're on lunch, so I can go do that now. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And I thought, well, all the guy really does.
All right, so I put in the code and I got it signed in, but it's still not giving me the drawing option.
Does it doesn't give you when you tap on the screen, it doesn't show like a little pen inside?
Mm-mm.
Does it? Okay, let me get on my desk real quick.
Okay.
For the bank, there's like 5 minutes from my house, so let's like get that. I'll try and we can troubleshoot this.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Quick here.
Yep. Oh, sorry, hold on.
Why don't you go to 8H?
AH?
Yeah, let's try something. Let's go to 8H.
Okay.
Have a little details in there.
Okay.
License. Try to keep choices. Try.
Okay. Yes. And then. Yeah, so, why don't you tell me that? Okay, just, make it clear. For them in check. It's not just in your talk, in check. Okay. So,
Their best. I mean, that my fault.
so you know, it's work. People school, teaching. Okay, which is like 114 to 2000, okay. So what would keep it restricted until you get a final answer from the school? Yeah. Yeah. Right.
That's small.
So what do you think? It was just this academic. If you don't have. No, but I believe I gave.
You feel like you're loving it, you see it.
I can't recall.
Or to me. Oh, where are we?
But they are.
Oh, I didn't understand that. Certainty. The average human wants.
Alright, so 8H, it's not even letting me, it's not giving me none of the icons.
Is there something going on in that?
Yeah, I don't see none.
So the icon only comes up when you share screen.
So I have to share it from that end. But I still, shouldn't I still see mute and all that at the bottom though? This one does have a license.
Did he know it was a full month before his lawyers?
Yeah, I literally added it to the meeting and it didn't,
I'll assume they're filling that.
I'm not getting no icons. You see what I'm saying?
Let's see, it's kind of like this. That doesn't make sense. Do they have a hearing going on in there?
In 9J, yes, they do. Not in 8H, no. In 9J, yes.
Really, is this the 9J hearing?
This the civil something.
How did you know? I want to see, because I don't know what, the person who sets, just create a new meeting and invite this device into it. And let's see.
Create a new meeting and invite this device?
Yes.
Okay.
I only use the meeting for the hearing.
Okay, okay.
I remember a show called New Hard. No. Remember Larry Darrell? Larry Darrell. Couldn't be in Probably Larry. Nobody would know who said it. I feel like saying that. It's like,
Should I check in with Jeff and tell him I won't need him today?
Yes.
Yes, we're not gonna get through Eric and Rick.
No. It's 1:30 before we crank back up.
Our first mill bar at Cash's. Richard.
thank you.
closure, and then just look at the summary of the medical bills. I know, Doctor, I looked at. the
Yeah.
papers. It might be okay to go back.
Yeah.
We tried to keep it out in trash, and I think we ultimately lost it. That's right.
Yep. Do you have a copy for Ramsey in the, yeah. Maybe one for the judge.
I've got three.
Okay.
You have your highlight copy.
Yes. I have no idea. There's one where you said you thought you hit him in the head, maybe with the side mirror. But that's right. Yeah, I mean, if you said something differently, it was right after the accident. It was dark. I was going fast. I did as best I could. I was upset. But, that's 3 years later.
There's the kids. Yeah.
I hate that.
Get it.
Electrician.
There we go.
Still red. Still red. Yeah. There's a subdivision out there. Oh, no, let's cut out the reason, and they're not happy. There's a 0.3, 0.2, really give you the square footage. And all those houses there have the. Yeah, cut it there. Oh, yeah, it's hard to get. You get seasick driving up. Yeah. And your roads are wrong. I had trouble calling you. How you get your truck up so you'll drive. One is there to fix the trouble. That's why I also hold it. I want that for like 8 hours. Something like that. North Carolina, come back through Franklin. Yeah. That was get back to me for a shift and so I found some reasonable property on the South Carolina side. Right, I think it's way in the corner where it joins Georgia and North Carolina. It's just hard to get. There's only 2 bridges coming back into Georgia. It's northwest of that big lake. Yeah. But it's closer to, it's on the other side of Kiel. Very much. Yeah. Yeah. Way above. Right up in there. There's Raven Ball. Right in here. It's just hard. Oh, no, I can't. I worked with the power. You can.
Oh, yeah. It's just, that was.
Oh, what? Okay.
Josh, that button on the mic sometimes doesn't work.
Yeah, it's still real.
It's just you keep it on, it stays on here forever. You know, so. Yeah.
What's on YouTube? I'm sorry.
Like me.
Oh, no, on purpose. Did we know that?
I didn't know. I love.
Is that what that little S was? Oh, my God. I saw people with blue wires. Oh,
Yeah, yeah. She cannot now.
Is that what that little S was? Did we ever figure out who that was?
No, but
I wonder if S logged in and then, I mean, just a guess.
Somebody had hacked it.
Yes, it's a green bag.
Oh, thank you.
It sure is.
Energy here.
Start asking these questions a lot faster.
Water.
Coke's good, man. Thank you so much.
You buddy.
if somebody is really bored if they're watching that YouTube channel. It's not.
You're good.
We're good.
Yep.
Were you here the entire time?
No, I just came back.
Okay. Did you, 8D had an issue. Were you able to help them?
I'm gonna go,
How
I'll go,
Karen can't log into the Zoom.
I'll go by there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Oh, no
So
problem.
what do we do? Is it like good old days? You just tap it and then a little pencil comes
Yep,
up?
pencil will come out. Yep. Whiteboard.
Okay, no, not, but whiteboard wasn't what we were trying to do. It was, if there's an image on the screen,
If you could share an image right now.
okay. Ms. Peeler, are you able to share an image?
1 second.
How are we doing with yours? Everyone's there, excellent. So there used to be a little pencil that would appear in the corner.
I thought that was the pencil. I'm wrong.
It's
Never.
not fixed.
It's not.
So yeah, if you tap it, like what you just did on my screen in 8D, then in the lower left-hand corner, there's a circle,
Yeah.
pencil in it.
I
And you tap that, and then
Ah.
it's suddenly you can draw on the screen.
I know exactly what you're
Yeah, so
talking
we
about.
don't want a whiteboard. We want to be able to annotate. Maybe
Yeah.
that's the name of the term.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, my fault.
Okay, so not fixed.
Not fixed, not
Okay.
fixed.
Keep us posted.
All right.
Sorry, everyone. A while ago. Nice of you to stand for Mr. Dorsey. All right, Ms. Hughes, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's go back on the record in Shackelford versus Georgia Power. Mr. Ramsey, anything before, Mr. Shackelford, you should work your way back up to the witness stand.
Nothing for us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Mr. Archer, anything before we bring the jury back in?
One technological question. During the break, one of my colleagues got on the YouTube stream and she could hear our table. How do I turn the mic off?
Is the light red?
It's now red. It
Okay.
was green a while back.
So green is on, red is not on.
And so how do I do I just touch it to get?
Yeah, you put your finger in that little well, that'll make it green again. I don't think you need it to be green because I can hear you just fine, which means this fuse can hear you. And as long as the podium microphone is on and the witness stand microphone is on, then we're projecting where we need to project. So
Great.
I don't have a problem with that always being off.
Thank you.
Is it set up now where he can mark? if he'd like
It's
to?
not, I
Okay.
was told it was, and instead what they did was make sure that the whiteboard feature works. I don't need a whiteboard, nor do you,
Right.
that's freeform drawing, and what I need them to do is activate it so that when a photo is on the screen, someone can say, I was standing right here and the truck was there, and use your fingers to draw, which is what this is capable of doing, just not in 9J right now.
In lieu of that, Your Honor, I think it would be helpful if he could mark it. Is there any objection to letting him just take a blue pen and mark the actual exhibit with an X or something, or? just trying to come up with a solution?
I have no objection with that. That is subject to a continuing witness objection if it then goes out with the jury, because that's part of your client's testimony. And so I'm not saying they'd make that objection, but I wouldn't want you to think, haha, I've now got a situation where that's gonna go back with the jury. Because it might not, if there were an objection, just like you might if Mr. Kidd was marking something up.
Right.
Real time, as opposed to this is something I prepared.
We do have 3 copies, so I suppose I could have, in lieu of having him do it on the video screen, I'm just thinking out loud, I could have him do it on one of the copies, and then there's 2 other good color copies that we could sub in that page if there's an objection to the
Right.
page with the X going in. Yeah.
the dilemma you have is how does the jury see where the X is? And the way they do that is by handing an exhibit around. We really try to avoid, in the COVID era, having jurors pass things around. I appreciate
Right.
not having to wear their masks. I think there's an overhead projector in here, but I don't know how it works in the schoolroom. So
But
if you can make the overhead projector work, then having Mr. Shackelford make a mark on something can be part of his testimony, and it's certainly something you could share with the jury in the same way that he could point to his head where his head hurt or something like that. I'm sorry about the screen.
Yeah,
I
no, that's
just,
okay.
Mr. Dorsey told me he was making it work and he activated a different feature.
Okay. And I wonder if he were to mark it and hold it up from his seat, do you think they would be able to
Probably
do
not.
it sufficiently? Yeah.
But if you wanna, spend 30 seconds seeing if there's an overhead projector in that podium, if you can get it to work, that's great, but that's something you should have done over the lunch break.
No, I understand.
It could be on the side if there is one, but not that side.
Oh, if it's here. Oh, I see. There's a cord, but not a separate projector. Yeah, it was just one of those things when I think when you mentioned the opportunity, it was like, hey, that sounds great, but if it's not available, that's fine.
Well, if you're recalling Mr. Shackelford later because of the estimated cost of the surgery, he'll be back on the stand and you can get him to mark it up. And
Okay.
there's gonna be cross-examination, you can always redirect. I don't know when IT is gonna figure out how to make it work.
Sure. Okay, fair enough.
All right, screen jurors in, please.
All right, so adjourn. Roger the president.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. I recognize the distinctive yellow labeled water bottles from my chambers. I don't know how folks got water over there, but I'm glad you've got water. It's way over in 8D, and I despaired for you. I said, well, if we're in the other courtroom, you have bottled water. So somehow we got it over here. Ms. Niles, of course the answer is Ms. Niles. If you run low, let Deputy Gordon know and we'll make him carry the water over. I'm sure he said, that looks heavy, you can carry it, so that she carried it over. When we left off, Mr. Shackelford was in the midst of his direct examination. He remains under oath. That oath he took before lunch still applies to him. And you were gonna be, I think, close to wrapping things up, so you're gonna take the time you need to finish the direct examination of your client.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ron, good afternoon.
Chris,
Ron, tell me, do you know Jeannie Huddleston?
just I met her one time.
Okay.
Are you okay with taking the mask off?
Oh, yeah, let's,
Yeah,
thank you, Ron. And I think you said yes, you do know her?
I don't know where I've met her.
Okay.
Met her one time.
Can you describe for us what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Huddleston?
I seen her name on the accident report, and I think it was under people that dialed 911 or something to that effect, and I want to stop and thank her for calling or looking out for me.
Okay. Is Ms. Huddleston a neighbor of yours?
We live probably 4 miles apart, 3 miles.
Okay. All right. Prior to this accident, you had never met Ms. Huddleston, didn't know her one way or another, right?
No, sir.
Tell me a little bit about, so you go to try to meet Ms. Huddleston, what exactly, what happened?
The first time I stopped, I rang the doorbell, nobody showed coming to the door, so I left. And the second time there was a car in the driveway, so I stopped and rang the doorbell, and her husband come in the door. And I told him what I was there for. And he says, yeah, I'll get her. And she come out in the kitchen, I think. And I told her that I wanted to thank her for looking out for me or calling 911 or.
Okay. What was Ms. Huddleston's reaction, if any?
She said, I think she said, yeah, no problem. And it was just small talk for like 5 minutes. And me and her husband went out and looked at his goldfish and.
Okay. Did Miss Huddleston say anything to you about having seen you out on the road the night of the accident?
No, sir.
Okay. Did Miss Huddleston appear to be uncomfortable in any way based on your interaction with her?
Not to me, she didn't.
All right. Ron, have you mentioned some of the things you were considering as you were deciding where to walk as you were walking along Highway 106. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I can't remember if you addressed it or not, but are there any other things that you worry about when you're walking along a road based on past experiences you've had?
Yeah, to stay out of the road as much as possible if I have to walk.
Okay. Have you ever had occasion to walk perhaps too far off of the road?
Yeah, where I was, because it was summertime and there was ant beds everywhere. And after I got hit, from me trying to crawl up kind of close to the road and tried to weigh somebody down, and my arms were eat up with red sores from ant bites.
Okay. Have you ever had any other encounters with wildlife while walking along rural Georgia roads?
Yeah, I got bit by a copperhead.
How did that inform your experience of how you behaved yourself on the night of the accident?
Well, after it happened, the fourth day after the bite, I couldn't move. My hand just flopped for a little over 9 months.
And I'm sorry, that was a poor question. You mentioned you had been bit by a copperhead before.
Yes, sir.
With that experience in mind, did that have any influence on how you walked down Highway 106 that night?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just explain for us.
Like I said, when I got to the first light at New Hope at the end of, they got two driveways, and I was at the far driveway. And when I got to like the first light, and I was fixing to have to go right anyway to go down my road. And I could see the white line when a car would go by, but I could feel the rough pavement under my foot on the right side of the line.
Okay, so you're talking about where the pavement ends?
Yeah, just there's probably, I don't know, that much.
Ron, I'm going to pull up pictures so we kind of get that, so we can see what you're talking about.
Is there something on your screen now?
Yeah.
What's it say?
Says the host has asked you to start your video. It says later and then start my video.
Start your video. Press that. Please. Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Bear with me a moment, Your Honor. I think I have to rejoin the Zoom meeting here. Try to share the screen here. All right, Mr. Shackelford, you were describing and Your Honor, is it all right if I point on the screen here? I didn't know if that was.
Don't mash it. Like that's not a touch screen, so you don't need to be whacking it.
Right, just
Point towards it.
Ron, you were talking about some sort of rough edge.
Yeah.
This is that rough edge you're talking about?
Right.
Okay.
It makes, if you're like standing on that, it drops off a little bit and it's kind of hard to walk on. It was just above where the pavement drops off a couple inches.
And one thing, Ron, I'm not sure if we touched on this earlier. Can you see this building way over here? Well, look on your screen if you can, right to the.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
You know what building that is?
That's New Hope Church.
That's the church you said you go to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And conveniently, New Hope Church or New Hope Road runs on New Hope Church, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can kind of make it out right here. Do you see that? Is that New Hope Road right up here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's where you were going to turn right.
Right.
Okay. Ron, I know you've already touched on it a little bit, but can you tell us what effect did this accident have on you?
Months in bed. I was having PTSD after that, where I was jumping and kicking and hitting the side of the dresser and just bad dreams from it. And
Ron, are there things that you could do before the accident that you can't do now?
yeah, I did hunt a lot, and now I go fishing when I can. But
can you stand for extended periods of time?
yeah, but just depends on what I'm wearing shoes or boots, or it's usually boots if I'm around a bunch of weeds.
On this night that the accident happened, you had walked, what's it, several miles?
Oh, yeah. It was-
Would you be able to do that today if you needed to?
No,
There any other physical limitations that you have that we haven't already talked about?
going upstairs and when I'm having to bend my left foot, it feels like a knife sticks in it when I've got to bend it.
That's all I have at this time. Please answer any questions that council may have.
Okay.
Mr. Archer, questions for Mr. Shackelford?
Hi, Mr. Shackelford. My name's Josh Archer. I think we've met a couple of times.
Yes, sir. Good to meet. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. I think the first time we met was at your deposition back in April of 22. Do you remember that? You remember a time when Ms. Peeler was asking you questions in a conference room and you answered them?
I've talked to so many doctors and everything, and I could have and not recall.
Okay, well, we'll move on from that. I want to follow up on a few things you said on direct. One, the timeline. This happened about 6 a.m. on Monday morning, August the 12th, 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the day before was a Sunday,
Yes, sir.
and you went to church in the morning, is that right?
That morning I didn't go.
You didn't go to church. Well, I hate, we're gonna have to get into the deposition, so. Copy of the deposition.
I mean, are you talking about the Sunday after I got run over?
No, sir, I'm talking about Sunday, the 11th, the day before the accident.
No, I didn't go.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a copy. This is already on file. Okay. That's the deposition. I'm handing you a copy of your deposition.
Okay.
And maybe when you see it, it will refresh your recollection that on August the 28th.
Oh, yeah, I'm in Clayton.
Yes.
Yes, I
So-
remember that. I didn't know. I remember.
And you were under oath,
Yes, sir.
and Ms. Peeler was asking you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I've handed you is a copy of that deposition. And I want to direct you to page 19. Do you see the page numbers on it? Can you find page 19?
Upper right-hand corner.
No,
Here.
this is April 28th.
Turn a couple pages in, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner, inside that box, there's a box on every page. You'll see it's got a page number. In fact, even on the cover, it says page 1.
Okay, and which page is it? You
Page
want
19.
19.
Are you with me?
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, at the top of that page, you see on the left-hand side of the page, there are numbers. Do you see those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are line numbers. So you
I want to confirm what you said here. The A is an answer and the Q is a question. And Ms. Peeler, I'm going to start with the answer there on page 19. The day I got hit question. That's you asking a question to Ms. Peeler. Her question, the day before Sunday. Answer, I went to church and come home and wasn't doing a whole lot of nothing. So you testified in April that the day before this accident, you did go to church. Which one is right?
I don't go every Sunday. I can't remember if I went or not.
Okay, but you said on the 22nd under oath that you did go to church.
Yeah, I usually go, and my wife, she can tell you more than me if we went or not. She usually makes me go.
Okay, you were in August of 2019, you were dating your now wife.
Yes, sir.
All right, and church would have been at about 11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were up sometime before 11 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Then you got home and you sat around and watched TV and sort of hung out with your family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then that evening, late afternoon, early evening, your brother said, do you want to go to the convenience store? Right?
Yes.
And you wanted to get some cigarettes and you said, yes, I'll go along to the convenience store.
Yeah.
And he drove.
Right.
You went to the convenience store and get there, and now we're about 7 o'clock in the evening on the 11th, and you got your cigarettes, and then you stayed out in the parking lot, sort of chatting with people for a few hours. Is that right?
Yeah. If it'd be a couple of hours, it wasn't. It's probably a little less than that.
Okay, well, if you'll turn to page 22 of your deposition, a couple more pages. And this is talking about when you leave let me ask you this, you leave the convenience store and you get to your brother's girlfriend's house, right?
Yes.
And you got to your brother's girlfriend's house at about 10 o'clock.
Just guessing. It could have been a couple of hours. Either way, I can't remember that good.
Okay, well, let's look at what you said on the 22nd. Look at page 28th, page 22, line 8. Question, what time, best you remember, do you recall getting to her house? Answer, I don't remember. Maybe 10 o'clock. We seen some friends at the store and stopped and talked to them and hung out. Toccoa is pretty close knit, like Clayton. Question, so you were at the convenience store from 7 to 10. At 10 o'clock, you go to the girlfriend's house with your brother. Answer, around, pretty close.
Yes.
So does that refresh your recollection that you spent about 3 hours at the convenience store chatting with friends in the parking lot, and then you went to your brother's girlfriend's house?
It wasn't 3 hours at the convenience store.
So how many hours do you say it was now?
I mean, I didn't time it or anything like that. Just maybe a couple hour and a half, something like that.
And you're just talking with people in the parking lot?
Yeah, because we was all planning on going trout fishing in Clayton the next weekend.
You get to your brother's girlfriend's house at 10 p.m. Is that right?
Like I said, I can't put a exact time on it because
Well, we just read you did on April 28th of this year. sitting here today, do you have any reason to believe what you said in April was inaccurate?
It was close to that. It's like, how long when you go to the grocery store or something, you don't time how long it takes you to go and come back, or?
Gotcha. So, but you left the convenience store after a few hours and you go to your brother's girlfriend's house. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And you don't know your brother's girlfriend's name
No,
and you don't know where she lives.
I know where the house is, but I don't know the address or
Okay.
anything.
You get there about 10 o'clock and then you stay out in your brother's truck in the front yard.
No, I was set outside. They went inside. He come out and said that they would be right back.
Right. But and we can look at page 22 of your deposition. And I'm just trying to follow up to make sure we get the chronology clear. If you look at line 18, question, who all was at the house? Answer, I don't know. I didn't go in. Question, what did you do? Answer, sat in the truck. Did I read that correctly?
What page was it?
Page 22, line 18 through line 21.
What was it? My truck was gone, and with his girlfriend, whenever they went, and his buddy Josh, had the passenger door open and was sitting on the edge of his seat because I didn't have there wasn't no, I didn't want to go inside. I mean, I didn't know the folks and didn't know what kind of folks they were. And if somebody got in trouble, I didn't want to be no part of it.
What would they get in trouble for?
I couldn't tell you.
What did you think? You were too nervous to go inside. What did you think they were up to?
I don't know. I heard that that my brother and sister smoke weed sometimes, and I didn't want to. I hate her, not hate her, but I don't like her.
Okay.
Sister or his girlfriend?
His girlfriend,
So,
which I didn't know for very long anyway.
but you sat in the truck before your brother left the house. Isn't that right?
Not before, it was right after he left.
And why didn't you leave with your brother?
Because he told me he'd be right back.
So when your brother,
Little white, just a 2-seater truck.
so when your brother left, then where did you sit?
I didn't. I walked.
Did you leave the same? I understood on direct and from your deposition that you sat at the house for quite some time just after your brother left,
Yeah.
like a couple of hours, right?
Maybe an hour.
Well, you testified on direct that you left at midnight
Yeah, roundabout.
and you got to the house around 10.
Got to whose house?
The girlfriend.
Uh, I can't remember exactly what time. It's like when you go and visit your friends and hang out for a little bit or golf or whatever, you don't check your watch or say I left at this time. And
You testified on direct that you left at midnight, right?
that or close to it.
The fella Josh, who was there with the truck that you were sitting in that you just talked about, why didn't you ask him for a ride home?
His truck was tore up.
The truck you were sitting in.
Yeah, it had been sitting there. It had kudzu growing all over it.
So Josh lived there,
Yes,
but you said you didn't know anybody that lived there.
I don't know him. I
You
just
don't know
his name.
Josh. I'm sorry, you don't know Josh?
No, I just know his name. I don't know him.
The Josh that you were sitting in his truck, you just know his name, but you don't know him.
Right.
And you were afraid, you didn't go in the house to ask anybody for a phone or a way to get home.
I really didn't want to be there to start with.
I understand you didn't want to be there. Other than smoking marijuana, anything else going on in the house that gave you such fear that you couldn't ask to borrow a phone, to call your girlfriend, or to ask for a ride?
I can't say what they done in the house or didn't do in the house.
So you ultimately made the decision to leave the house at midnight.
Yeah,
And how far did you have to walk to get home? Do you know?
I don't.
Because you don't know what address the house was at.
No. It wasn't far off. It was just right off of the road that connects to 106.
Do you have any estimate for how many miles that you thought you would have to walk when you took off at midnight on the 11th?
I think it was probably 10 miles, maybe.
And you say you were in pretty good shape at the time that you on August the 11th and 12th of 2019?
Yeah, I wasn't in bad shape.
That's what you said on direct, right? And so you think you could walk 3 miles an hour?
I don't know if I could now.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about on August the 11th when you took off on your journey.
Probably.
Did you, you tried to call your girlfriend at the time, but your phone was dead?
Yeah, I had a bar on that the call didn't even go through.
So it was not getting reception, but the phone was not actually dead.
Yeah, it had I think 1% or something. I tried to call her and by the time she answered, it went black.
Had you spoken with your girlfriend before you left on the 11th for the convenience store?
Yeah, I said I was going with my brother to get cigarettes.
Do you know if she expected you to be gone for 12 or 14 hours?
No.
Do you know if she tried to look for you?
No, she didn't.
The convenience store, did you pass by that convenience store on your walk home?
Yeah,
Did you stop in there to try to get a ride or help or anything?
they was closed.
No phone outside?
No, sir.
We've talked about cigarettes. I just want to confirm you are a smoker.
Yes, sir.
You talked about the medicines that you were taking the date of the incident, and you said you were occasionally taking Suboxone,
Yeah,
and that's not for pain, that's for opioid addiction, right?
right.
You were walking, you eventually came to walk on Highway 106 that we've talked about, right?
Right.
And there are no streetlights on Highway 106, are there?
No.
If you'll pull up the picture of 106, that the last picture we were looking at with Mr. Ramsey. So you're on the right side of the road?
Hold on one second. So this is already in, it says defendants exhibit 2, but it is the same photo that Mr. Ramsey admitted through one of his lettered collections, probably B. It's one of B.
It is one of B. We are not going to double up. I would ask that it won't go back. We're not going to have 2 pictures. It's just that I don't have his on our computer.
I just want to make sure there's a one-to-one correspondence, that you don't have, there were 12 pictures admitted through plaintiff's B. So you should have 12 or fewer scene pics. If you've got more, then you need to tender those. I'm talking to Mr. Archer, not Mr. Ramsey. So I just need to make sure your universe is the same as or smaller than plaintiff's B.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good. So you're walking on the right side of the road, right? And this is New Hope Church.
Yes,
And you, if you had been walking on the left-hand side of the road, which is where you started out, right?
yes,
If you're walking on the left-hand side of the road, you can see traffic coming your way, right?
right.
And you say, and on the left-hand side of the road, that's where the church is, and this is the yard in front of the church, right?
Yeah, but if you look at the picture close, it shows like a black SUV between the trees. That car was coming out the exit of the church, or
Okay.
one of them.
My question
And-
is, on the church side, walking against traffic, there's a big yard in front of the church where you are and all the way up to the church, right?
Yeah, from that side, they up by the church, and they keep it cut down, and then down by the end where the graveyard is and stuff, it's not that, they don't keep it manicured that good.
Yeah, okay, but we agree that if you're walking on the left-hand side of the road, it's a more manicured, larger yard, right?
Not at that point, it wasn't.
You could walk, but it's flat and you could walk there, right?
Well, it was kind of like the same side of the road. And when I was walking on that, and I had to cross the road coming up, which you could see on the picture, to go to my house.
Okay, the road that you say you have to cross beyond and to walk with traffic, that's New Hope Road. That's up past the church, right?
No, it's not past it.
At the church.
Yeah, it's a little before.
Okay, so a little before. This is the church.
Right,
This is where you are, where you cross to get on the right-hand side of the road.
right.
And New Hope Road is way up here, across the street from the church.
Right.
And so you could have stayed on the left-hand side all the way New Hope Road and crossed there when you got to New Hope, couldn't you?
I could have, but with me fixing to turn on my road, that's why I crossed the road.
Okay, I understand that's what you say, but you'll agree you could have stayed on the left in the yard all the way to New Hope Road and crossed there.
Well, as I said, like that end of the graveyard and the back way leaving, they don't keep it cut down. It's higher grass but up almost to where New Hope Road is. They keep all that cut, like a guy cuts it that goes to our church. He cuts it like every week.
Okay. On the road, the side you were walking on, there's a shoulder over here, right?
Yes.
And you could have been walking in the grass if you'd chosen to. I understand you're scared of copperheads, but you could have walked all the way in the grass.
If you look a little further on your picture, it shows a drop off. It was the same way. up past where the picture was taken.
I see that there's some sloping, but you could walk on that. You agree with that?
Yeah, but I didn't want to walk in over ankle high grass in the middle of summertime.
Right. You didn't want to, but you could have.
If I wanted a chance to get snake bit again, I would have.
Can you put up the picture with the orange paint that he looked at? This is defendant one, but it is part of, this exact picture is part of the plaintiff's compilation. This is, you talked about on the direct, this orange is about where you were laying after the accident, right?
Yeah,
And this picture is, that you were taken away in an ambulance, right?
yes.
And that's a pack of cigarettes, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think
That's the sock they took off your foot at the accident scene, right?
I can't see it that good.
Well, it's right in front of you.
No, it's not.
It's not?
Oh, it's down at the bottom.
Oh, what's the
Yeah.
box say?
Yeah, it's not one of my cigarettes. I don't smoke menthol.
Okay, and the sock, you see the sock
Yeah,
that they took off your foot
yeah.
at the accident scene?
Mr. Shackelford, what's the box on the screen say?
Marlboro menthol.
Oh, right, I'm sorry, I'm not clear, not the cigarette box. Is there also something on the screen? What does the non-cigarette box say on the screen? Is there a white box on the screen that has some words in it? That's blocking your view of the picture?
Defendants Exhibit 1. If that's the one
No,
you're
the
talking
big white
about.
box with a blue square in it. Move your finger
This
up.
one?
That, yeah, what's that say? Stay mute.
Stay muted.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
There.
All
All
right.
right.
Got it.
Now, I'll make it easier for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
You can take that down, Megan. You talked a lot about or some about the medical issues you're having. Has any doctor diagnosed you with PTSD as a result of this incident?
Yes.
What doctor diagnosed you with PTSD?
Dr. Clem in Clarksville.
When?
About a year ago.
And how are you treating your PTSD?
I take medicine for it. Wake up. I fell off the bed, I don't know how many times. I just flail around in my sleep and holler and scream and I cut my eye open on the dresser next to the bed from me
Okay.
falling off the bed.
The surgery, you're not going to have the foot surgery, right?
I want to keep my foot. I'd rather have a hurt foot than no foot.
And so the answer to my question is no, I am not going to have foot surgery.
No.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Shackelford. I have nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirects?
Ron, concerning the future foot surgery, what's your understanding of whether that would be of any help to you if it could be performed?
So given his answer, how is that relevant? The answer we just heard, I'm not getting the surgery.
Okay, we'll try to rephrase, Your Honor.
I don't really need to rephrase. How is the topic of the surgery you just told us under oath he's not gonna get relevant?
But if Your Honor, if I may inquire why if he
Sure.
can explain why he's not,
Ask that.
Ron, explain for us a little bit what goes into your thought process of whether you're going to get this surgery or not. What has been explained to you about the surgery, the benefits, the risks? Tell us about that.
He said I was high risk since I smoked since I was 14 or 15. And your blood capillaries, veins and stuff shrink. And my, whenever I take off my shoes and stuff, my left foot is always bigger if I walk on it much. And it's more of a purple color where my right foot's white. It don't have good circulation now. And he said if he cut through the veins and whatever that he needs to put pins, plate, screws in, that it would hurt the circulation of my foot that already has not that good of circulation. I mean, I don't know who would chance it, or really, I'd rather have a hurt foot. And the last time I had x-rays done, when they showed me all the arthritis that's already built up in it. And he said that there's no way he'd touch it.
In the absence of that surgery, you would expect you're still going to have the same condition of your foot and same symptoms you have now?
Worse as time goes on.
All right, thank you.
Any other requests?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got questions for Mr. Shackelford, and you haven't written them down, now's the time to write them down. And then if you'll just pass them to the front so that deputy can collect. What I'm gonna ask the lawyers to do is to go around to the business court chambers door. I'll let you in, but that way we can talk about the proposed questions and then we'll all come back. Last call, going, done. Right. Come in, thank you. All right, council, I will make sure you all can be at ease, stay here. If one person needs the restroom, go one at a time, don't all disappear, but we'll be back in just a moment. Thanks.
Stand up.
Now.
Busy. Mr. Shackelford, a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
See if the lawyers have any more. At the time of the accident, when the truck struck you, how many hours had you been awake?
Probably
Had been a whole day, 24 hours or less than 24?
oh, less than 24 hours. It was probably maybe 15 hours,
Okay.
16.
Had you taken any naps that day?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to drink that night before you started off on your walk?
No, sir.
No alcohol,
No alcohol.
no beer.
No beer.
Did you smoke anything that night?
No, sir.
Any controlled substances that night?
No, sir.
Right. You described the truck you were sitting in when you were at that house waiting on your brother and his girlfriend. What kind of, did you describe what kind of truck it was, other than that it was a truck?
It was like a little Mazda or a Toyota, gray two-door, and I just left the door open, so I was sitting at on the
It's the
on
one
the
that
edge of
has you
the,
growing on it.
yeah.
That's not the same truck that drove by you, at one folks checked on. You mentioned an S10, different truck.
Yeah, different truck.
Okay. As you were walking home on 106, would you from time to time shift which side of the road you were walking on? Or were you always on the side with traffic coming at you until the very end when you mentioned that you went to the other side?
There was a couple places where they was doing road construction, and went around them, and there was just a steep hill that comes down to the road, and crossed the street for that. And then I crossed back over on the oncoming side.
Okay, as in you were walking with traffic coming towards you?
Yes, sir.
And why was it that you shifted over to the side you were on when you got hit, when traffic wasn't coming towards you, it was coming from behind you?
Well, whenever I just had switched to the other side because my road that I lived off of was coming up. I mean, it wasn't far away.
So when you got to the intersection that was your road, you were gonna be turning right.
Right. That was the only way you can turn. That's right.
And that's the side you were walking on when you got hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From, as best you can recall, you testified that you felt or could see headlights, not because you looked back, but so all of a sudden there was light in front of you, which told you there is a car behind me.
Yeah.
How much time passed from when you noticed light and you got hit?
Well, whenever I seen lights and heard the truck, I turned around and seen it. And as soon as I seen it, I dove to the grass on the right side. And on the picture of my boot on it, you can see where the cleats of the truck roughed my boot up, where it was shiny other places.
So you answered my next question. You also heard the truck then. It wasn't just headlights, but you at some point heard the truck coming as well. And that's one of the reasons why you turned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor.
Mr. Ramsey, do you have any questions for Mr. Shackelford based on the answers you just heard?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Archer, anything else?
Just a couple of quick questions. When you went to the emergency room, did they ask you to do any sort of test on drugs or alcohol?
They tested me and I think they tested Mr. Archer.
The hospital tested Mr. Morris?
Or yeah, Morris.
Did you go with him?
They did me, and it's on the printout sheet from the State Patrol.
The state patrol, you're saying, tested you?
Yeah, and they did at the hospital and for alcohol 0 and so forth.
And you haven't seen a copy of this document?
Have I what?
Have you ever seen a copy of that?
Yeah.
You know if it's part of the exhibits you're using?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Shackelford, you may step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ramsey, you call your next witness, please. Yeah, you leave everything right there. You state your mask and just go up there and get down safely from the witness stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, this time we call Susan Shackelford.
Great. If you go up to the stand before she does and collect whatever's up there, unless you're gonna be asking her about any of the exhibits there. You can leave the exhibits on that ledge right in front, in case any of you need to get to them with other witnesses.
Will you sit there and raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and nothing?
Yes.
Lower your hand, have a seat. Please spell your name for the record.
Susan Everett Shackelford. And spell the whole name? Yes.
Is
okay.
the last name spelled the same as
Yes.
Mr. Shackelford?
Yes.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you.
Ms. Shackelford, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up?
Well, I was born in California and my parents split up when I was like 3 years old and we moved to Florida. And I was raised there. And then every summer I went to Tennessee where my father's family was from and they all grew crops. So that's what we did every summer was harvest crops and stuff and then go back to Florida back and forth.
How did you find yourself in the great state of Georgia?
Well, after I got divorced, I was married when I was in Tennessee. I got divorced and I just wanted a new scene. So I moved to Ringgold, Georgia. And then I just loved it there. So I just started over there, you know, and I had a really good job there. Been in automotive. And I just really liked the whole fast paced about production and stuff. So
Okay.
I like the change of scenery, you know, not knowing a lot of people or anything like that was really nice.
And do you happen to know this gentleman behind me?
Yes.
Okay. How did you first meet Ron?
On farmersonly.com. Yes, I know it sounds funny, but I would have never met him in a million years. But we met and I knew he was the one.
The name again is Farmers Only.
Yeah, .com. I wanted a countryman.
Okay.
So,
Now, were you living in the Toccoa area at that time, or?
well, I was going back and forth because like I say, I had a really good job. So I was going back and forth commuting. I drove over 11,000 miles because I had it on my Google Maps. So I told him, I said, when we got married, I said, if somebody could drive 11,000 miles for you, you should know they love you. So.
Well, do you recall just kind of approximately when you and Ron started dating?
Yes, it was in 2018.
18. Okay.
Yeah.
So you knew Ron for a little while before this accident happened.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what your recollections. What was Ron like before this accident?
Well, what drew me to him was his strength and being sharp as a tack, you know, because my father was like that. And he reminded me of him a lot. Hunting, fishing, he could build anything, jack of all trades. He could do a little bit, construction, masonry, electric, whatever. My dad was the same way. So it just drew me to, he could do anything, up and down ladders, you know, and we'd go for long walks and fish and hunt, you know. Me and him would be hunting deer and scouting out places to just hunt or just seeing wildlife or whatever. So that was our thing. And he's not like that anymore.
Before this accident, he was able to physically engage in activities like hunting, fishing.
Anything and everything. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I like that strength, you know. So I just followed around with him, you know, where he wanted to go. I followed around with him, you know, because I've always been like, my father was strong. So I wanted a strong man, just like him. So that's the way Ron was. So you know, he wanted to do things. I went with him and it was just like a power couple. Really, we didn't have that much, but never mattered. It was just that he was always outdoorsy and liked to do fun things outside, build fires, you know, sit around and talk. That's what I wanted and that's what I got, but not anymore. It's not like that anymore.
Do you recall, you know, we've been talking a lot about August the 12th, 2019, and I guess the day before that as well. Do you have any recollections of, from your perspective, what happened that day?
It's a real blur because of the tragic. I thought he was, you know, I didn't know what was going to happen to him. I thought I was going to lose him, you know, and it's just, I didn't go looking for him because I'm not like that. You know, I'm not a type of woman that has to know where he is all the time. If he needs me, he will call me. You know what I mean? So if it went by for a long, long time, I didn't have no sense of urgency to see what happened to him because I just wasn't like that. And it wasn't a normal thing for him. But like I say, I don't keep tabs on him. I do now because I'm scared all the time. But when you have something like that happen and they're your world, it changes you. So it's a lot of blur that when it happened, it was a lot of blur.
At the time of the accident, you were his girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how did you first become aware that there had even been an accident?
Well, that's when he let me know. He called me after, because they had gave him so much medicine. He really didn't even know who he was, or where he had been or anything. Really, it just came back to him in bits and pieces. So that's how I found out.
Was this sometime the morning of August 12th, or do you remember an approximate time?
It was later on, like almost into the nighttime, because I didn't know what happened. I didn't know. I didn't get a call. And I don't know, maybe I should have tried to see where he was or whatever, but I just didn't.
When you went and saw him at the I assume you went and checked on him at
At the hospital.
Okay. What did you observe when you saw him in the hospital?
He was completely out of it.
Was that or did you have any sense of, was that from the medicine they put him on, or what was the situation?
I'm not at the time. I really didn't know, because I didn't know if it was from the injury or if it was from the medication, or there was something else going on with him, like maybe, maybe the traumatic, going into shock or whatever messes with people's minds and stuff. I really didn't know. I know that his foot was just really horribly swollen and all different colors and everything. And it was really traumatic.
You heard some questions earlier about whether Ron had anything to drink that night. Just generally speaking, is he a big drinker, or?
No, he isn't.
Okay.
No.
Same question, but is he a kind of drug taker? In your
No.
experience with that?
No.
He does smoke cigarettes, right?
Yes.
In your experience with Ron, has he tried to stop smoking?
He has tried, and have nicotine patches, but I can't stick them all over him. You know what I mean? I just try. I mean, I know his anxiety from the PTSD went through the roof, and I'm like, to stop smoking too. That's one of the big things, to stop smoking. Most people smoke because they are anxious, I guess. I'm not sure, but he's tried to quit and he just can't.
At the ER, did you see what steps the doctors had taken to try to address Ron's injuries?
Well, I'm not sure I didn't go to the ER.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
What did you observe? And not to get too personal, but were y'all living together at the time when all this happened, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Did you have an opportunity to see what his recovery was like, what he was having to go through to get back to?
Yes, sir. He was crawling around, and he had really bad scrubs on his knees. So I went and got him some knee pads, like carpet layers used, so there was gelled, and put on him so his knees wouldn't get all mangled and stuff. But he didn't have, his balance was gone, and he fell a couple of times with his crutches. And they had made places where he tried to have them under his arms. So I had got some towels and some foam and fixed them, because I'd seen that done before. But he just basic stuff where he could just jump up and go. Before, he would still in his mind try to do that, and he would be on the ground, so he went through a lot, and we both went through a lot, because we completely had to change our life, because I really became his caretaker after that. And he didn't like that, because he was very independent. And it's been really hard on him, because I do hover now and I didn't before, but I mean, it's hard not to.
And you've elaborated a little bit on this, but what things was Ron able to do before his injury that are difficult or that he can't do now?
He could carry sheetrock, because him and his daddy did that before. He could carry sheetrock and go up scaffolding, and he could climb up ladders to do roofing and stuff, and yard work. I do all the yard work, all the mowing, everything. He just can't do a lot of anything. And his days where he used to say, okay, Monday, I'm going to go fishing. Maybe Wednesday, I'm going to go hunting, do something. Now, every day, he can barely tell you what day it is, what time it is, or anything, because there's no calendar in his life anymore. You know what I mean? There's none. It's just one blur into the next blur into the next. And that is his whole structure of who he was before is gone. That's the only way I can explain it. I know where I'm going to be this day, and I'm going to go shopping at this store, and it's just a big empty nothing.
And now at some point you guys got married. When did y'all get married?
Yes, we got married January the 10th of 2022. We lost his dad on January the 1st at home, and his mother, she had took it really bad. I can't talk about it that much. But anyways, because she had dementia and it was not that bad. But when it happened at home, because it was self-inflicted gunshot, he committed suicide at the house. Anyways, then she went into the hospital, and the only way she could come home was through hospice. So we set that up, and we got married. The day that she came home from the hospital, we got married, and I was her caretaker and his from that time on. And then we lost her. I think it was June the 2nd or July the 2nd, because she lost it after he died, because they'd been married 54 years. And so it was just devastating. COVID related.
Ms. Shackelford, now have you, I believe during Ron's testimony, he referenced a time when he went to visit with Miss Huddleston, and I believe he said that you were there as well. Is that correct?
He didn't say I was with him, I don't think, the second time, but I was there with him. And he went there the first time, and nobody, he told me that nobody was there. They didn't come to the doors. Oh, okay. Well, when we went back, I went back with him the second time. Okay. And he got her to come out because he wanted to thank her. That's what he was talking about. He wanted to thank her for helping him when that happened. So I was like, that's what we should do. That it's not, a lot of people don't help nobody anymore. So that's why he went to see her.
When you met with Miss Huddleston, did she say anything about the fact that she had seen Ron that night walking in the road?
I didn't hear their conversation, but when she came out, she was very bubbly and very happy, very real, inviting.
Did you get any impression that Miss Huddleston felt uncomfortable in any way?
No, not at all. Because I would have said, I'm sorry, and we would have maybe just not the right person. You know what I mean? That was a mistake or something, and I would have got him out of there. But no, I did not see that at all.
From your perspective, what effect has this accident had on your husband?
It's like having everything you had erased, but you can still see some of it on the page. You know what I mean? That's what he has left. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Please answer any questions council may have.
Okay. Sorry, I'm an emotional person.
Okay, you got Kleenex right there for you. Mr. Archer, do you have any questions for Ms. Shackelford?
No.
All right, jurors, any questions for Ms. Shackelford? No movement towards cards. Ms. Shackelford, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Please step in. Next witness.
Your Honor, if we can take maybe a 5-minute break so I can just talk about one programming note with Your Honor, just to make sure.
What about your next witness?
It's going to be the videotape of Dr. Barito, I believe.
Okay, so the deposition of the doctor. We could take a little break to set it up. Is that, okay, why don't we do that? So it's a little early for the afternoon break. But we'll start it now. We may take a towards the end of the day break as well. But we're making progress. So go with Deputy Gordon. Please don't talk about the case during your break. No outside research. Back in here probably in less than 10 minutes. But we may have that second break. All right, you all can be seated. So what is it we got to do, Mr. Ramsey?
Sure, I just still want to explain in the presence of the jury. We have Dr. Barito, and then we also have the cross of Mr. Morris. I believe Barito's deposition went, what, 1.5 to 2 hours, somewhere in that range. So I'm thinking that would put us in the 4:30 to 5 o'clock range. I know Your Honor's rule that you don't want to have us, and Mr. Morris will just take a little bit of time, so I didn't want to, my concern is I didn't want to start with him. I think there's a rule that says they have the right, obviously, to immediately do their direct with him right after I do my cross. So I just.
But I mean, it's not immediate as in if it's 5 o'clock, we're gonna make everyone stay. We just mean tomorrow when we reconvene, if Mr. Archer wanted to do a direct examination of Mr. Morris, he could do that. It's not everyone freeze and then we gotta do it. You can call the witnesses in the order you want. If you want to have Dr. Barito next, that's great.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do Mr. Morris next, that's fine. If we didn't finish Mr. Morris today, he's here for the all because he's the corporate representative, so he's coming back tomorrow.
Right.
So I didn't mean for a rule, lowercase r rule, to affect the order in which you call witnesses.
Okay, yeah, and that's fine. It's in my view, those two are interchangeable. I think Barito probably fits in neatly right here where we kind of are, and I think that would take us till 4:30 or 5. I'm not sure how long Your Honor wanted to go.
So 5. So Barito stops at 4:30. Then we'll start with Mr. Morris. We'll use the time that the jury is giving us. The length of the deposition should be knowable, though. It shouldn't be a variable. How long is it?
Well, the only reason I wasn't sure, Your Honor, we cut out a section about that future medical bill, so I'm not sure down to the minute what we're.
But if it's a file, if you pull it up, it usually will tell you, right, it's 92 minutes, or it's 41 minutes, or it's like 1:12, it's 1 hour and 12 minutes.
Right. And Your Honor, I may have to rely on opposing counsel for a little bit of assistance here, because they told me they had already cut out that section, which much appreciated and all that. I just need to get that transferred. Yeah, if you could email it now.
Have you tested it out in here so you know that the jurors will be able to hear it?
I have not, Your Honor. You can do that here during this short break. It's the C. Ramsey, Boston, Florida.
this year link. It's the one that says Dr. Bear to the full without sir.
Do you have a sense, Ms. Peeler, of how long the file is?
I'm looking, it needed to download, it wasn't showing me in minutes. I think it's probably about an hour and a half, I guess.
Okay. We'll probably pause it partway through so we don't lose any jurors. That's why I was asking how long it's gonna take, as long as it takes to play it if you're going through the whole thing. Minus the part that was redacted.
Right. And I'm not sure how it breaks down, but if y'all would be agreeable, it would be good to maybe stop it after my direct and then let them take a break and then meet back for the.
I'll figure it out. I'll just, at some point, I'm gonna tell you to pause it, and if anyone needs to leave the room break, they can, but at a minimum, they can stand up and move around a little bit. Why don't you get it up so we can see and hear it? Correct, you do not need to take down, is not testimony in that respect.
Full video without, or full video minus surgery.
When you do share screen, make sure you check the little boxes in the corner that say share audio and whatnot.
Judge, I do want to just raise one issue. I don't mean to beat a dead horse on this, but now that we've had Mr. Shackelford's testimony, he's not going to have the surgery. I do think the surgery is irrelevant, and that is what much of the video deposition is about.
I thought that what got redacted was the part about the surgery.
The part that got redacted was simply the lines we were reading yesterday that said the estimate of the surgery, which has not been admitted into evidence. There has not been a version that's redacted anything to do with the surgery.
Okay, so just this little bit, and I was hoping to say, yeah, 20 minutes. We took out. All
No,
right.
unfortunately, only those lines.
All right. So what's your proposal?
I would think that if Mr. Ramsey wants to present Dr. Berto's testimony that's just regarding the injury and not the surgery, then he would need to do deposition designations of the page and lines that do not deal with the surgery and redact out any portions that discuss the surgery. Because at this point, I think it's irrelevant.
Okay, Mr. Ramsey.
Your Honor, I think obviously this is the doctor who said this is the surgery I would do. I think in order to, even if Your Honor is inclined to otherwise exclude it, there would have to be at least some proffer of letting him say what his position is on it, and then Your Honor has that to.
But how is it relevant for the jury to hear about a surgery he would perform that your client just under oath has said, not doing that?
I think it helps the jury to see that there are kind of two paths to Mr. Shackelford's life at this point. One is he could do as the doctor says, and he could quit smoking, go see a vascular surgeon and undertake this surgery that he recommends, or he can live with the reality that he has right now, without the surgery. And he kind of explains, I think he kind of explains that difference between the two.
I have no doubt that the doctor does. Your client has explained the difference between the two twice while you were asking the questions, or one of them was, because it was back to back. I'd rather keep my foot than have the surgery.
Right.
And so in vivid, clear terms, I think your client said to the jury that surgery is not happening. And in light of that, I don't think testimony about the surgery from Dr. Berto is relevant. It might have been at the start of the trial, but given the way the trial has unfolded, I think it's appropriate to exclude that. So what I think we ought to do is put Mr. Morris up next.
I need some time to.
Yeah, because then you'll need time. So I want to be clear. I'm not saying that we hear nothing from Dr. Berto. It sounds like he's going to say, boy, the foot was in bad shape. I did X and Y and Z and all that. Perfectly relevant, not to come in. But anything that he's saying about, and here's what I do next, if it relates to that mid-leg surgery that you mentioned, that your client has said, I'm not doing that, we should not share that with the jury.
Okay.
If Dr. Barito were here live and you were to say, well, Dr. Barito, what's next for Mr. Shackelford? Well, there's this surgery. I suspect one of the two lawyers for Georgia Power would jump up and say objection, relevance, and based on your client's testimony, I'd sustain it. So I don't think it's gonna be any different with virtual or recorded testimony. But I'm actually gonna put the burden on the defense. They need to designate the segments that they think should not come in based on that objection, not your job, their job. And then hopefully together, you all can come up with the redactions. They have a larger team, it may be that they can make those redactions happen.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
sure. I
I'm
didn't mean
not
to-
requiring them to make the redactions, I'm requiring them to designate the areas that they think are now not relevant in light of Mr. Shackelford's testimony, not your job. So you work on that, please present us to other parts that you think aren't relevant tonight. You can review those designations to see if they overreach and omit things that ought to come in, and we can work through that.
Okay.
And then you all can figure out if it's a, make edits and save it again, or if instead it's let's hit pause when we get to 42 minutes and 12 seconds, and then we jump to 81 minutes and 19 seconds, because then we're done hearing about that surgery.
Okay.
Okay, I'll leave that in the capable hands of the lawyers.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I think with us having, not starting tomorrow till 1, we'll have some built-in time to confer on that too.
All morning.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna handle it a little bit differently, I wanna give you all a chance to take a break, because we may not take a break during Mr. Morris's testimony. We may, but it's already after 3.
Sure.
So I'm gonna give Ms. Hughes and you all a few minutes, and then let's get the jury back in here for Mr. Morris. Anything else you wanna get on the record in connection with this, Mr. Ramsey?
Other than just, I mean, obviously, we would, just to preserve the record that obviously we want it in, but
Sure.
I understand Your Honor's ruling. It's always that fine line between continuing to argue once there's been a ruling and preserving the record. So I just want to make sure it's clear. Obviously, we think it ought to come in, but we understand your ruling.
Good, well, and I think you preserved. Mr. Archer, anything else from Georgia Power?
Nothing further from Georgia Power.
Okay, we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
So.
Yeah.
Say, there's stuff that
I'm
they
not
want it down to the minute or the hour. I mean, so you can go golfing or fishing,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
You know, about what
Time is
time or.
Yeah, yeah. Thinking of the dates. Yeah, I don't know what that is. CLEN. KLEN.
KM.
It's KLEN. Okay. See that's supposed to be good, right?
Are they ready? They're more than ready. It's a longer break than they thought. Mr. Ramsey, anything we need to take up before we bring the jurors in?
No, Your Honor, I think we're good.
All right, Mr. Archer,
No, Your Honor.
great, let's bring them in, please.
All right, the jurors. Jurors are present.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Welcome, be seated. we had to work through a couple things and a little change in plans for the way Mr. Ramsey's gonna next move forward, but I think we're situated. Mr. Ramsey, if you could call your next witness.
Your Honor, we'll call Eric Morris.
All right, Mr. Morris, come on up, please.
We swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth and nothing.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. Hey, you spell your name on the record.
Eric Jason Morris, last name spelled Morris.
Mr. Morris, good afternoon. Hey. Now, Mr. Morris, you are a troubleman lineman with Georgia Power Company, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been here for all the testimony you've heard about you do drive a bucket truck, right?
Yes, sir, I do.
I've seen it called a Freightliner.
That's the make of the truck. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Would you agree with me? It's a pretty good sized truck?
Yes, sir. It's a large bucket truck. Not the biggest bucket truck, but it is a large bucket truck.
Okay. Takes up a pretty good width of the lane of traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as your counsel stated during his opening, you do hold a commercial driver's license, right?
I do hold a commercial driver's license.
Okay. And as part of your duties of part of being employed by Georgia Power Company, you're required to take certain certifications, certain coursework. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have all kinds of certifications. We spend usually weeks on certifications all throughout the year.
Okay. And one of the, especially with respect to, now I understand with being a power company, you have to know a lot about electricity, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But on the driving side, you're required to take something called the Smith System Driving Training Course, right?
Yes, sir. We take that course every year.
Okay, every year. And you have to take that course every year because it's important to know how to safely drive a bucket truck, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Morris, I'm going to ask you some questions. I just want to make sure everybody understands, because obviously I've never driven a bucket truck. Many of the folks in this room have never driven something that large. I want to make sure we all understand what a driver of a bucket truck has to consider, what his responsibilities are, what are his duties to on the roadway. Does that make sense? And I'll go through some questions with you.
Some parts make sense. I mean, you might have to explain a little bit more, but some parts.
Yes, sir.
Make sense.
And I'll go through the specific questions with you so you can help us understand. Would you agree that a driver of a bucket truck, he owes a duty to avoid a pedestrian who's walking on the side of the road?
Yes, I agree with that 100%. Yes.
All right. Would you agree that a driver of a bucket truck owes a duty to avoid a pedestrian who's walking in the road?
Yes, if that person can be seen, yes.
Okay.
Need to avoid them.
Okay. Do you agree that a driver of a bucket truck has a duty to operate that truck at a speed that allows him to stop for a known hazard in the road?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that when you're going at a faster speed, it's more difficult to anticipate that hazard that might be approaching?
All hazards can't be seen. If I can, I don't really know how to answer that, but all hazards can't be, you can't see all hazards. So yes, ask you a question if you don't mind. Can you ask?
Let me try to give you a little bit of a hypothetical.
Okay.
Totally separate from what we're about here today, but if I'm going, let's say there's a hazard in the road. Let's say it's a washer and dryer that fell off the back of a truck.
Okay.
If I'm going 35 miles per hour, I'm obviously going to be able to see it more, or have more time to react than if I'm going, say, 70 miles per hour. Would you agree with that?
Yes, you'd have more reaction time for sure.
Okay. Okay. And so just to revisit my question, it's more difficult to anticipate any given hazard the faster you're going, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Morris, can you move a little closer to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Mr. Morris, would you agree that a driver of a bucket truck has a obligation, a duty to keep his truck inside the bright white fog line?
Yes.
Okay. And the bright white fog line is just another way of showing what the drivable portion of the road is for a truck, right?
My understanding of the fog line is to give notation of where the edge of the road is.
Okay. Beyond that white line, you're even though there's pavement continuing, you're effectively off the road, the drivable portion of the road.
Beyond the white line, is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
There's still some pavement beyond the white line, but the white line is to designate the edge of the road.
Right. And as a bucket truck driver, and I would assume this goes for any driver of any vehicle, you're supposed to keep your vehicle inside that fog line. You're not supposed to go outside the fog line, even if you stay on the paved portion of the road.
I'm not aware of a law that says you can't be on the fog line. I'm not aware of that.
Sure. And not necessarily asking you for, and obviously the judge will instruct everybody what the law is, but what I'm asking is, you drive bucket trucks, you understand what the standard of care is for a bucket truck driver. Would it be your view that a bucket truck driver has breached his standard of care if he drives his vehicle outside the bright white fog line?
Your Honor, that calls for an ultimate legal conclusion. He can talk about what he understands his duties are, but in terms of breaching, that's a legal conclusion. He's not a lawyer.
He's the only one that I can ask, hey, is that basically, is it right or wrong to go outside the bright white fog line is what I'm trying to ask.
And when you were asking him to opine right or wrong, is that according to the rules of the road, i.e. Title 42, or training he's received? I guess if you could clarify that so Mr. Morris knows which standard you're asking him to apply.
And thank you. Let me try to ask it another way. Mr. Morris, would you agree that you're not supposed to go out, you're not supposed to operate your vehicle outside the fog line, even if you remain on the paved portion of the road?
I've never been instructed either way that you have to maintain inside the fog line, which I do not drive outside the fog line, but just to say, nobody has come and instructed me that not to drive outside the fog line. If I'm kind of understanding your question correctly, I'm not really.
No, I understand. Let's look back at your deposition for a moment. Mr. Morris, referring to Mr. Morris, if you could, this is your deposition we took back on April 28th of this year. If you could read for us, this is page 41, starting with line 24, and it's actually front and back. So if you could start there and then go on to the next page, please.
You want me to read it out loud?
No, don't read it out.
Oh, okay.
While you're reading it, Mr. Archer.
Yeah, I have no doubt that is in fact his deposition, but just either give him a copy or let him see the front page and sort of let him know where it's from and that sort of thing.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Morris, I'll let you have this copy. And I'll retain my copy. That way we can be looking at the same thing.
Okay, and where are we at now?
Down at the bottom of page 41, starting with line 24.
Okay.
The question was, would you agree that you have a duty to operate your bucket truck inside of the bright white fog lines? And what was your response?
And that would go over to page 42, which would be, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that was your opinion on April 28th, 2022. Is that your opinion here today?
Yes, I'm not disagreeing, but I thought the question was whether or not somebody had instructed me that that we were told you do not drive outside the fog lines. No, no one has ever done that.
And regardless of where you got that understanding from, that's your understanding.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Morris, would you agree that if visibility is poor for any reason, as a bucket truck driver, you then have a duty to operate your vehicle perhaps at a slower speed than you ordinarily would?
Yes, if visibility is poor, you do need to operate at a slower speed.
Okay. All right, Mr. Morris, we referenced the Smith system. I'm going to hand you up a proposed exhibit to take a look at. This is proposed exhibit E. You just take a moment to look through that and tell me if that looks familiar to you.
It does look like the Smith system that we're trained on, whether it's an actual Smith system document. I don't know, but it does have the 5 keys of Smith system, and it does say Smith system on it.
Okay. And Mr. Morris, I'll represent to you, this is the same exact one that we talked with you about at your deposition. Does that appears to be an accurate reflection of at least your understanding of what the Smith system 5 keys are?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's what you're trained on as a Georgia Power Company driver every year?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would offer to admit Exhibit E, which is this Smith system 5 keys.
No objection.
There it is.
Okay, and Mr. Morris, I'm going to take a moment to share screen so that we can show this exhibit. So bear with me for a moment. Okay, Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, Mr. Morris, I'm confusing with the Smith keys here. Do you see that okay? And you have your copy in front of you, right?
I do have this copy and it's on the screen too.
Okay. At the outset, the Smith system has some goals in mind. Do you see that? And let me be a little more specific. Down here at the bottom of the first page, it says Smith 5 keys are designed to provide drivers with knowledge and skills to create 3 important things while driving. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And for each of these, Mr. Morris, I understand that Smith system is saying this. I want to make sure you agree with what Smith system says and you believe that is part of your standard of care. The things you're trying to create here are first, space to maneuver a vehicle away from conflict. Would you agree that's something you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Flipping over the second page here.
Can you help me understand what the Smith system means when it says conflict? That says like drive away from Ukraine to me. What's a conflict to a driver?
It could be anything. It could be cars approaching roadways. It could be when you're parking, just any kind of hazard that just could come up on you at any point in time is just trying to stay away. So basically, like if we're going to park somewhere, they want us to park away from everybody. They want us pulling out, not backing in, back as little as possible. It's just staying away from people. And that way you don't get into an accident.
That's what's meant by conflict.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Morris, at the top of that second page. Again, this is under the heading of trying to create 3 important things while driving. Second thing we're trying to create is visibility to detect danger and potential for conflict with another vehicle or fixed object early. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you agree that's a goal? That's something you want to achieve while you're driving your bucket truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then finally, another thing you're trying to create here is time to react to volatile and complex driving environments. Would you agree that's something you're trying to create or trying to have as you're driving your bucket truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with those goals in mind, then we've got the 5 keys. And what was the acronym you told me?
A lot of people say it different, but I've always learned it as all good kids love milk.
Okay.
That way you can remember all the 5 keys.
Each one of the 5. Okay. So our first one here is aim high in steering. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And under the heading aim high in steering, if you go about 3 clicks down there, it says, I'll scroll down here. It says, look ahead to where you will be at least 15 seconds into your future. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And that's one of the things that Smith System encourages you to do, correct?
It is. It's kind of miscued. It's kind of people take it the wrong way.
Okay. Should it be 5 seconds?
No, what I mean by that is when they say and look ahead 15 seconds, it's not saying you're trying to see stuff 15 seconds down the road. That's where you keep your eye level, is whatever would reach you at a 15-second lead time. So basically, if you were looking up too high, you would be trying to see too far down the road. If you were looking too low, it wouldn't be that much of a time. It would be a shorter amount of time that you were looking. So basically, you'd be looking right at the front of the bucket truck. So the 15 seconds, that's the key. Aim high and steering to keep facing straight down the road.
Okay. So ideally, you want to look 15 seconds in, it says here, 15 seconds into your future.
Yeah, so like I said, it's kind of skewed a little bit as far as what it actually means. But yeah, that keeps your eyes at a pretty much level where you're looking out.
So for example, if your visibility was poor, you would want to slow down so you can see 15 seconds ahead of.
If your visibility is poor, yes, you need to slow down, but you're still not probably going to see the 15 seconds ahead of you, especially like at nighttime. You're only going to be able to see past where your headlights are. If you're going over a hill or around a curve, you're not going to be able to see 15 seconds to where you're going to be.
Turn with me, please, to page 49 of your definition.
Page 49. Okay.
All right, let's start at the very top there. My question was about midway down on key 1, it says look ahead to where you will be at least 15 seconds into your future. Would you agree that's one thing you need to try to do when you're aiming high and steering? And then your answer was?
Oh, you want me to, I said you need to try to do that for sure.
My next question was, if visibility is poor, for instance, then you would need to slow down to make sure that you can have that 15 seconds, right? And your answer was?
The answer is yes, but it's still, like I said, it's miscued as far as the 15 second. The idea of the 15 second, you can't see 15 seconds past where you're going to be, especially at dark. Or like I said, if you're going over a hill or around a curve, you wouldn't be able to see 15 seconds. The thing is to keep your eyes looking out and not looking down at the radio or looking down at the hood of the truck or looking up in the sky too far.
Says here on the Smith System, a 15-second eye lead time provides advanced warning and gives you an additional margin of safety. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned a moment ago that you think this 15-second thing is a bit skewed. It's not it's not reality? Is that?
I'm not saying it's not reality. And what I'm saying is the way they teach it, it's all about aiming high and steering. It really has nothing to do with seeing 15 seconds down the road. It's all about aiming high and steering. Like the second keys get the big picture. That's seeing everything around you if you can. But that's all about looking out and seeing as far as you can see and keeping your eyes at a level plane, I guess you would say. That way you're not looking right down at the front of the truck.
You would disagree with Smith's system to the extent they say you need to look ahead 15 seconds.
I'm not saying I disagree with Smith's system. I'm just saying the 15 seconds is to keep your eyes at a level playing field.
Okay. And will you agree with me? There's nothing under aim high and steering under this heading here that talks about eye level.
No, but that's what we're taught is that's what aim high and steering means is to keep it, you're looking out.
So if you were in charge of the Smith system guidelines, you would clarify in here that that needs to reflect where your eye level, not necessarily that you need to be able to see 15 seconds ahead of you.
Are you asking if I would reword it? I would probably reword it.
Okay. All right, moving on to key 2. Get the big picture. You would agree that you, as part of getting the big picture, you need to keep an eye on the sides and the rear of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay. Skipping on down. To key 5, make sure they see you. Would you agree that a bucket truck driver has a duty to detect the presence of potential danger early?
Ask that one more time.
Sure.
I didn't.
And I'm just reading off of it. Would you agree that a bucket truck driver, and I apologize, I'm not saying that it says bucket truck driver, but would you agree that there's a duty to detect the presence of potential danger early?
Yes, I mean, following Smith's system, yeah, that's what it's all about is trying to detect, trouble.
Okay. Here in number, or the next one under key 5 talks about using, it says here, seek eye contact by using warning devices on your vehicle. Would you agree that it's important to do that?
Where are we at now? You lost me real quick.
I'm sorry, it's still under key 5. I think it's
Okay.
about midway down. Let me try to re-ask.
Okay, I see it. So the second bullet on key 5 is where you're at.
Actually, third.
Third, okay.
Would you, let me try to ask it again. Would you agree that it's the duty of a bucket truck driver to seek eye contact by using the warning devices on your vehicle?
I do agree with that, and that falls back under when they say make sure they see you, is if you're approaching and a car looks like it's going to pull out in front of you, you make eye contact with them, and that's how you let them know, hey, don't pull out in front of me. That's part of the seeking eye contact.
Okay. I guess I'm more concerned about, or more interested in, it talks about warning devices. What would a warning device be?
It could be flashing your lights. It could be blowing your horn. Those would be your warning devices.
Okay, that definitely, I'm guessing your bucket truck has I guess I picture one of these big rigs that has a big loud horn. Has a pretty good.
My bucket truck, all Georgia Bauer bucket trucks do not have the air horn like people think they do.
Okay.
A lot of the kids want you to toot the horn when you come by, and the only thing you can do is go boop, boop, and that's it. I mean, it's not loud. It's no louder than your car horn. Because basically that's all it is a car horn.
Okay, so it's like a regular car horn. So enough to get somebody's attention though, right?
It is a regular car horn, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that as a bucket truck driver, and you referenced this just a minute ago, you shouldn't take eye contact for granted?
I don't really know how to answer that. Ask that again,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
Would you agree that you shouldn't take eye contact for granted? And I'm referencing the point number 4 there under key 5.
Right. I mean, no, I wouldn't take it for granted.
Okay. The next sentence there says, be sure your warnings are heeded. If there's a warning, make sure that you're getting the person's attention, right? Or the driver's attention.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Morris, do you recall the day of this accident that we're talking about here today, the August 12th, 2019?
I do recall it.
Okay. And you had a shift, now you live in the Toccoa area, do I remember that right?
I live in Toccoa.
Okay. And you had a shift that began down in Athens at 7 a.m., right?
In the Athens area, not necessarily in Athens, the downtown city. We go by areas.
Okay. Now you woke up at about 5 a.m.
Yes, sir.
and that's your normal routine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You left your house, not going to hold you down to the exact minute, but you left your house right around 5:15 a.m. or thereabouts?
5:15 to 5:20. Yeah, I have the same routine. I do the same routine all the time.
Okay. Weather that day was clear?
Are you asking, was it clear?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yes, sir, it was.
Should have had the inflection at the end. I'm sorry. Would you agree there was no rain that day, that morning?
That's correct.
There was no fog that morning?
No fog.
Okay. Now you got in your bucket truck, got it started up and you drove onto Highway 106 and you're going southbound, right?
Actually, I mean, if are we going timeline, like exactly what I done? Is that what you're?
Eventually end up on 106 going southbound.
I did eventually end up on 106. I didn't know if you were asking for.
Turn by turn.
Correct.
I don't want to turn by turn.
Right.
Okay.
I don't think it is one turn by turn. Now, Mr. Morris, I think we've referenced this, but I just want to make sure you agree that speed limit is what, 55 miles on this road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's kind of your normal practice and what you would do in this situation. You set your cruise control to about 54 miles an hour?
Usually 1 mile an hour under speed limit wherever I'm going, whatever highway it's. And then if I need to slow down, as far as like if the speed limit changes and I know it's changing, I can click down on the cruise control on the little lever and it'll just keep dropping my speed down until I get to whatever it's supposed to be, if it's changing.
Okay. So you can, that's a good point. I wanted to make sure I understood that. So you can click it on your cruise control itself to drop it down, or obviously if you hit the brake, it's going to automatically.
It's going to go away.
Okay. Okay. So just kind of state this another way, and I know this is kind of common sense, but the cruise control is going to keep your bucket truck going at 54 miles an hour unless and until you either hit the brake or you adjust that cruise control lever, right?
It could slow down some if I hit a pretty steep hill, because those trucks don't have a lot of power. They weigh a lot, and so it's hard for them to pull hills.
Okay. When you're in your bucket truck and let's say for whatever reason, you got to make a stop as soon as you can. How long does that take to do if you're going about 54 miles an hour?
I couldn't even answer that. I really don't have an answer for that. I've never had to slam on brakes and come to a complete stop running 55. I wouldn't know.
Okay. No, aside from this incident, nothing has ever happened that would have caused you to need to slam on the brakes?
In the bucket truck?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Morris, do you agree that this stretch of Highway 106 that we're talking about, it's straight and there are no curves?
There's a few curves, but where the incident happened, there's no curves on that part.
Sure, thank you. I should have been a little more clear with that. I'm sorry. Now you said you got up at 5 a.m., you headed out around 5:15. It's still fairly dark at that time, right?
It's completely dark, yes.
Okay. So you have your headlights on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were confident that those headlights were working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so as you said, it's dark, but you got your headlights on. How far in front of you are you able to see?
I mean, are you saying with my high beams on or with my low beams on? I mean,
Regular beam?
just low beams on?
Well, and let me ask it this way. At the time of this accident, with your regular beams on, do you have any idea how far ahead of your truck you were able to see?
20, 30 feet, maybe?
20, 30 feet?
I guess. I'm just, that's a guess. I'm honestly, without,
No, that's.
I mean, I couldn't, I really couldn't tell you.
Let's look at what your answer was back in April, just to make sure we're consistent. Page 66. The question was at 66, line 3 was that as you're going down Highway 106, just prior to this accident, how far in front of you were you able to see? And what was your answer? Starting, I think, line 7.
No, line 7 where I couldn't recall. I mean, I couldn't tell how far I could see. It was dark and 2 log trucks were approaching me. So, I mean, honestly, I really don't know how far I could see. That's why I said, I really don't know.
Okay. Going back to that 15-second look ahead thing, it's hard to know if you can look ahead 15 seconds if you don't even know how far in front of you can see, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting back into the 15 seconds, which is the eye lead time. I mean, it's the aim high and steering. So, like I said, you got 2 trucks approaching you. Your lights are on, but you got lights coming at you, and you're going the other way. So you can't tell how far you can see. I couldn't give you a number on that.
Okay. And that kind of gets into how the accident happened, right? And I'll try as much as possible. I just want to kind of, I know I've been kind of all over the place, but I want to get into as much as you can, kind of a chronology of what you remember right around when the accident happened. If that's fair. So you're on Highway 106. You're approaching, you're southbound, you're approaching where there's going, you didn't know it at the time, but there was going to be a collision. Okay. You mentioned there were two trucks approaching. What kind of trucks are we talking about?
They were log trucks loaded with logs.
Okay. And those 2 trucks are coming toward you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how far apart were they?
Probably a log truck length apart. They weren't a long way apart, but they wasn't like right on each other's bumper.
Okay. So about another log truck, and you could have.
Yeah, possibly another log truck. I mean, without, measuring, I couldn't give you an accurate measurement of that.
Okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but your bucket truck takes up most of a lane, right?
Yes, it does.
These log trucks, they take up a good portion of a lane too, right?
Yes.
Was there any, as you're seeing these 2 log trucks approaching, was there any consideration that they're taking up a lot of space, I'm taking up a lot of space, maybe I need to move over a little bit to the right?
No.
No consideration for that whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Now that kind of the next thing in our series of events is the first log truck passes you going the other way, right?
That's correct.
Okay. After the first log truck passes, you see something to your right, correct?
I caught a glimpse of a silhouette out of my peripheral vision. It was like, boom, I caught a glimpse of something and snatched the wheel.
Okay. You see something off to your right.
It wasn't far off to my right. It was like right here, just like boom, there it was.
Okay. At the time you saw that something off to your right, isn't it correct that you thought in your mind, is that a person?
I didn't know what it was. It's something, I was like, was that a guy? Was that, what was that? I snatched the wheel.
Okay. Just let's look at it again. I just want to make sure it says page 16.
What page?
Okay, I'm sorry. It's actually page 69, about midway down. Start with line 11. Question was, okay, did you have any appreciation for what it was, or you just saw something? And your answer was?
Which was line 13, you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, I saw something, it was like a person. I mean, was it. So I called a silhouette. Yes, I thought it was a person. That's why I snatched the wheel.
okay. So when you say snatch the wheel, you pulling it to the left?
I jerked it to the left.
Okay. In the process of jerking it to the left, your truck goes over the middle yellow line, right?
And it goes over the middle yellow line, headed straight for the log truck.
Okay. You got this second log truck coming in behind the other log truck. He's in that lane coming toward you. So what do you do then?
I pulled the wheel back to keep from hitting him head on.
Okay. You pulled it back to the right in the direction of this silhouette that you had just seen.
Back into my lane. Yes.
And after you yank the wheel back to the right is when you hear a thud, right?
I don't know if the thud was when I yanked it back or when I was leaving, but I heard a thud. It was somewhere in that. It was instantaneous. I jerked the wheel. I was headed straight for a log truck. I jerked the wheel back. It's like, you think it might have been a lot of time. It was no time at all.
Okay. Just want to make sure I can answer my question. You pulled it to the right. It was after you pulled it to the right that you heard the thud.
I'm thinking that's when I heard the thud. I'm pretty sure that's when I heard the thud. But yes, I did pull it back into my lane to the right.
Okay. And Mr. Morris, let me try to summarize what we've just been going through. You're driving along Highway 106 southbound, two log trucks approach the other way. First one passes you. You see silhouette, something resembling possibly a person to your right. Yank the wheel to the left. Second log truck is coming. You yank it back to the right. You hear a thud. Is that the chronology? Did I leave anything out or add anything?
That's basically what I remember.
Okay. Has that always been your recollection or your story of what's happened?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall giving a statement to Georgia Power about what happened after the accident?
I wrote a statement, made a statement. I mean, honestly, it was interrogation pretty much.
Okay. Who was doing the interrogating?
My supervisors and safety and health, and we have to go through our protocols. So
Yeah, obviously there's a collision with the pedestrian. They're concerned, right?
yes,
Were you concerned at all that, man, I might be in trouble here?
I wasn't concerned about being in trouble. I was concerned about hitting somebody.
Okay. Mr. Morris, you said you did give a statement to the Georgia Power folks?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
No, sir. I turned it in to my supervisor in health and safety, and I haven't seen it since.
Okay. Was this something that someone's dictating, or is it something that you typed it up and sent it in, or how was it developed?
I wrote it down on the side of the road while we were waiting on DOT to come.
Okay. When you say you wrote it down, you're like hand wrote it? Or-
Hand wrote it on a piece of paper.
Okay. And then that was, do you know if did you ever see another copy of it, or how that came to?
I did not. I turned it over to my supervisor, and I believe he handed it to safety and health, and I haven't seen it since.
Okay. There we go. Morris, I'll approach you with, it's a Bates labeled document, GPC 00044.
Your Honor, just to clarify the record, no objection whatsoever to him looking at the statement that he made. It is not sworn, and it's also not impeaching, but I have no problem with him looking at it.
Okay. There's
Fair
no
enough.
objection, but there is some clarity.
Okay.
provided.
All right, Mr. Morris, have you had opportunity to look at the Bates labeled GPC 00044?
Yes.
Okay, and down there at the bottom, it has it's something that says driver's statement.
Yes.
Okay. You see there, first of all, you've had a chance to review that. Is that, I know you mentioned there was some handwritten document. I don't have a copy of that. All I have is this. Does this appear to be an accurate reflection of of the statement that you made to Georgia Power Company?
I don't know who I made. I mean, it looks like the same statement. I mean, everything's just pretty much what I said. But I don't know I don't know who made this. I don't know if a police officer or state patrol, or I don't know if one of my supervisors, I don't know where this came from. So
Okay. It's, after your review of it, it appears to be consistent with what you say you hand wrote there at the scene.
it's consistent as far as what it says. Mine was a lot longer than this because I went through the whole leading up to leaving the house and everything. So in my statement.
Okay. Given this statement here that's in the Georgia Power Company records, and again, take a moment to look through it. Is there anything more you would add or correct or delete?
I mean, it's just a basic statement of what happened, just like a quick, it wasn't like a fully detailed statement. But yes, I mean, I don't see of anything that I would delete. I mean, it says exactly what I just said just a second ago.
Okay. And in this statement, it starts off by saying, at 6:05, driving south on Highway 106, past two log trucks going northbound, right?
Well,
and
So-
I'll let you clarify your answer, but I
Okay.
really want a yes or no. Is that what it says?
Yeah, I mean, that's what the first part says, yes.
Okay. So past 2 log trucks going northbound. Next little paragraph here, caught a glimpse of a guy walking in the southbound lane. Is that what it says?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. Next paragraph, I swerved to miss him, but heard a thud. I turned around using my spotlight, trying to locate the guy laying on the side of the road. And it goes on from there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in terms of how the collision led up to the collision, that's what the statement says, right?
That is what this is saying, but when they basically, evidently, I don't know who took this. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if State Patrol took this or somebody from Georgia Power took it or what, but basically I was telling them, driving down the road, 2 log trucks, catch a glimpse of a guy, tried to avoid him, hit him. It was just like, it wasn't like going, I passed the first truck, second truck hadn't made it to me. I swerved in their lane. This was just an instantaneous, because I'd already wrote out a complete statement for Georgia Power. So I don't know if I was just, somebody had asked me this and I was going back over it, just kind of, hey, this is what happened.
Okay. Mr. Morris, I'll represent to you. This is the statement I have, so I'm going to ask you about this one. If you just read through this statement, it says very clearly, 2 log trucks passed me, then I spot the guy, then I swerve to miss him and hit him. Is that fair?
I understand that's what this says, but
You can understand how somebody would read this and say,
right.
whoa, that's different than what Mr. Morris said. just a
I
minute ago.
completely understand.
Okay. Going back, were you worried at all about getting in trouble with Georgia Power?
I was not.
Does that explain why the statement given to Georgia Power was very different from what you said just a minute ago?
Kind of don't understand that question, but can you ask it again? Just so I'm.
The story you gave a little bit ago about first truck swerve, trying to avoid the second truck, swerve back. That, like you said, that's more detailed, right?
Correct.
And that makes it where you have this situation where, man, I either am going to hit this log truck or I'm going to have to hit this pedestrian, right?
Correct.
But you don't get any of that from this statement you gave your employer.
No. But I did not, I mean, like I said, I don't know who took this statement. I mean, was it a bystander, just standing there and somebody just asked me, hey man, what happened? I don't know.
I thought we talked a minute ago and you said it was your employer that, people with your employer that were asking the questions or that you wrote out something.
I wrote out a complete statement to my employer of detailed exactly what happened, what time I left the house, everything.
Do you still have a copy of that statement?
I turned everything into them. I didn't keep a copy of anything.
You would agree that this statement I put in front of you, one could read it and come to the conclusion that the 2 log trucks weren't really a factor in this accident at all.
The way it's written, yes, I would agree.
Okay.
But I didn't write this, so they could have misunderstood what I was saying and wrote it down wrong. They actually have me on the body cam video of the police officer writing my statement standing in front of the truck.
Is it fair to say this statement that was given was given shortly after the accident?
I couldn't tell you when this statement here was given. I don't know. As far as mine was done while we were standing on the side of the road waiting on DOT.
Okay, and that was done on the side of the road right after the accident, right?
I wouldn't say right after. We had done pulled off onto the access road in the church parking lot, the church access road. We had already pulled over to there. We were waiting on DOT to come out of Gwinnett, and I was instructed by my supervisors to write a statement, and I stood there and wrote my statement.
And obviously the deposition you gave was earlier this year, right?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date. I know it was this year, but I don't remember the exact date.
If you, just in general terms, if you gave a statement the day of the accident, and then you gave a statement 2 years later that maybe had a few discrepancies, which one would you think is more accurate?
Well, with nerves and everything, you would think the one day of, but there's no guarantee you're going to have everything just, I mean, there's so much stuff going through your head when you've just hit somebody. It's not like there's no nerves involved.
And Mr. Morris, I'm not asking you to be a computer or anything, but you would agree that this statement that I handed you is different from what you.
We've covered that.
Sure. I'm sorry.
You've asked him and
Asked and
he's
answered.
responded several times.
Fair enough. Mr. Morris, you, as we were telling this, as you were recounting your story a moment ago, you said that when you saw the silhouette, it was to the right.
It was to the front right of the truck. Like, you're looking out and you catch something right here. It wasn't like it was by my door. I mean, it was like right here to the very front right of the truck.
Would you agree that Mr. Shackelford wasn't in the middle of the road when you hit him?
According to the yellow line, he was not on the yellow line. No,
Okay.
that would be considered middle of the road. But I do know that middle of the road was brought up, and I said middle of the road. But when you say somebody's in the middle of the road, it doesn't always mean yellow line.
Okay.
I'm saying in my lane in the road.
Okay. Yeah, fair point. We need to make sure we understand our terms, right?
Yes,
Middle of the road could mean this yellow line that separates the two lanes, right?
that's correct.
You're not saying he was on that yellow line. He wasn't in the middle of the road as far as that's concerned.
He was not on the yellow line.
Okay. As you're going along, you have your lane of traffic, right?
Yes,
Was Mr. Shackelford in the middle of your lane of traffic?
he was not in the middle of my lane of traffic, but he was just to the right where my right wheel runs.
Has that always been what you've stated?
Yes.
Is that what you stated to the 911 operator?
I said he was in the middle of the road, going back and just looking at the stuff. I said he was in the middle of the road, but I mean, honestly, you tell your kids, don't get in the middle of the road and they're on the side of the road. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're not really in the middle of the road, but they're in the road.
Okay. What you told, and you agree, what you told the 911 operator was Mr. Shackelford was in the middle of the road.
Middle of the road. Yeah.
Okay. He wasn't in the middle of the road, was
He wasn't in the middle of the road, like on the yellow line. No, he was not on the yellow line.
he? So why would you tell an untrue statement to the 911 operator?
I'm panicking. I'm calling 911.
Objection to the characterization of the testimony, that's not the facts and evidence. You can explain what he meant by middle of the road, and that's my objection.
Okay. I think we've also covered middle of the road.
Yes.
A few times with this witness. So let's move on to the next area you want to explore.
Okay. Mr. Morris, we talked about the statement you gave to Georgia Power Company, talked about the statement you gave to the 911 operator. Were you trying to lay the blame on Mr. Shackelford for this accident?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you stated in your statement a moment ago that you saw something off to your right. Now, did you hit the brakes at that point?
When I caught the glimpse of it, I snatched the wheel. I didn't hit the brakes. I pulled the truck back into my lane and then started slowing down.
In fact, you didn't hit the brakes until after you heard the thud, right?
That's correct.
And kind of to revisit something we were talking about earlier, until you hit those brakes, that truck was still going at 54 miles an hour, right?
Yes, until I hit the brakes, the cruise wouldn't have come off.
Right. So everything you're describing in terms of turning into the other lane of traffic, turning back, the thud, all that happened at 54, or right around 54 miles an hour.
That's correct.
Mr. Morris, as you've heard through the testimony and everything, Mr. Shackelford is contending that the front right wheel of your bucket truck ran over his left foot. Do you agree with that contention?
I know something run over his foot. Something hit his foot. I don't know. The only thing I could come to as a conclusion was the tire run over his foot. But I mean, I can't sit there and say, yes, it was definitely the tire that run over his foot, but that's the only conclusion I would be able to come to.
Okay. Are there other other possibilities of what ran over?
So basically, if the mirror had hit him, it would have hit him in the head. If the front bumper would have hit him, the front bumper is all sharp, square steel, and it would have been a really bad outcome if the bumper had hit him.
So, it sounds like it's kind of like by process of elimination, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, by process of elimination, you agree, right front tire must have been what ran over his left foot.
By process of elimination, yes, that's the only thing I would be able to conclude run over his foot.
In other words, you don't think Mr. Shackelford's making up his injuries, right?
I'm not medical. All I know is I did the best I could do to attend to him and got help coming. And like I said, I don't know what his injuries are other than what was told today.
We talked a little bit ago about how long it takes to stop your truck when you're going 54, right?
Correct.
And you said, if I remember your testimony correctly, you said you just didn't know.
That's correct. I don't know.
Okay. And you didn't stop your truck right after you hit Mr. Shackelford, correct?
No, I did not.
You went on down and turned around in that New Hope Church parking lot, right?
I circled back around and come back up the access road of New Hope Church, which is probably less than a quarter mile away from where the incident happened.
Okay. Now that Smith system that we talked about, go back to that again. It says keep that view of 15 seconds ahead of you, right?
Back to the 15. It says 15 seconds, but that's aiming. That's keeping your aim high, looking out.
Before we go any further, Mr.
Asked
Archer.
and answered several times now.
And I'm not going to revisit. I swear that's the last time I'm going to ask. I just want
So you
I have a-
did revisit it. You're not going to revisit it.
to. Okay. Yes.
We're done, unless you've got
Well,
something different. There were
There was a follow-up to that.
bullet points you didn't cover in all those bullet points, but
Sure.
I spent a lot of time on the 5 keys.
5 keys.
Yes. Why are we going back to them then?
If I can ask the next question and
Okay.
then,
And maybe your last question on the 5 keys to driving success, or do you have more?
that would be I believe that's the last one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Um,
Let's have one more question.
Mr. Morris, if you had been keeping your view 15 seconds ahead, you wouldn't have hit Mr. Shackelford that night, would you?
It's back to the 15 seconds is not seeing 15 seconds. If I'd have seen Mr. Shackelford, maybe I could have done something different in the different circumstances, but I didn't see him till the last second. I did what I could do to avoid him, and I did avoid him. I avoided him to the fact that I went into the other lane of traffic and pulled it back, risking my life the log truck driver's life, Mr. Shacklet, all three of us could have been killed. And I just did what I could do to make it less of an event that it happened. But yeah, I mean, I don't,
Mr. Morris, switching gears, Fleet performs the maintenance on your truck?
yes, they do.
Okay. And would you say that in general, they keep your truck in good repair?
Excellent.
Okay. If something breaks, do you report it directly to Fleet or to Georgia Power and then they fix it?
Take it directly to Fleet.
Okay. Okay, good. Now there's this, from what I understand, there's a dash cam video system in your truck, right?
I can say yes, but that takes a little explaining.
So that there's a device in your truck, the purpose of which is to record what happens through your windshield?
There is a GPS device in my truck that has a camera system on it. But there's an issue with those devices. And the issue is those devices are mounted to the windshield, and those trucks sit out in the sunshine all day long in the heat, and the sun burns the SIM cards up. So you might get in it and it might be working while you're going down the road, or you might get in it and it might not be working. And you don't just get a new SIM card, it burns up everything to where you have to get a whole new GPS device.
Okay, so it sounds like it hadn't been working. This dash cam video system had not been working.
After the incident, we went back and looked, and it did not record anything, which tells me that the video recording part of the Garmin dash cam was evidently burnt up or not working. So no, it did not record anything.
Okay.
Do you know when you start a trip, whether it's working or not? Like, is there a little alert that goes out that says you have a melted dash cam?
It doesn't say. Usually there's a green or red light. Red light means it's recording, but the red light could be on and it not record anything. That was the issue we had. And so they've revamped it. They're not even using them anymore. We've gone to a whole new system.
Did you know the morning of August 12th, when you headed out towards Athens, that it wasn't working?
No, because it doesn't like.
I know it doesn't tell you by having a yellow light means it's broken, but had you already figured out before that date, this is one that melted?
No, because normally all it has up is the road map. So your GPS will have the road map, and then the little light in the bottom right corner will be red, meaning recording. And it can be red all the time, but it's not recording. You think it is, but it's not.
So you were getting the map from GPS. That tells you it's working. You have the red light. That tells you in theory it's recording. But as of the morning of the 12th of August on 2019, you assumed it was working because it was telling you it was working.
I assumed it was working because the red light was on. Well, we never click it back to video, so it's showing the video of what we're seeing going down the road, because that becomes a hazard of people wanting to sit there and watch the GPS.
Okay.
So no, we crank up, the lights on, we go down the road.
If the red light hadn't come on, what would you have done at that point?
You can punch a button and the red light will start, and the red light will come on.
If it wouldn't come on, what would you have done?
Then it's just basically inoperable, and we have to turn it in and tell them we need a new GPS, which they have to order, and then it takes weeks and weeks to get them in.
But you'd still be free to drive that truck around, or do you then have to turn in that truck because it has a GPS recording dash cam that's not working?
No, we don't have to. That's actually not a safety feature for the truck. It's not a safety issue. Just the video recording not working is not something we would turn the truck in and not be able to operate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Morris, in fact, you testified that dash cam video system hadn't been working for quite some time, right?
On and off, it work, it don't work. And as far as I know, they ordered new systems, new GPS. I actually got a new GPS. It was later on, but they had been on order. We had the problem. We had changed SIM cards. They would work, they wouldn't work. So yes, there was a complaint with that. I told my supervisor, hey, my GPS is acting up. I need a new GPS. And he ordered me a GPS. And then of course, 6, 8, 10 weeks later, it doesn't work.
Okay. In fact, at your deposition, you said 99% of the time it's not working. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
So basically you had like a 1 out of 100 shot maybe that it would catch this incident that we're talking about here today.
That's correct. Because we had already had the discussion on our safety meetings for our group that we're having issues with GPSs and we're ordering new GPSs, and those who need them need to put their name down to get the new GPS because they work, they don't work, they work, they don't work. And it might not burn completely up and it might record tomorrow, but then the next day it might not record again. So yeah, there was an issue and we were aware of the issue and we were trying to resolve it too.
Okay, and that morning, I think I may be echoing a question the judge asked, but that morning, did you check and see if the light was, now just to be clear, the red means it's working, right?
Red means it's working.
Green means it's kind of opposite. Green means it's not working.
Green means it's not recording.
Okay. Did you happen to check it that morning to see if it was green or red?
I look at it every morning, but yeah, it normally stays on red.
Okay. I asked you this question back during your deposition. Let's look real quick and see what it said then. Page 83, starting at line 21.
83 line.
Yes, sir. 83, starting at line 21.
Okay, 21. Okay, yeah.
My question was, when you got in the truck that morning, did you happen to check and see if it was green or red? And what was your answer?
And I said no, because it's often not working and we kind of give up on it. And yes, looking back on this has been a while since we've done this. But as far as it working and not working, yeah, we kind of give up on it. But then you get in and you look and the light's on red and you're like, oh, it's working again. And then you're going down and you never know it's not working until you try to scroll back and see stuff that it's recorded. So unless you just absolutely scroll back, you wouldn't see what it records because you can't see the screen itself. All you see is the map of what road you're driving down.
We had that dash cam video of what was happening from the perspective of your windshield. We'd have a video of what transpired for this accident, right?
Yes, if we had it, we would.
That would be helpful for all of us in understanding what happened.
It would.
But we don't have it, do we?
No, we do not.
Okay. Please answer any questions council may have.
Mr. Archer, do you have questions for Mr. Morris?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll go ahead and just do my direct in the interest of efficiency.
Great.
So
As we've discussed, if after the plaintiff rests, there's a reason to recall, Mr. Morris, in your case in chief, you cannot waive that ability.
great, and just to explain to everybody, from my perspective, what I mean by doing this direct is I'm going to start sort of from square one, not necessarily exactly responding to some of the things on the cross. We'll get to it, but I want to sort of have Mr. Morris tell the jury about himself. Will you tell? Yep.
I'm sorry. Well, we'll probably just go till the end of the day now. Do you all want to just stand up for a minute and wiggle around, or are you good? We probably won't take them and had an afternoon break that stretched out. Just came in and through that. Move around a little bit, and hopefully that'll get 5-ish. Mr. Morris, you have any break?
I'm good.
You got water?
No, I'm good.
You need any water?
No, I'm fine.
Let's do it.
All right, Mr. Morris, man of the hour, will you tell the jury where you're from?
Originally, or where do I live now?
Give a little biography. Get them up to North Georgia.
I'm originally from South Georgia, Waycross. Grew up there, graduated from Pierce County High School, moved to North Georgia, 92-ish. Worked for UPS till 2000 and maybe one. Had a couple other jobs after that. Ended up coming on with Georgia Power in 2007. Just live right in Toccoa. That's where I'm from now. Well, that's not really where I'm from, but I claim that as home now. So been there ever since.
You married?
I am married.
How many kids?
I've
if
got
any?
2 kids.
How old are they?
I got a boy that's 18 and a girl that's turned 16.
Now you went to high school in Waycross. Did you go to college?
I actually went to high school in Pierce County.
Okay.
Which is Blackshear, Georgia, which is right next to Waycross. We lived in Ware County, which is Waycross. I did go to some college. I wasn't really the college type. So I didn't stay in college long.
Gotcha. And then your first job, and this is what brought you to North Georgia, was with UPS.
Yes, sir. I got hired on at UPS. I was living in South Georgia and I've been applying places trying to get on, and just bigger companies, just trying to figure out what I was going to do in life, and ended up getting on with UPS. And first place they sent me was Carnesville, Georgia, which is up Highway 106 out of Toccoa. And I moved up there to work for UPS, moved all the way from South Georgia to work part-time at UPS.
So let's bookend your period of work at UPS. You start, I think you've said, but remind us, when did you start?
I think it was June the 17th of 1992.
And when did you move on from UPS?
I left there. I want to think it was right around 2001. I know it was after the big changing over to 2000, the big computer scare where everybody thought the computers was going to crash and everything was going to be an end. But I left right after that.
I think that was 2000. That was the first doomsday. As you are well aware, this is about driving trucks, and it's in particular about you driving trucks. So will you just generally talk about, did you drive big trucks for UPS?
I did drive big trucks for UPS. I drove the 18-wheelers you see going up and down the road that have the double trailers. They're called tandems. So I drove them from Atlanta to Carnesville, Georgia throughout the night, 5 days a week.
We talked, you've been here for opening. We have referred to, and you've said in your direct that you have, or cross, that you have a commercial driver's license.
I do have a commercial driver's license.
What does that mean?
You have to have commercial driver's license to drive larger vehicles over 26,000 pounds. You have to have special classifications on certain license if you want to drive doubles or triples, which I was driving doubles for UPS. If you drive hazmat, you have to have a hazmat endorsement. I did not have hazmat, but I had doubles and triples because I drove doubles and triples from Fulton Industrial Boulevard all the way back to Carnesville, Georgia.
And when did you first acquire a commercial driver's license?
As soon as I turned 21, I was working for UPS and they trained me to drive.
And you are how old?
I am 51 now.
So that's 30 years, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to take any training or test to get that CDL?
Yes, you have to. I don't know how it works now, but when I got mine, UPS had their own training facility. They trained us and we had to do an on-road test and a written test. And you didn't get turned right loose by yourself. They didn't say, oh, you did great and go drive. No, you rode with a experienced supervisor for at least 6 weeks.
And do you have to do anything to renew your CDL?
I renew my license basically like everybody else renews their license. If I want a different endorsement, then I would have to take more tests. But if I'm just going to renew them, I just go and get them renewed like everybody else.
And can a CDL be revoked or suspended?
Oh, yes, it can.
And that's if you break the law?
It's pretty much the threshold is so small. So kind of to explain, just say if somebody got, you can have 8 points, you can blow 8 points DUI and not lose your license. You get anything with a CDL, you don't have a CDL no more. They take it from you. So yes, they're more strict on CDL license.
And for the 30 years that you have had a CDL, has it ever been revoked?
No, it has not.
Has it ever been suspended?
No, it has not.
While you were at UPS driving these 2 and 3 tandem trailers, how often were you doing that? You told us you were doing it back and forth, but just give the jury a sense of like how many hours a week were you behind the wheel of one of those vehicles?
I would basically come in at by 8 o'clock at night, and I would drive all night back and forth up the road from Carnesville, Georgia, which is right on the South Carolina state line, to Fulton Industrial, which is where Six Flags is. We would drive back and forth 2 trips a night. And so basically we wouldn't go over 11 hours. So we would drive, 10-ish hours, and that was 5 days a week.
And during your time at UPS, were you ever disciplined by UPS?
No, I was not.
Would you have been disciplined based on your experience by UPS if there had been issues with your driving of which UPS was aware?
Yes, up until termination.
You said that you left UPS around 2000. Were you fired?
No, I did not. I ended up leaving UPS because, as I spoke before, I moved up here and I took a job part-time with UPS. And yes, I know I did say, we were driving, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. But the thing was, I was classified as a cover driver, which I'm not a full-time employee. So being a cover driver, I fill shifts for people. Yes, I was getting full-time hours, but I was still considered part-time. So in the end, when I say the end, when it come close to me leaving my career at UPS, it was because I was pretty much career locked. I wasn't going to never be a full-time driver, and I couldn't be anything else. I was going to be part-time, making part-time pay and getting part-time benefits. And I just couldn't, I couldn't see myself raising a family on that. So I had to do something else.
And what was something else? What's the next job?
So a guy that used to work at UPS left and went to Red Man Trucking, and he called me. He said, "Hey, I heard you just left. Will you come work for us? Because you drive trucks and we need truck drivers." And so I went to Red Man Trucking and started driving for them. And we hauled lumber from the Home Depot distribution centers out of Lawrenceville all over the Southeast.
And Red Man was based out of where?
It was based out of Winder, Georgia.
This is a little out of order, but you said on Cross that when you were going on the August the 12th, you were going to work the Athens area. And you said something that just dawned on me. The Athens area is not just Athens, right? It's a large geographic area.
It is a humongous area.
And so when you were driving on the 12th, you said you weren't going to downtown Athens. What city were you going to?
I was going to Commerce, Georgia.
Okay. And that is in the Athens area.
That is in the Athens area.
I'm sorry to get off the flow, but I didn't want to forget that point, that we're not talking about the city of Athens. We're talking about the Georgia Power denominated Athens area, and you were actually going to the city of Commerce.
Correct.
So how many years did you work for Red Man?
2.5 years, something like that.
And did you have to have, I think you've said, these are 18 wheelers?
Yes, they're 18 wheelers.
Do you have to have a CDL?
Yes, you do.
Did you have any discipline whatsoever while you were working with Red Man?
I did not.
And why did you leave Red Man?
I left Red Man because I had just gotten married. and it was night driving. It was gone all night long and I was not home and it was just not, it didn't work out. It was, we talked to my wife. I was like, they got to do something else. This is not working.
I'm glad you mentioned night driving. You drove UPS during the nights, I think you testified. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then in Redman, you drove at the night.
That's correct.
And I'm sure everybody in the room is aware that there are trucks on the road at night all the time. Do you regularly drive when it's dark?
When I worked for those two companies, all my driving was at night.
And have you ever been trained, whether it's Smith or anything else, that when you drive at night, you follow a slower speed limit than whatever the posted limit is for the road?
No.
When we talk about, when you were testifying about lower visibility, was there lower visibility on the night of August the 12th, the morning when it was dark?
No, the visibility was not bad at all.
So there's, and what makes visibility bad?
Fog, rain, snow, those three items would just make it very bad disability.
So in your training at Redman or UPS, and we'll get to later training, but have you ever been trained that if you're driving at night, you should follow some other speed limit other than the posted speed limit?
No.
And if it's foggy during the day, would that change your speed limit?
If it's foggy at any point in time, it would change your speed limit.
Day or night?
Day
Because
or night.
the fog is the issue.
The fog is the issue.
So you leave Redman, where did you go?
A buddy of mine owned a pipeline company just over the South Carolina line, which is right next to Toccoa, called TLC. It stands for Tracy Landing Construction. And we put pipeline all over Northeast Georgia and Atlanta. And I run a pipeline crew, but I mainly drove the low boy for him.
And what, for those of us who don't drive trucks, what's a low boy?
Low boy is a drop trailer that you can unhook and you load humongous track hose, dozers, earth moving pans on, and then you back up to it and pick it up and you can haul it down the road. It's a large piece of equipment.
You have to have a CDL.
You have to have a CDL.
While you were working for the construction company, any sort of discipline from the company?
No.
Now, all of the trucks that you've just described, do they, as you testified on direct or on cross, did those trucks take up most of the lane that they're in?
All of them did, especially the low boy. The low boy took up more than anything.
So when did you start? Well, this incident happened in 2019. So you had how many years of experience driving trucks when this happened?
Oh,
whatever the math is.
Yeah.
1992.
27, maybe
Yeah.
26.
And during all of those years, were you driving trucks that took up most of the lane?
Yes, I was.
And did you drive those trucks on two lanes sometimes where traffic is coming towards you?
Most of the time, yes.
And did you have experiences over those 27 years that other big trucks would come past you?
Yes.
And do you move away from that truck? And why not?
You maintain your lane.
And did it scare you when a big truck comes your way?
No.
Have you driven past log trucks before?
All the time.
Throughout your, if we're going from August the 12th of 2019, so throughout that experience, you had driven trucks that took up the lane and you had driven in the opposite direction of log trucks.
That's correct.
Did you come to leave the construction company?
Ask that again. I'm sorry.
After Redman, you go to the construction company, where you drove the low boys. Did you leave that company?
Yeah, I ended up leaving Tracy Landing Construction because he got in a little bit of a financial bind and he didn't get the work and things just kind of fell apart. And so I just kind of did my own thing on my own for a while until I could try to figure out what I was going to do.
And when you say did your own thing, what did you do?
I did some construction. I grew up, my dad built motels and houses. So I built a buddy of mine a house. He wanted a house built. So I built a house, and I did a lot of construction work and stuff like that. And did some grading because I had some equipment. I just, did some kind of odds and ends stuff just to make a living.
And did you maintain your CDL for that job or for your odds and end jobs?
I maintain my CDL because once it goes away, it's hard to get it back.
From the odd jobs after you left the construction company that was having the financial problems, did you then come to work for Georgia Power?
I did. I came to work for Georgia Power in 2007.
And how did you come to get that job?
I grew up with like the construction and electrical background through high school. I actually won the state wiring competition in high school. And I'd always enjoyed doing electrical work, and I'd always wanted to work for Georgia Power. But to get on with Georgia Power, you had to know somebody. You wasn't going to walk in there and just fill out an application and say, hey, I want to work. And they're going to be like, yeah, come on. It doesn't work that way.
Even if you win the state wiring competition, that would seem like.
They did, that you had to know somebody, And I didn't know anybody. And it so happened they started the lineman apprentice training program. And I came home that day and got my newspaper out of the mailbox, and I was thumbing through the newspaper, and it was a big ad that said lineman training for at the local technical college up in Clarksville. And it said work for Georgia Power, EMC, utilities. And I got on the phone right then and called and got my name in the hat, and I was in the first class.
Because did you want to work for Georgia Power? I mean, obviously, it sounds like you did. Why did you want to work for Georgia Power?
I love electricity.
State wiring champion.
You get a trophy or?
I got a pat on the back. Good job.
In 30 years, you can work for Georgia Power.
As a truck driver.
Well, that's a good question. Now, what were you hired on to Georgia Power to do? Are you a truck driver still?
I'm not considered a truck driver. When I first got hired on, I was what they called an unassigned apprentice. So I'm in the learning phase, and they send me with different crews to learn how to work on power lines. So that's what I did. I traveled from crew to crew, and they would teach me how to work on power lines.
And did you also drive for the company when you started?
I did.
And what types of trucks did you drive?
I started off with what they call a digger derrick, and that's the trucks you see that's got the auger on it that sets the poles, and we pull a trailer behind it. So it's basically, I would say, just guesstimation, it's probably 40 foot long, counting the trailer. And if you extend the trailer, you're going to be upwards of probably 53 to 55 foot long with the trailer extended. But we hauled the poles around and everything. So that's what I started off driving.
And you testified on cross that the bucket truck that you are driving now is one of the smaller bucket trucks. Is that, did I hear you right?
So the bucket truck that was in this incident is one of the smaller trucks that bucket trucks that Georgia Power owns. It's not the smallest. The actual smallest is a F450, which we've about gotten away from using those. But this is one of the smaller trucks that we use.
Okay. And so you were telling jury you started out as an apprentice lineman, and that's when you were driving the digger derrick, which is a large bucket truck with a trailer.
It's not a bucket truck. It's actually a crane truck. It's got a boom crane on it. So yes, I started off driving that.
And then next job.
After doing that, you move up through a progression. So then you go to a UAL2, which that allows you to do hot work. You can work on hot power lines. You have to have supervision but you get to work on hot power lines, and then you move up to lineman. So my next full progression would have been journeyman lineman.
Okay. And are you driving as a journeyman lineman? Not driving Georgia Power vehicles.
Yes. As a journeyman lineman, I'm driving a large bucket truck, which is way larger than this. It'll actually boom up. Most of them go up about 55 feet in the air.
Okay. And are you driving these trucks every day?
Every day.
Because that's part of what you're doing with installing and
electrical equipment?
Yes, we have to have the trucks.
All right. What's the next position that changes your job duties, if any?
I move up to crew leader. So I advance up to crew leader and get myself back up to Clayton because I'm actually working in Athens as a journeyman lineman. I want to get close back to Toccoa so I don't have to make that long trip to Athens every day. So I want to get closer, and the closest thing I could get to was Clayton. So I ended up taking a crew leader job in Clayton. So I'm now the guy in charge of the crew that's going out and fixing power lines and building new power lines.
Okay. What are you driving?
A
For Georgia Power.
full-size AA 755 bucket truck.
These bucket trucks, I think we've talked about the crane truck and then two jobs where you're driving the full size. They take up the whole lane
Yes, they take up the whole lane,
and you drive them on 2-lane roads,
mainly on 2-lane roads.
and other big trucks like log trucks pass you as you drive.
Yes,
And that's happened how many times? I mean,
I couldn't put a number on it. It's all the time.
what's the next job you have that puts you in a different vehicle?
The next job that I got that actually put me in a different vehicle, not actually in progression, but the one that put me in a different vehicle was the troubleman job, which put me back into the TA 40, which you see in the pit. I don't know if y'all saw it in the picture, but the TA 40 is the smaller bucket truck.
Okay, let's put that up. This is, and again, these are the exact same picture that plaintiff has used. I am certain that what we're about to put up will have a defendant's exhibit on it, but it's
Part of plaintiff's B.
correct. And well, here we go. You can see it. Let's start there. Is the type of truck that you're talking about, is that it?
That's it. That's a TA 40. And if you'll see on the boom up there, it says TA 40 on it.
The boom is this,
That's correct.
and that designates the size of the truck.
It doesn't necessarily designate cab size. It's basically a Freightliner chassis, but that designates the actual size of the boom and how high it will go. So we know it's a TA 40. We know it's a smaller truck.
And do you pull a trailer with it?
No, it is not allowed to pull a trailer. There's no hitches on the back to pull a trailer.
And so obviously you weren't pulling a trailer the morning of the incident.
No, sir.
You were describing, and I know you had some other positions in there, but let's in the interest of efficiency, let's move to your duties as a troubleman. First, when did you first start as a troubleman in whatever area?
I want to think I'm not 100% sure on the date, but I'm thinking it's 2017 because I'm thinking I'm approaching 5 years now.
All
So
right.
I think it's 2017.
And you anticipated my next question is, are you a troubleman today?
I am a troubleman today.
So that's the most recent job that you've had with Georgia Power.
Yes, it is.
And what does a troubleman do? Explain to the jury in a general, what's your day what are your responsibilities? What's your day look like? What do you do for Georgia Power?
So basically, if you came home and your lights didn't work and you're on Georgia Power, you're going to call in a trouble call. I have a computer in my truck. If I work your area, the dispatch is going to send that order to my truck and it's going to come in as a red order and they're going to dispatch me out to figure out what's going on at your house. And if it's nothing too serious, like I need to change a pole out or something like that, then I can fix it myself. I can handle it myself. If not, we'll get a crew out there to fix it. But that's all I do is I run trouble. That's basically it. I'm a troubleman.
And do you work alone?
I do work by myself.
And is that typical? I mean, do other troublemen, what you just described, is that what the troubleman job within the company is? You work alone and you go address trouble.
We are considered lone workers. Sometimes if I need some help, I can call another troubleman in the area and say, hey, can you come over here and help me? I need a little bit of help. If he's close and he can, he'll come help me. If not, I'm on my own. So we are considered lone workers.
You were here for opening argument. I referred to this vehicle, this bucket truck, this TA 40 as your company car. Is that a fair characterization?
It is my company car.
And by that, what do you mean by that? Tell us how Where does it go at night after your shift ends? Where do you park it when you're not responding to trouble? Explain to the jury how often you're with this vehicle.
So this is my vehicle. Some guys have to share vehicles. I'm just lucky enough that I'm high enough on the seniority through the trouble department that I get my own vehicle. And this is my vehicle. I take care of this vehicle. It's got all my stuff in it, and nobody shares this vehicle with me. Now, if another truck goes down and we're short on a truck, I can volunteer to give my truck up and say, hey, I'm going to be off for 2 days. You drive that truck. But that is my vehicle. When my shift ends, I normally take that truck to my house and it's parked in my shop until my next shift. And then I get in that truck and go back to work.
So how many hours do you drive a bucket truck a week, if you can estimate?
Well, I mean, it depends on my shift. So normally if I'm working a 40-hour work shift, I mean, we work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, gives us our 40 hours, but I might not be driving that for 8 hours a day. Might only be in that truck for 6 hours a day, or I might be in that truck for 7 hours a day, or I might be in it for 3. It just depends. If I pull up your house and I got to change your transformer out and I got to change the switch and arrestor and I got to change this and this, I might be at your house for 4 hours. Well, I only got 4 hours left on my shift. So then I go to another call and I might only drove over there, and then it might take me 3 hours. Well, my shift's over. So I might only drove for 2 hours, but then the next day I might have to drive from Sky Valley, which is way above Clayton, all the way to Elberton, Georgia, which is 2.5 hours away. So I might have to drive all the way down there. So that's a lot of driving time. So it varies on how much I drive these trucks. I'm in it all the time.
When did you move to your house in Toccoa, the one you live in now?
I bought the house in 2001. I was already living in Toccoa, but I bought my house in 2001.
The Highway 106 that we're here about, how that is in Stevens County?
It is in Stevens County. Part of it's in Stevens County, but it bleeds over into Franklin County and then to Athens, Clark County. It goes all the way to Athens.
Sure. I didn't mean it started and stopped, but
yeah,
it goes through Stevens County. Does it go through Toccoa?
Yes, it comes into Toccoa. It actually changes from Highway 106 to what they call Mize Road. Mize Road actually comes into the downtown part. It's kind of strange because people break it up and they say, oh, I live over on Mize Road. Oh, you live 106? Yeah, 106. So Mize Road ends at the bypass where I think they had talked about the Chevron before, the gas station. That's where Mize Road actually ends. But a lot of people, I say, hey, go to 106, Mize Road.
So you've been living in Toccoa for, at the time of the accident, 19, almost 20 years. 106 goes into Toccoa and through Stevens County. How frequently are you driving on 106?
Well, from the time I started with UPS, that was my route to go to UPS for 10 years was 106. I drove it for 10 years every day for 10 years. And then, of course, we did work with construction. Red Man, when I was going to Winder to pick up my 18-wheeler, I drove 106 to get to 85 to go to Winder. I was on 106 all the time, and I still drive it to this day because we have customers in Carnesville on Georgia Power, and I have to leave Toccoa and go to Carnesville. That is the shortest and safest route to go.
So very familiar with 106?
Yes.
Very familiar with the area of 106 where this incident occurred?
Very familiar.
You are trained at Georgia Power on the Smith system, you said, is that right?
That's correct.
And you spent a lot of time on direct on the Smith system. Is it still in front of you?
I do have it. I just need to get back to it.
Your Honor, it is 4:56. I think I could be done. I'm not sure I could be done at 5. I think I might be done on Smith system. At maybe
you were going to get up to, now let's talk about what happened that day.
I can,
We were gonna get to hear more about the Smith system, but I'm sure that's.
I'll be real quick on the Smith system. Why don't I do the Smith system and then we'll come in tomorrow to talk about August the 12th.
Well, sounds like a plan.
You get trained every year on the Smith system.
I do.
And this document you sort of looked at, this is not your Georgia Power Smith system. Georgia Power actually teaches the driving using the Smith system. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the document that you would use would have Georgia Power logos on it, but the words are the same.
Words are the same. And I think what they do is I think they have to actually purchase this program. This is actually a program somebody came up with. And I think Georgia Power has to buy that from them. And yes, this is basically the program.
And you were trained on Smith system at UPS, is that right?
Plus,
All right, spent a lot of time on 15 seconds and aiming. Have you ever been trained that you must see everything in front of you, everything 15 seconds in front of you? You must actually perceive things 15 seconds in front of you.
never been trained on seeing 15 seconds in front of you.
When it is dark and your headlights are on, can you see beyond your headlights?
I've never been able to.
Do you think anybody can?
I wouldn't think so.
Has anyone ever told you if it's dark and the speed limit is 55, you must go slower?
No.
Darkness in some ways like fog. With fog, you can see less far than when it's dark, but once it's dark out, like testified, your headlights are as far as you can see, and then it's effectively fog. You can't see beyond your headlights.
I wouldn't. I mean,
I'm not trying to trip you up.
Yeah,
You said fog. Now fog that's something that reduces visibility. But wouldn't darkness do the same? If you had no headlights, you're in a lot of trouble. You happen to have headlights. They project a certain amount, make up a number, 50 feet.
okay.
Beyond 50 feet, it's effectively fog. You can't see where your headlights, what happens beyond where your headlights stop. Is that correct? Or
I guess looking at it that way, yes. But when I think of fog, I'm thinking, just clouds in front of my face and I'm creeping along because I can't see anything.
Right.
That's what I think of when I think of fog. I've never perceived darkness as fog as far as.
can you see what's beyond your headlights at night?
Not that I've ever known.
Okay.
And if there's fog, you have trouble seeing within the headlight beam.
Yes,
And there was no fog.
no fog.
And you've never been trained that at night you must drive some different speed than the speed limit of the road that you're on.
No.
That's all I've got on Smith system. And so we're ready to break.
Perfect. So ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of Tuesday, December 13th. Tomorrow, we're gonna try to start at 1 o'clock. I've got drug court in a different courtroom, working with a bunch of clients, and that wraps up usually around 12:30. So every other Wednesday, it's not a movable event for me or for those clients. So I'm asking you all to be here a little before 1. Please if you're a lunch eater, you need to have had lunch before you get here. We're not at 2 o'clock and say, oh, let's have a late lunch. We are gonna go from 1 until that thought, with an afternoon break, at least 1, if not 2, but there won't be an hour-long break for you to go eat. So you need to have eaten if you do a midday meal. The other thing is that the shuttle, if you are a yellow lot or red lot person, I think it runs less frequently in the middle of the day. When you get here for a 9 o'clock start, I think every 15 minutes, one of those copper shuttles is showing up. But in the middle of the day, I think 12:30 might be the shuttle and the next one's at 1. So if you cruise on in at 12:40 saying, I'm golden, I'll catch that 12:45 and be here, you won't. You're welcome to walk. I don't think you want to walk. But you may want to plan that if you are a yellow lot or red lot person. It'd be great if we could go to 6. Is there anyone for whom a 6-ish, we go a little less than 6, but a 6-ish stop time tomorrow is a logistical problem? Excellent. Let's plan on going 1 to 6. Mr. Ramsey, let's get an update from Plaintiff. Do you think you'll be resting, giving us a forecast, that you'll be resting at some point tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you expect if everything goes, you don't control how long the direct goes of Mr. Morris, but you know who's left in your roster of witnesses? You thinking you're gonna rest sort of halfway through what we're doing tomorrow or more towards the end of that 5-hour session?
Right. It's basically going to be Barito and then done.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Mr. Ramsey keeps pointing like towards the screen. There is really a Dr. Barito. You will not meet him in person. You're going to be seeing his deposition. So you'll see him on the screen, which is why people keep gesturing to a screen. Dr. Barito has been deposed, not meaning thrown out of office, but the lawyers have already examined him under oath. You'll be watching that tomorrow. It sounds like that may round out plaintiff's presentation. So we'll likely hear plaintiff rest tomorrow. Let's take a break, let's take up some legal issues, and then we'll hear about the defense case. May not get all the way through the defense case, but it does sound like we are on schedule for you to get the case for your consideration Thursday morning at some point after closings and my charge to you. So, any logistical questions about tomorrow? We're gonna try to go 1 to 6 with some breaks baked in there, but that means we need the 14 of you here by 1 o'clock tomorrow.
What time does bus service end between the shuttle? and
As in the end of the day?
Yeah.
We're good till 6. Where we run into that is when jurors are deliberating and they say, we don't want to come back tomorrow. What's the end? Does it go till 7?
7.
7. I would never keep you here beyond the shuttle unless I got the thumbs up from Deputy Gordon that the sheriff had lined up a couple vans. And this happens every once in a while. The sheriff doesn't like it. Sheriff is a great guy and he makes things happen. So that won't be an issue tomorrow. If we go past 6 by 5 minutes because we're in the middle of a witness who could get out of here, there'll be several shuttles before they close out for tomorrow night. It would be on Thursday if for some crazy reason you're still deliberating and we get to 7 p.m. I just need to work with Deputy Gordon to say, hey, do we have vans that could let you stay past 7? Or do we need to actually throw you out and you can come back Friday to deliberate? I'd be very surprised if we ran into that situation, but like is fully surprised. Other logistical questions, sir?
Just something saying that I was here for work, or where do I get that from? Or
So you can get it in one of 2 ways. For sure, you will get a letter on my letterhead from my staff when we're done. So on Thursday, when you're done with your deliberations, you've delivered your verdict, whatever it is. I come back and thank you for your service back in there. I got a stack of letters with each juror's name. Some of you may not need it, some of you may want to have a little keepsake, put it on the wall. But some of you need it for work. And so you'll get it at the latest when you're done with your deliberations.
okay, that's fine.
And that's good enough?
Yes.
Okay, every once in a while, there's a juror's like, no, my boss every day. Really, but we can do daily versions. That's frowned upon. But I promise you'll get one with your name on it at the end of your service.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, hearing nothing else, if you go with Deputy Gordon, remember, no outside research, don't go home and look up the 5 rules of Smith State practice. Yes, ma'am. Take your pads with you and leave them on the table. Great question. And leave them on the table in the jury room, and then you'll collect those in the morning and you'll have your pad back. Okay. Thank you. All right, you all can be seated. I've got a couple things to cover and then whatever else you need to. One, I did a little research and I will, if asked, be taking judicial notice of the phase of the moon. It's actually called a gibbous, Gibbous, waxing gibbous moon. So it's almost full. But there is ample case law in Georgia and beyond that the phase of the moon is one of those knowable facts for which courts can take judicial notice. And so if you want to prepare something that you want me to read into the record or that will become an exhibit, you could do that between now and 1 tomorrow. Mr. Ramsey obviously share it with the defense team so that they can either say, look, we don't like your ruling, but we're fine with what Mr. Ramsey has suggested, or maybe they want to modify what it is you're suggesting. Number two, if we are going to have the doctor's deposition played tomorrow, that redaction process needs to be complete. Either by way of another version that has it literally pulled out, or people have figured out when to press stop and fast forward and then play it again. I'm neutral on which way you do it. It's cleaner if you can just press play and then sit back and relax, but this is in the middle of trial. So if executing a redaction like that is technically complicated, I just want the lawyers to talk about it. We've got all morning to work through that. But it does need to be ready. And I'd also ask you to test it so that we don't have to take a break for the jury to go out, just so you can make sure that the volume works in the court. We may have a natural break then, but don't assume we will. So let's have it ready to go when we get to that. Anything else from plaintiff before we break for the day?
Your Honor, I might have something, but in fairness to opposing counsel, can I have maybe like 1 or 2 minutes to talk with them about it and try to resolve it and then bring it to Your Honor if we need to?
1 or 2 minutes right now?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's okay. I just don't want to leave here today without addressing it one way or the other.
Okay, before you do that though,
Yes.
is there anything else, or there's just maybe this one thing?
I think it's just this one thing.
Okay. Mr. Archer, anything from the defense other than what the heck is Mr. Ramsey about?
Yeah, nothing.
Okay, great. You guys have your conversation. Mr. Morris, you can step on down. Leave everything up there that's not yours.
Oh, hey, yeah, there's something. So
Yeah, we don't have it.
We don't,
it really doesn't exist.
never seen.
I mean, and I'm not saying you as attorneys don't, but the Georgia powers, they don't have it.
We asked for the whole file, and we don't see it.
Okay. Let me raise it with the judge. Good, I'm not accusing you guys of anything. I just want to.
Yeah.
Let him know my concern. Judge, I think we have a better understanding.
All right, let me finish this one email since you gave me a break. Okay. Something about something
Yes.
that wasn't produced.
Yes, so Your Honor, there was, as Your Honor probably heard with Mr. Morris, there was reference to some lengthy handwritten statement that he himself did. Counsel assures me they have given me everything that they have from Georgia Power. It does not contain that statement. I've also, our standard discovery will also say, look, if you're not producing something to us, just give us a privilege log. And again, they wouldn't have done that either because they tell me, they assure me, hey, we don't have it, we're not withholding it. My question is, well,
Where is it?
apparently it exists, and I'm just now finding out in the middle of a trial it exists. I would argue it's also kind of being used to my disadvantage because I'm using a driver's statement that he's saying, no, that's not the one I gave. I gave this written one that, kind of egg on my face because I don't have this handwritten driver's statement that I could examine them with. So that's my issue, and I'm not faulting the attorneys for it. They assure me that it's not something that they had, but apparently it's something, again, arguably that Georgia Power has that was never produced and never explained why it wasn't being produced. So that's my issue.
What do you want me to do about your issue? Are you suggesting exfoliation that Georgia Power, they would only take statement from Mr. Morris because they're wanting to make sure, boy, if we get sued because our troubleman, our troubleman hit someone, we better start figuring out what happened so we can be comfortable he was not at fault, or we better come in with a bag of money because he was at fault, or whatever they learned from a detailed written statement, a copy of which they didn't manage to give to their lawyers, who could in turn give it to you.
Right. I've never had this, to be honest, I've just never had something like this happen before. So I'm not sure what the right remedy is this late in the game. I mean, it's,
Was this the first you heard when Mr. Morris testified? It didn't come up in his deposition.
I don't believe so. I'll double
Came
check.
up, as far as you recall, I'll hear from Mr. Archer, Spieler in a minute, but when Mr. Morris, you had your poker face then, when he said, no, I wrote this long thing out, I didn't see your what? You rolled with it, but you were unaware of such, obviously you didn't get such a thing, but it's not something where you've been bugging Baltimore Bingham for a while saying, hey, there's this written statement, where is it?
Right,
And they keep telling you, you don't know.
I didn't know what I didn't know.
Okay.
Is the best way of saying it. But obviously, our standard discovery request says, give us any statements of witnesses. And we also have one that says, give us a, please give us a privilege log if you are withholding something.
Sure.
Again, not accusing the attorney,
It's hard to think of something that would be more in the heartland of discoverable material in the course of this trial than a lengthy handwritten statement from Mr. Morris. So I don't think you under requested. I guess you'll need to spend some time thinking about what relief I could provide in connection with what you're describing as this issue. You don't need to sort it out right now.
Sure.
You flagged it, so I can be thinking about it as well. Let me hear from Mr. Archer or Ms. Beeler, their perspective, and everyone can think about it. So.
The first question there's been about it, I don't deny that there's been discovery on it, and we produced our file. And candidly, it had not had a discussion. It was news to us. There was a written statement today, but we had a deposition back in April, and that question wasn't asked. And there was no question on the GPC 44, which was used today and used for impeachment. So I suppose that's why it wasn't identified as an exhibit. All I can say is in the file that was produced to us, there's no written statement. It is not a subject that we covered with our client because it wasn't asked in the deposition and we didn't ask.
I mean, the fact that it wasn't asked in the deposition, I don't think leaves your client with clean hands. I don't know why you wouldn't have asked your client, and you referred to him as your client about 20 times in this trial. Hey, any other statements you gave to the boss? And it sounds like Mr. Morris would have said, sure, there's that lengthy handwritten one. So the fact that Mr. Ramsey didn't ask in the deposition, probably should have. Is there anything else I don't have? But the fact that he didn't, I don't think absolves Georgia Power. It's not a Baltimore Bingham thing, but doesn't absolve Georgia Power from not having produced to you that statement or explaining, oh, by the way, there was this thing that Mr. Morris may tell you about, and it got stuck in the paper shredder, or we're not giving it over, and here's why. But something so that you'd be in a position to say, we've got it, and we'll get it to the other side, or here's why you're not gonna get it. So I think you've got a project tonight to reach out to the client to figure out where that might be, and if it's not with you tomorrow, why that's the case, and then we'll just figure out if that moves beyond as unfortunate the way it plays out, or there is an instruction to the jury about when something isn't produced, they can have a presumption that it wouldn't be real helpful to decide that didn't produce it, but I'm not anywhere near there yet. I think you've got some fact finding to do, and good news, you got all morning now. Not that that's a ton of time, but it's not be here at 8:45 with an answer in your hand. But we do need to better understand it, and I'm just gonna start with Mr. Morris to say, describe specifically what you did and when and to whom you went, and then your due diligence, just belatedly begin.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else from your side?
No.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And even though you have something else, this is our room, so we can leave our stuff.
Yes, we're off the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I will be in a completely different courtroom. So as with last night, you don't need to take stuff out of here that you want to leave here. Deputy Gordon will be locking it up. It'll be secure. So it's your space. And when can they get in here? It doesn't need to be 8 a.m, but noonish, you could open it up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hughes, will we have you tomorrow or another person? Yes. You'll be back. Great. Thank you. We're all set.
Do you know what courtroom we'll be in tomorrow?
1D.
1D?
Yeah. I'll get there. I'll plug in down there at 8:30 for staffing. And then hopefully most of the clients make it down to 1 feet. I reminded them to tell everyone.
Yeah,
Don't go to
that he's
8
gonna
feet,
take it
but
or not.
there may be a
We
little.
got,
I don't know if he's gonna take it or not, or I'd have put it
It's a good question.
put
Let's see
it
what
up for you.
Okay. Your friend, Ms. Atkins. Would be the one, but the calendar came late, so she may not make it over.
okay.
But as far as I can tell, I think that's the only, well, let me see if there's anything in custody. No, oh yeah, Atkins, and then should be two.
Two?
Two in custody. Atkins was a add-on.
Okay.
Sounds like she just got picked up on the warrant. She,
Another one?
well, because she quit. I mean,
Oh,
she
yeah.
had her use of her in custody.
Oh, yeah, she didn't come back.
She didn't come
Yeah,
back.
she didn't come back, yeah.
We're holding her back. Now we really are. So, yes, should be two.